organized chaos. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. We'll start it off with some great friends, and they've been with us for, I don't know, maybe we're leaning on 20, probably more than that. They're probably going to come in and go, Speedy, it's been so much longer. You know me with time. But Dr. Dudney and his crew coming in. First hour, we'll catch up with them. We have Max Lucado late in the show today. It's been a while since we've had Max Lucado on. He has written a great op-ed on what happens after November 5th, which is 1 week away if you're listening live. And it ties into his latest best-selling book, What Happens Next, A Traveler's Guide Through the End of the Age. We'll break it down with Max Lucado. That's way late in the show, last 30 minutes of the live show today. But we have another special, really surprise for all of you. Let's bring in Greg and discuss. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey.
Ryan Greenwood is stopping by today.
Rhino.
He's actually in town where we are sitting right now and broadcast live every day. And he texted, and it was a while back he texted. He said, hey, don't say anything. I don't know if the way my schedule plays out, if I can actually make it work. But then yesterday he contacted me and said, okay, it's official. I'm in town. It's going to work out. And
Saddle up.
He's going to stop by. He said he has lots of he's got some containers of old Rick and Bubba stuff that we can either incorporate on our Fridays, Will of canned meat giveaways, since we don't have anything in the store now, or limited, I should say. And we grab things from our office, and so he can maybe add to that. And then we'll catch up with him. He said, well, look, I can just chill out. I said, no. I said, the audience has got to hear from you, brother.
Come on, man.
We get a lot of questions. Hey, where's Ryan? What's Ryan doing? How's he doing? And he's doing well, but we'll catch up with him today.
He's still doing male dancing. We knew that was his passion.
Yeah,
he's still doing that. And
he told me he was going to come in and eat all your peanuts, is what he said.
yeah, well, first of all, I don't have any. But if I did,
it's okay, buddy.
If I did, I would not share.
Yeah,
Just saying.
So that'll be coming up a little bit later in the show. About 2 hours from now is when he said he's going to be here. So that'll be fun today. Just catching up with old Ryan Greenwood and see how he's doing. All right, so we last night had Monday Night Football. The Steelers beat the Giants. And then we had
them Giants are good, ain't they?
Yeah, it was a back and forth game for a while. And look, the Steelers have quietly become 6-2, heading into a bye week. The Giants lost last night. I think it was 28-something, 26, 28-something, 18, 19.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like that.
Something like that. I can look it up.
Typical
Come on, buddy.
NFL score.
Yeah. And then the World Series was last night as well. The score was 26-18 was the final the Steelers won in Monday Night Football. Oh, my goodness, the World Series. Freddie Freeman goes deep again. He homers again to silence the Bronx.
Fred decided to show up for the series.
Golly. It is something else, man.
To be in that, when the ball looks like a beach ball coming at you.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously locked and loaded.
So the Dodgers and the Yankees have played 3, and the Dodgers have won 3 in the best of 7 of the World Series. And they have they're supposed to be in New York for the next 2 games, but they might not need to. All the Dodgers need to do is win 1 more. It was a sellout crowd of almost 50,000 to see the Yankees host the Dodgers, and it did not go well. Freddie kind of silenced everybody, and it stayed that way. We knew it was going to be bad when Fat Joe came out.
That's about what I was going to say. That motivation did not work.
Right.
It started bad, like you said, and it stayed bad.
Yeah.
We'll go all the way back to, first of all, he's not quite as Fat Joe anymore. He's actually lost some weight.
Yeah, he has. He has.
He's going to keep on. He's going to change his name.
Yeah, but I don't know what was going on.
Medium-sized Joe.
They said that that last night, the cheapest tickets for last night was close to $2,000 each on resale markets.
To watch your team
weekend.
get their butt kicked.
Yeah. Wow. So we have that, and then I had a text coming. Really good friend of mine, Chris Story, shout out. What's up? I know he's up running, not really actually running, even though he does run, but running hard, getting to work. He texted me last night, and he said, and we weren't watching. We were eating and watching something else, and he sent me a text, and he said, Well, that was secondhand embarrassment for the game opening song. Even had to turn it off. And I said, what's going on?
Yeah.
So I had to kind of look into it a little bit, and he was referring to Fat Joe just walking around the infield singing or rapping.
I'm with you, I guess, because I'm not a connoisseur of that music. I'm not saying that he's not a good rapper.
I'm all the way up.
But the situation, a rapper walking around in the infield with a little background music playing, it sounds like somebody, they always got the hype man that goes, yeah, and all that with them.
Right.
Got to have that.
Yep.
As I walk around the infield, it just seemed awkward. And then it showed in the stand some honky lady standing up with no rhythm trying to dance. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
I thought, ma'am, please sit down.
Well, it was
look, you can clap and support Fat Joe or medium-sized Joe, whatever you want to call him currently.
Yeah.
But don't try to dance and act like you're into that because you really look goofy.
Yeah. It was a weird performance because they turn up in the house. A combination of some of his song, be it, an instrumental, and then him actually singing over himself and stuff. It was just a weird dynamic. Fat Joe, if you're a fan of his, you might love it. I don't know. It was
an awkward presentation.
The setting, the setting is really everything, and that style. He's walking around with his wireless mic and just walking around the infield. Just, hey.
And there's no kind of like I say, you picture him on stage, stuff blowing up, and I'm trying to hype, but I'm just walking around the infield rapping.
Yeah. It was just kind
awkward.
There you go. That's it. It was just kind of an awkward thing that really didn't catch any steam. And now
then
look,
dancer gets up.
Now at the time, the Yankees didn't know they were going to lose again.
No, they thought
the fans,
hey, we're back home. We're going to take this thing back over. And then Freddie Freeman said no.
No, he said, I tell you what I'll do. I'll hit another one.
Yeah.
And so they quickly quietened up. But you could tell the fans were like, hey, man, we're excited. So really they were cheering for anything, but they couldn't even figure it out.
That's what I say. They weren't going crazy.
No.
That one, like I say, that one lady that was trying to dance, and I'm not sure what song she was listening to. But it didn't like the crowd went nuts.
No.
I think they were just like us. We're going, okay, if that's Fat Joe, and that's okay, I guess, if you like that. But the presentation, he's just walking around. And like you said, the grounds crew probably worked hard to get the mound and everything ready, and he goes over and walks all over it. And
so I took to X, and I said, I got to figure out what's going on. And these are the things I saw. Fat Joe opening up for the Yankees might be one of the worst things I've ever witnessed.
That was a statement.
That man, Fat Joe, on the mound, one caption said, I know them groundskeepers off camera having a heart attack. And what he's saying is he was on the mound, okay?
Yeah.
And he was stepping all and they've manicured it, ready for the first pitch.
It was smooth.
Oh, I know exactly what that
Fat Joe was out there putting his toe on the rubber.
So another one wrote, who thought this Fat Joe performance before World Series Game 3 in the middle of the field all by himself was a good idea?
That's what I'm saying. There was no visual, nothing. It was just fat, medium-sized Joe walking around.
Man is having to ad-lib his songs, all three songs, instead of the actual words. So I was like, okay, so then we watched it together today.
We did.
And it was...
I mean,
it was awkward. I think what you said was it's just awkward.
Yeah, it's the presentation. It's not that he couldn't do. If that's your thing, I'm not really a huge fan, but if that's your thing, maybe Fat Joe's an icon. I don't know, but they did Fat Joe wrong. Hey, we're gonna give you a mic. We're not gonna give you anything else. Yeah. We're not gonna give you any visuals, nothing. You're just gonna have to go out there and walk around and rap to the people.
Right.
A big full stadium, a lot of people.
Yeah. So we're getting your emails overnight, text messages. Have you seen Fat Joe? Have you seen Fat Joe? So we just wanted to start this hour up with, yes, we have.
We have.
We have seen it. And was it awkward? Yes. Was I uncomfortable? Of course. And I think you said it right. I think they kind of did Fat Joe wrong, and Fat Joe couldn't really get it going on, and he did the audience wrong.
It's almost like if I'm Fat Joe, I go, so this is all y'all got? I mean, y'all want me to come rap? Give me some kind of backing band or some visual or something.
Something.
Don't just hand me a mic. Let me walk around on the mound, mess up all the good work the grounds crew's done.
But back to the game, man, the Dodgers won again, and all they need is one more to win it all.
I don't think so. They'll lose tonight, but unless Fat Joe comes back, because he obviously cursed him.
Yeah,
but
yeah. What?
Hey, yo, That lady dancing, though.
Yeah.
And look, now understand, she was up dancing and nobody around her was up.
No,
just
nobody.
Her. And she was way off.
But back to what we said, they're also excited. Pre-game, everybody's excited. You know, I mean, hey, here we are, and she's – I don't know about all that.
But you know what? If you wanted something to come out and, you know, work into that excitement and get everybody pumped and screaming, that just didn't work. It just didn't. It was kind of a slow, you know.
Yeah. Well, Freddie Freeman didn't take long. He had 2-run home runs.
Well, it inspired Freddie.
And gave the Dodgers an early lead, and they didn't look back and held on and won 4-2 to win Game 3 of the World Series, and now up 3-0. And so the Yankees are on the brink of being swept.
And I was listening on the way in. Hey, on the field interviews, if you can't speak English at all and you have to use a translator, it doesn't go well.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know, get him to, I don't know how we get around it, but it doesn't go well at all. It's not good radio.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX. cbdistillery.com code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
All right, it is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. Over there sits one Greg Burgess. He did find some peanuts and tearing them up. You'll see them on the counter if you get the YouTube option. You better hide those from Ryan Greenwood. He is stopping by today and says he's finding them and eating them.
Yeah, he
right in front of you.
He don't want to.
Dr. Dudney next hour. It'd be great to hear from him and see him and his staff. Him and Christy always have been a part of this show for a long time on Fix Mama's Mouth and stuff, and just done a great job. The before and afters on that is just something else. But they're friends, and they take care of our families, and they'll be stopping by next hour. And Greg, yes, he probably will have something, a pan of something, but if he doesn't, that's okay.
That's fine.
Don't say, how you doing,
required.
Dr. Dudney? You doing good? Now, where's your food? Don't do that.
It's not required.
Don't do that. Ryan Greenwood, as I mentioned, former staff member, still friend of the show, is doing extremely well. He's in town and is stopping by. And then we have Max Lucado. He is his new book, which is a best-selling book. All of his books are. How many books is he? I need to Google that. How many books has Max Lucado written? Because it's on up there. What Happens Next? A Traveler's Guide Through the End of the Age. He's written a great op-ed on what happens next after the November 5th. Can you believe we are 1 week away?
We here, buddy.
We are 1 week away. And what did I see about drop boxes being set on fire?
Yeah, I'm like you. Why do we still have drop boxes?
Yeah, I thought that. So somebody can just drop it in there?
Somebody can just set it on fire.
Good gracious.
Yeah,
and that was in Washington State? Is that where it was?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was interesting. See. I'll make sure I see where it is. Yeah, ballot drop boxes. Fire investigation in Oregon and Washington after hundreds of ballots were destroyed.
See, that's the whole reason not to have ballot boxes.
Gracious. Why can't people just, I don't know. And then there's another story.
Yeah, that shouldn't be an option.
No, and look, a lot of folks, now look, the convenience of it is there. And I know a lot of you that have states that you live in that operate on early voting in person. Y'all are taking advantage of it, and I think some of that's open till the end of the month, and then it shuts down, and then back up on Election Day. Some of you are doing it on convenience, but I know some of you we've heard from are doing it because you're like, I don't know on Election Day what's going to happen. I want my vote in. Yeah. Could it be weather? Could it be some other event? I see now where U.S. intelligence.
Somebody burned the box.
Yeah, they're fearing insider attack on the election. Is on Election Day is likely, and so the U.S. intelligence is sent a memo out warning that insider threats will likely be an issue in the November 5th election centers and could derail or jeopardize a fair and transparent election process. That's a story today that we'll have to deep dive into. But that's why a lot of people are like, I tell you what, I'm going early, getting my vote in, and then by Election Day, I'm done. My vote has been cast, and so we'll have to see how that plays out. But I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing last night when I saw them trying to put out a fire and pulling out ballots. That was in Portland, Oregon. This was reported that Monday morning in Portland, Oregon area, hundreds of ballots were destroyed at one location, as well as another fire reported earlier this month. They're looking into it, authorities are. Portland police also identified a suspect vehicle seen leaving the scene of the fire in Portland, which is believed to be tied to the two incidences in Vancouver as well, they said, a news release on Monday.
They're just trying to cause chaos. That's all it is. They don't care one way or the other. They just want to stir up mess.
Yep, that's it. So it is 1 week away if you're listening live. And I always say if you're listening live, just because if you're not, you're probably listening to this and you're like, yeah, that's right. But for those of you listening live, I know you probably get tired of us saying it, but there's people that are podcasters we hear from all the time that are on different days and stuff. But we're 1 week away.
Yep.
I think we're going to do what I'm going to stay with it at the Wilburn household. We're going to just vote and go to sleep.
Yeah, there's really no reason, because I doubt that they'll have an answer by the morning. It's probably going to be long, drug out, and all that.
Just going to vote and go to sleep.
Yep, I'm out.
Yep, that's it. I'm just why would we stay up? You know.
Yeah, how about you stay up and then they still don't have it tallied, and you're like, so I stayed up for nothing.
That's it. All right, so we have got a number of stories out. We have an update real quick on this Dwayne Wade statue.
Funny story.
Apparently, the guy that sculpted it, he said nobody else could do better.
That was his answer. Sound like a kid. Well, nobody else could do any better. That's basically a statement. His name is Omri Amrani. That's what I'm going with. Omri Amrani said on the negative reaction to his statue, I couldn't do better than that, and I don't think anybody else can do better than that. It is what it is, and we will love it forever. That was his statement. Now, what? So you can't do no better.
Oh, really? Is that what you think?
It's almost one of those. I couldn't have done any better, and I don't think anybody else could do any better.
So
that was his statement.
So there.
How about the fact that it doesn't look like him? Tell me why. Go. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, you're a sculptor. I'm not. I don't know why. It looks like somebody. It just doesn't look like Dwayne Wade.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, it does look like a person. As far as you just making a statue of a person, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But again, all these statues of people, I've never seen one that looked like really the person. If you think about it, the Nick Saban one, it doesn't really look like him. And you go like to the Braves, they have Hank Aaron and stuff like that out. Yeah.
So I've never studied them to know. I know this one doesn't look anything like him.
I think the expression on its face also, not only the fact that it doesn't look like him, it looks like he's screaming, like he's scaring people. You see what I'm saying? It's like almost like a Halloween mask.
Yeah. Just evil.
Got him snarling.
Yeah. But so that's the update from a story we had yesterday, and that is the guy said nobody else could do better.
Yeah, I couldn't do any better, and neither could anybody else. I don't even know what that means.
I don't either. I have no idea what that means.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is live. I am Speedy. There sits Greg Burgess. Next hour, Dr. Dudney will be stopping by for a tooth talk. We got Ryan Greenwood in town, and he's going to be hanging out with us a little bit today. He said some containers of Rick and Bubba stuff, too, that he has found over the years and kept and hung on to. And he said we can do whatever we want to with it. We might incorporate it as some giveaways on the Wheel of Meat for some of those future spins.
Or,
yeah, really. Or throw it away like Greg would do.
A lot of times you just got to pull the Band-Aid off. Or you can't just keep everything.
You can't. Max Lucado, last hour, he has written a great op-ed on what happens after November 5th, which is a week away, Election Day. That's tied to his latest book, best-selling book, What Happens Next, A Traveler's Guide Through the End of the Age. So we'll have him on as well. Been a while since we had Max Lucado on with us. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by Tax Network USA. We've asked the team at Tax Network USA about these IRS crackdowns that everybody's talking about, and their advice was plain and simple. If you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win situation. That's why you need Tax Network USA. And the website for them is simple, tnusa.com. That stands for Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/BigVox, BIGVOX. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle the IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives these folks such an edge? Well, they're preferred direct line to the IRS. They know what agents to talk to, who to avoid. You know, it's like those professors that you would have in college or whatever. Somebody's like, hey, who you got?
Oh, yeah.
And,
you don't want them.
You don't want them. Well, see, they know who to talk to at the IRS. So check them out right now. Tax Network USA. Call. It's free. It's confidential, and it's straightforward. Talk to one of their strategists. See how they can help you. Imagine how much better you're going to feel and how much, weight's lifted off your shoulders if you can resolve this issue if you have it. 1-800-780-8888. Again, that's 1-800-780-8888, or you can visit them at tnusa.com/BigVox, BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So you got lots of ways to contact them. All right, so we're off in it, hopping around. There's lots of stories out today. I mean, it looks like a book here, Show Prep does. We have got a lot to break down, a lot to hit. We've already talked about the World Series, Fat Joe's performance, and a couple of other things. All right.
Have you seen this whole Trump rally hate speech deal?
Yeah.
They're trying, the Madison Square Garden owner, the company that owns it, they had to put a statement out, which I thought was a good statement. They say basically, we stay out of politics. We rent to either side.
Yeah.
Whoever wants it gets it. And we're not endorsing, whatever. Again, in today's world, I'm going to go after everybody involved.
Everybody.
I'm going to go who owns the venue.
Yeah.
For renting it to them, like you said, because he pointed out we had a Democratic thing for Joe Biden in the same building.
Yes.
Like we act like we committed a crime.
Yeah,
we're in business.
We went through some of the folks that have been there. Bill Clinton had something there. I mean, we did that yesterday. This isn't the first time, a politician's had a rally at Madison Square Garden.
And they also said we don't censor artists, performers, or speakers. In other words, free speech. Have at it.
Yeah.
Which is at least they didn't apologize like most people do nowadays. When they get a little pressure, they cave. Yeah.
It's really bizarre.
It is. I mean, my goodness. We splitting hairs here.
So a couple of things here. Where are you on Arby's?
I'm on Arby. I don't eat a lot of Arby's, but I'm not anti-Arby.
Yeah.
But I rarely eat there.
Well, they've been known for selling solely roast beef.
Oh, yeah, and I'll go with that brisket deal they got.
Yeah.
That's a good sandwich.
That is. Chain.
I like the curly fries.
Yeah. Well, that's a controversy with your brother. Don't bring up that you like curly fries.
Well, he's wrong.
He gets mad about it.
Well, I get it, but he's not right on that one.
Yeah. I'll eat a good curly fry.
Oh, I wish they had one right now.
A little messy, crumbs everywhere. Get them all in the car between the seats. Well, the chain was founded in 1964.
Arby's.
And didn't introduce its first burger until 2022, and even then it was like a limited edition offering. The burger was a hit. It was like they sold out in like 2 weeks, and then it came back and had another little run, and then in 2023 it did.
I saw it on the menu and almost ordered it.
Yeah,
it looked pretty good.
Well,
it's
been a limited time edition kind of thing, but I guess it's gone so well that now Arby's has announced they're making burgers a permanent item on the menu.
At risk of repeating something, because we'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
I may be doing it in this, but Have we ever discussed where the name Arby's came from?
I can't remember if we did.
This is what I heard. I don't know if it's true. It's Arby's roast beef. Letter R, letter B. That's how they came up with Arby's.
Oh,
that's what I heard. Is that true? I'm not sure.
I didn't know that.
But I
that's
didn't know
interesting, Greg.
And I may be completely wrong, but I heard somebody say that
mm-hmm.
because I never thought about it. And they said, well, it's spelled Arbys, but it means RB as in roast beef. And that may not be true, but it sounds sharp, like I'm on top of something here.
It does. It's got me kind of looking at you. I wish you could.
I'll Google it and see.
Yeah. So they have announced, in response to the overwhelming support of these little limited time burger options, that now they'll be full time. They have a deluxe burger, a big cheesy bacon burger, and a new barbecue bacon burger, featuring crispy onions, bacon, pickles, American cheese, smoky barbecue sauce. Wow, I'm hungry now. So the burgers are going to cost between $6.50 and $8.50, and they
it's going up, hasn't it?
It has. Good night. And, earlier this month they launched double the meats meal for like $7. But anyway, it's a story out because they've always been known for their roast beef, and that's kind of what they do. Apparently, according to you, it's part of that's their name.
Well, that's wrong. I'm looking at it now.
It is wrong? You wrong now?
Okay, the name isn't about beef. It's actually a nod to the Raphael brothers, Leroy and Forrest, who founded the Georgia-based food chain in 1964. Most people think that our name is actually based on the initials of our founders, the Raphael brothers. That's where it came from. It is RB, though. It's just not roast beef. It's Raphael brothers.
Okay.
Is where they came up with Arby's.
Arby's. That's
Arby's.
Okay.
But it does stand for. It's just like somebody Uncle.
It's not
Arby.
roast beef.
It ain't like Uncle Arby, and it ain't roast beef. But it is for the two letters RB. But the two letters, instead of roast beef, they're actually for the Raphael brothers.
Okay.
According to this, you got it. Good.
I think I got it.
Okay.
I think I got it because you solved it. It's not. It doesn't stand for roast beef. It's their initials. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I think I got that. Okay.
They wanted to call the restaurant Big Tex, but that name was already used.
Big Tex.
Instead, they chose the name Arby's. The pronunciation of the letters R and B, short for Raphael Brothers. Okay, so the roast beef thing was wrong, but it is RB, but it's the Raphael Brothers.
Okay.
So write that down.
Yeah.
That's funny. Y'all, the statue, people keep sending pictures.
Yeah, the text option. Y'all will send pictures in a second.
Anyway.
And there's the statue of Dwayne Wade, y'all doing split screens on. But okay, so all right, so I
thought somebody had like an Uncle Arby and they named it after him.
Yeah, I have realized
Arby Wilburn.
Yeah, we don't really do a lot of fast food anymore. I guess it's just because we're somewhat empty nesters and it just doesn't present itself.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not mad at Arby's, and I'll stop.
I don't want to make a habit of it, but I'm not gonna lie. I like fast food, and every now and then I'm not gonna eat it every day, but I'll eat at least once a week.
So let's exclude.
I love fast food.
Let's exclude Chick-fil-A. Okay, it's over here by itself. You roll up on an exit, and you've got Wendy's, you got Arby's, you got Hardee's, and you got Burger King, and they're all right there in a row. It's you're hungry.
Is it lunch or is it? If it's breakfast, I'm going Hardee's.
Well, no, it's not. It's not breakfast.
It's
either lunch or dinner. And you're hungry. Where do you pull up?
Wendy's probably.
Wendy's. They got a good burger.
They do.
They have a really good burger.
They shut the one in Jacksonville down, but that's fine.
Now, sometimes the one I go to, they need to let's speed it up a little bit. But
no, you're right about that.
Yeah, have a minute if you. But
I'll dabble in all those.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Hardee's got a better burger than people give it credit for.
I can't tell you the last time I've been to
a bunch of them have shut. Whoever owned the franchise in our area has either went out of business because every one of them shut out.
Could I throw a Jack's in there? I for some reason, and I know the Zaxby's like and the Jack's, and so
breakfast. They got good breakfast.
But we're not on breakfast.
Oh, that's right. We're not.
Okay, we're lunch. Lunch or dinner.
I like Jack's.
Yeah, Jack's is good too.
Yeah.
But the Wendy's, you can't beat their burger though. I mean, that's just a good burger.
It is.
It's a really good burger.
I like them all.
Now I really hope Dudney has food with him. Because I've talked myself into being pretty hungry. Right now. All right, we'll take a break.
Raphael Brothers.
We just that's news today because they're known for their roast beef. Now they got burgers, Greg.
Permanent.
When will you branch out and go, okay, I'm in. I'm ordering a burger. Let's see how it is.
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with two 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, thank all of you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy. There's one Greg Burgess, peanut in mouth. He has found maybe a handful. Where'd you find those, bud?
Yeah, no.
Oh, did you steal them from Adler?
Yeah. Well, I gave him that bag so I can actually eat a few.
You can't give a gift and then get it
set in there for 2 weeks.
My goodness gracious. I was wondering where you found those.
Well,
we have got Dudney next hour. Ryan Greenwood is in town. He's stopping by. I can't wait to see him and let all of you get caught up with everything Ryan Greenwood. That's going to be fun. Also, Max Lucado last hour as well. So we've hit a number of different things. Thanks for all the pictures. We're all starving in here now, and y'all are sending us pictures of, like, food.
Yeah.
And burgers. And that was a discussion last segment. Arby's has announced that for the first time ever,
Raphael Brothers.
they're going to make hamburgers a permanent menu item. And so then that spun off into favorite burgers and fast food. And
you know what they said? We got the meat.
We got the meat. All right, so the first time you heard that, was that like, you were like, and now that's a thing.
Yeah. Arby, we got the meat.
All right, is the guy that does that, is he the one that is in Mission Impossible?
You know, I don't know.
Is like the tech guy?
I have no idea.
Oh, what's his name?
I haven't watched a lot of those.
You
haven't watched those.
Why haven't you?
I don't know.
Let's see who that is. I think that is him.
You don't know.
Yeah, it is. Is it Ving? Vin Rhames?
Oh, Ving Rhames.
Yeah, Ving Rhames.
I know who that is.
He's been the voice of Arby's commercials over a decade.
Didn't know that.
And he is in Mission Impossible. So there. I actually got something. If I had his name.
He's in Con Air.
Yeah, he is. You go to Con Air.
Went to Con Air.
Would you stop and watch that?
Oh,
if it's
absolutely.
On? Yeah, me too.
Cyrus the Virus. I like seeing your twin too.
Well, I get a lot of that.
Oh yeah,
I get a lot.
You get
a
lot
of
Cyrus the Virus.
I get a lot of that.
That actor, he was younger then. He looked like. Now, not so much.
Yeah. So we're getting a ton of Arby's hamburgers are to die for. I mean, have you seen all those?
Well, they got the meats.
They got the meats. They got the burgers now. And so he is the voice of that, and I thought I was right, and I am right.
I'm
so
proud
go
of
ahead,
you
come on with it.
That's good.
You have, and I was not expecting every now and then, just so y'all know our system. I will email stories to myself to an email address that I check the next morning, and I might have 20 to 30 emails of stories that broke, overnight or the next day.
You're going to take a closer look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be interesting.
And Greg does similar stuff. He's kind of surfing around, and we'll read stories to each other, headlines.
Yeah.
And if it grabs us, then we'll print it and go, okay. And then we also, when it comes to these things, we're like, okay, where would that take us? Like, we might have the story like on Arby's or what. That's not breaking news, but where does that take the show? We're talking food and different topics. And
we'll go food.
We will. This one here, I wasn't ready for when you mentioned it.
Well, you were, when
he read this to me the last commercial break.
When we pulled out of Afghanistan.
Ooh, look at that burger on the grill.
That's a good one. 2021, whatever. The women of the Afghani women, when the Taliban took over, we've heard, first of all, they have to cover themselves where they can't be seen and all this. Well, here's their latest.
Oh.
They've come out with a ban from women hearing other women's voices in the latest attempt to impose their hardline version of Islamic law. In other words, like he gave an example, like when if a woman's praying out loud and another woman walks by, they have to lower their voice because they don't want them talking to each other. It's just bizarre.
They can't hear another woman's voice?
No, they don't want them to. They're working through it. They say that, as it evolves, they're going to, but, they already have to cover their face, and, that's to avoid temptation and tempting others.
Mm-hmm.
Then refrain from speaking in the presence of unfamiliar men who are not husbands or can't speak. Now they get where they don't want them speaking around other women. So I guess they just can't ever speak.
Good gracious. So I got a question for the left.
Let me tell you the unluckiest thing you can be is a female in Afghanistan.
My gracious. So the all-loving left, right, that is so sensitive and everybody's mean and everybody should do what they want to do, right? Am I kind of on? So how come, well, I know why. How come the Taliban and others just get a pass on how they treat ladies?
Yeah. We can talk about women's rights or just human rights as a whole.
Yeah, they just get a pass.
And here's the thing we talked about.
We're all loving except for that.
And when it first happened, we talked about this. There are females who were born and raised when the U.S. was over there keeping things straight.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't used to this strict upbringing. If you don't know the difference in this situation, you still would probably
right.
But how about those people who had normal lives and then we bail out, and now Sharia law, here comes the Taliban, and you're used to living one way, and now you can't even speak to other women. Wow.
I know I'm mad at myself for trying to find consistency on both sides of anything, but on this one here, it's a head scratcher.
Yeah.
I've never understood how they get a pass, but I do. It's, you know what I mean? But I do, but I don't. If that makes any sense. I mean, nobody comes out against them.
They also
that's on the left.
They've also been
ordered.
They're ordered not to speak loudly inside their homes to prevent their voices from being heard outside.
From their homes?
Yeah,
in their own home?
Don't speak loud in there because somebody might be outside and you don't know
it. Good gracious.
Wow. What in the world?
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one, Greg.
All right, then.
I wasn't ready for that headline as you read it in the break.
Wow.
We're just staring at it now. We can't believe it.
All right, so if you think you're having a bad day, just put yourself in their shoes.
Yeah, exactly. We have talked about The Simpsons before and how we never really got into The Simpsons.
I never did.
I think Adler might
King
be
of the Hill,
our only staff member that was somewhat into The Simpsons.
Well, he thought he was Bart Simpson for years.
I can't remember, but apparently Hey, buddy. Speaking of that, just nod your head. Did you watch The Simpsons? Yes, he did. That's what I thought. I
knew it. Don't put a finger on my butterfinger. He loved those commercials.
Well, apparently the Simpson fans have finally had something solved for them. Homer's mystery that's been puzzling fans for the first episode.
That Homer's gay. Is that
I
coming
don't
out?
know. I don't think so. Do you know?
I'm saying in today's world, they probably don't have one on there, and they need one.
It debuted in December of 1989. Wow. And it's depicted Homer Simpson as an incompetent employee of a nuclear plant.
Yeah. Wow.
And Mr. Burns, Mr. Burns owns, but one who always keeps his job. But on the episode that aired Sunday, Shoddy Heat, the show revealed that Homer's dad, Grandpa, had brokered a deal for his son to always have a job at the plant, and that's got everybody. Because everybody
he always did stupid
he
stuff.
would always
you wonder why he wasn't
so
fired.
incompetent that he's like, how in the world did he not ever get fired? Well, they revealed on an episode that Family Ties, his grandpa made a deal that he would never get fired and
so
he
they
would
waited
always have
this
a
long
job.
to come out with that?
I guess so. That's a story. I just never really got into that, man. I never did.
Very few cartoons I watch as an adult.
Right. Sorry, Adler. I know you do, but all right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
America, here we go. A brand new hour coming to you from the Big Boy Studios. Thanks for being with us today as a brand new hour now rolls forward. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. Another hour on another day as the Rick and Bubba show moves on 1 week from Election Day. Yep. So we'll try to walk you toward that. We got a lot to do on the show today. Dudney's stopping by with a little tooth talk today. He's bringing goodies. Also coming up, a Rick and Bubba, Where Are They Now? Ryan Greenwood on the program today as we end the Rick and Bubba show in 32 shows now. Where is Ryan Greenwood? And we do flashbacks. He's bringing old Rick and Bubba memorabilia he found in his latest move. But he's also, we can go back and do stories with Ryan and find out what's going on with him today. Max Lucado on the program today. Believe it or not, Max Lucado has another book. I know that Bubba and I have discussed this. Sometimes we lay awake at night, say, Lord, please give Max one more book. So Max Lucado coming up a little bit later on in the program, possibly one of the nicest humans on the planet. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess, they've knocked out the kickoff hour. There's Eddie Van Adler. He's settled in. And we're missing the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! I thought I had longer than that.
Boy, I'd have to be quick on that one, Rick.
Yeah, I think we can do longer than that.
Hey!
Gonna go round in circles.
Here's Billy Preston. They go around in circles. Howdy, Bubba.
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, here we go. 1 week from today, America votes. So that'll be there's you a big one.
I know several people told me yesterday, they said, I will be so glad when this is over a week from now. And I said, friends, this ain't going to be over a week from now. It's only going to be started.
friends.
You're going to see a lot of wrangling post-election.
Yep, and there's so much at stake. I was telling Bubba and the guys we were talking about. You've heard Bob Carey on the show before. Syndicates the show for many, many years. The world's largest New York Yankees fan, and of course he's a little sad right now.
Yeah.
And I asked him how he was doing, and he said, "You know what? I'll take a Yankees World Series loss if I can get a Trump win." That's how serious this. I mean, when you've got a Yankees fan saying that.
Well, he's down 0-3 too.
Right,
so you know. Yeah. As long as Freddie Freeman's got a bat in his hands, the Yankees are in trouble.
Fat Joe couldn't even save him last night.
No. He was,
what?
That was good.
Somebody said I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I heard
I
the
don't know,
national anthem was a disaster. Is that right?
Well, no,
it
this
wasn't
isn't
the
a
national
national
anthem.
They just let
Wasn't the
Fat
national
Joe, he's a rapper, just walk around the infield rapping.
Yeah.
And it was just
When?
awkward.
Oh, last
Before the
night.
game.
Who did the national anthem?
I don't know. It wasn't Fat Joe. And Fat Joe's not near as fat as he used to be. He's almost medium-sized.
Medium Joe?
Medium Joe,
Yeah, he has.
Not
He
so
keeps
fat.
on, he's going to change his name.
Not so Fat Joe.
Not so Fat Joe.
It was a very
See, look at
awkward
it.
moment. I think Greg put it best. He said it was awkward, and that is what
Greg
it was.
thought it was awkward.
And it's
Oh,
not
it
Joe's
was-
fault.
oh,
They
no.
shouldn't have asked him to do this. You got to give me something behind me, like something blowing up. Give me
Here we go,
something
New York.
visual.
Y'all
He
ready,
just
New
walks
York?
around and raps.
Yeah, that's all he does. And then there would be times where there would be 5 seconds of silence with just the beat, and
Wait till
you
it
could tell
shows
the
that.
Yankees fans weren't sure either.
And
Everybody was excited.
He looks a little winded.
I think
Rick, and at one
I think I
point-
saw him on the subway one time.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Right.
Several
did.
people look. At one point it shows this white lady up trying to dance, and she's by herself. Nobody else is standing up, and she's like Elaine on Seinfeld when she was dancing.
Oh, yeah.
That was the best part.
So you found it awkward.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Of course.
wow. You realize the level of awkward that is?
And I'm thinking about the field crew. You know, they manicure this and they get it ready, and they've got every blade of grass ready. I mean, all the dirt, and he's about to get on the mound and stomp. There she is. He's about to get on the mound and stomp around. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, he's destroying the mound.
Somebody sit mother down. Sit down, Mom.
There she is. There she is. Yeah, it's just very, very, very awkward.
Okay.
Buddy of
Freddie
mine,
Freeman didn't carry anything
Yeah,
about
Freddie
it.
said,
Former Atlanta Brave.
I'll go
Hey, you don't say that every time. I guess
I
not a
wa-
big fan of Fat Joe, I guess.
I was not watching. This is a buddy of mine sent me this. Well, that was secondhand embarrassment for the game opening song. Wow, had to turn it off. It kept going on and
Okay.
on
It was too
and
long.
on.
Too long.
And
It was way too long.
All right, can I ask you this, Speedy?
So you realize the Yankees are all excited to get back home. You know, we're back home. We're gonna wrong the rights here and right the wrongs. I mean,
Yes.
And Freddie Freeman steps up first inning, and they never catch up.
Right. Yeah.
no, they don't.
All right, so Speedy, I want to ask you something on secondhand embarrassment since we're
Former Atlanta Brave Freddie Freeman.
since we're and that was a weird way you left too. But anyway, this was something on my mind about secondhand embarrassment. And the fact it came up so early on the show, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you now.
Okay.
So do you get secondhand embarrassment if someone you dislike does something embarrassing? Or do you enjoy that, or does you get secondhand embarrassment no matter what? And I think about that because Kamala Harris did something at a rally where she asked everybody to do something, and they got confused, and she started doing this. You know, when
Moment of silence.
She wanted them to say their own names. They didn't know what she meant by that, and when they didn't do it, she went and started doing this crazy laugh to fill the space. And I thought, would this bother Speedy?
That's a great question.
Or is it somebody he dislikes so much it doesn't even give him secondhand embarrassment?
He leans into it.
That does outweigh the embarrassment, and I'll stay with it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you don't mind watching somebody you dislike, but be in a bad situation.
Right. And it
Like if
depends-
Kamala saying the national anthem.
I kind of enjoy seeing somebody
I'll
that
watch
I'm
it.
not particularly fond of in a handle.
Yeah.
So, that's. I think you.
I just wondered if these secondhand embarrassment people, if they had the same experience we do.
Yeah.
You know,
and a lot of you might not know. The second hand is I hear from you. I am the same way. You just get uncomfortable when someone's up. And you feel like you're them, and you're nowhere near the stage. And I'm sitting here looking on my computer. I'm not there.
Right.
But you get embarrassed and uncomfortable.
you take
for
on
them.
their embarrassment.
Yes, and so you can't deal with the situation. You feel like you're them, and some of you have contacted me, said I got it. I'm the same
Core
way.
temperature rising. Bubba and I take our chair, move it up, and tell everybody to be quiet. Let's not miss it.
Yeah. Everybody.
And see, I just want to leave, and I don't want to see it. I just want to get away from it.
I can't.
I want to
enough
see
of
a
it.
replay.
I can't get enough of it.
Let's go to the replay.
All right, we'll be back.
See, if I saw Fat Joe live, I wouldn't have been able to stay with it. But the fact that someone told me about it and I could go back and watch it after I knew what happened, I was okay.
It wasn't near as bad.
It's just weird.
We'll be back.
I'm not happy about it.
Dr. Dudney with us. It's time for Tooth Talk. We'll chat with him when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now on the show, a whole discussion has broke out about the ability or the inability to be able to whistle loud.
Now, I mean, not regular whistling. I can do that.
Yeah.
But I can't do that loud whistle that Greg and Amy can do. Wow. Man, that's pretty loud.
Remember Jungle Love by Steve Miller Band? You remember the whistle at the end?
Mm-hmm.
That's when I learned it.
Really?
But now, Greg, you put your hand up because
face looks ridiculous.
You said your face looks bad when you're doing it.
You got a bad face.
Let's get a close up of Greg. Can we get a close up of Greg?
Greg, look over to your left, right here. Greg, right there.
We got to look at your form, Greg.
Whistle
Go ahead.
right at me, Greg.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do it.
Go ahead.
Don't blow egg on me.
Boy, that is ugly.
Yeah.
All right, now what do you got going on with your tongue? Is the tip of your tongue bent backwards?
I don't know. I've done it so many years, it's just second nature.
Did somebody teach you, or it was just?
No, I laid in bed.
Down or
wait a minute.
Easy.
A friend of mine could do it, and I was jealous, so I just got to practicing. And I can remember laying in my bed, in the morning I wake up early and I think, I'm going to work on whistling.
So you'd lay in your bed.
And I've been there going, and finally all of a sudden it just started getting better. Because I remember I got it going one morning, my mother was coming in like, what is wrong with you?
I showed you whistling for her?
What the heck's wrong with you?
You whistling for your mama?
What are you doing with your tongue?
Are you rolling it?
No, you stick it like that.
Yeah,
but the bottom lip plays in it somehow.
No,
it caps over your teeth.
You don't know what you're doing with your tongue.
I don't.
You're putting it down. Do it again.
Yeah.
That's not down. I don't know. Second nature, y'all. I've been doing it since I was like 6 years old.
I can do Speedy, you sound like a slobbering
I used
idiot.
to round up. How about this?
I can't do it.
At football practice, if I forgot my whistle, I'd just do that. Tackling drills, I go, I would.
Now, how do you call your kids over?
Hey. Do it again. Your mama's coming. Baseball team.
But here's what I got to know. All right, when you're blowing out your mouth, are you pushing it up or?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. You just have to lay in bed and try it.
Speedy, your computer is covered in eggs.
So you got different levels.
Oh yeah.
It's
loud, man. I haven't practiced it in a while. I used to do it really good. Can you? But how about this? Can you do the flying saucer? A little bit.
Rick, can you whistle?
Not loud. I can
try it.
No, I can't do it all. That's all I got.
Well, I can do it. I can do it.
I got nothing.
All right. So how do? All right. So hold on. Oh, yeah, we can all do Andy. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Well.
Hamza, can you do it?
No, I'm horrible. I've actually pulled up a document here, Googled how to whistle loudly. I'm trying hard.
My bottom lip's kind of capping over my
Now,
teeth.
what is this move when people do this?
Yeah, put it over.
Yeah, I'm hands free. I don't know about that. Some do two fingers. Yeah. Some do the famous half, the little C. Yeah. And some do the two finger. Yeah. I don't know.
What's that? What are they doing here?
Or you go hands free like that.
Speedy. Will you practice toward hams over there? Because I'm getting some.
I don't know what you want to explain your tongue. Because here's how I feel it, Rick. You know how sometimes when somebody does something,
go look in the mirror and tell us what you're doing and come.
You know
back.
how sometimes when somebody does something, you go, "Well, if they can do it, I can do it."
Oh yeah.
Well, if his tongue can do it, my tongue can do it. I know it.
And I know how many times you said that.
Well, I mean, I won't.
I'm just gonna let that go.
Teach my tongue.
I know my bottom lip. It's going over my teeth like this.
Let me see. Hold on. Your bottom lip.
Let's just take it in steps.
Your bottom lip is like dipping down.
And the top one comes over my teeth too. That's why I look like an old man with no teeth.
Hold on.
Where's the air coming from?
His tongue is making a little hole that shoots through.
spit a little bit.
Close.
Will you
So-
stop?
So
Little
you
bit of
like
spittage.
you like dipping down and
No,
then piss
I
it
don't,
up?
no. I don't put my tongue in my lip. No.
What's the bottom one?
It's just capped over my teeth. He's shooting it out from down in here. Now I'm showing off. He's shooting some air out from in here somewhere.
Yeah. Is it coming out? Hold your nose.
I'm
and do
reading
it.
instructions and trying to do something.
All right, so
my
you,
nose. Boy, 'cause I got a good nose. I could do something with it. All right, here we go. See, anybody can do it. I mean, it's all right. Here we go. Roaring in through another hour. Still to come on the program. A visit with former Rick and Bubba team member Ryan Greenwood stopping by. Max Lucado later in the program. His new book involving what happens after next Tuesday, after the election. It's a traveler's guide through the end of the age. So we'll hear Max Lucado a little bit later on in the program. Thomas Dudney's here with us today. You hear him every Friday with the golden ticket seats get here.
Dr. D.
Dr. D, because you hear that $50 American Express gift card. You know that he is he's our dentist, and we've been friends for many years. And Christy, also from Team Dudney, is here. And, of course, she's bringing all the excitement you can imagine, and also wants to know anybody looking to buy a house.
Wow.
Tell you one thing, especially if you've had health issues, you'll be really close to a hospital.
Really? Just roll right across the street.
There you go. So anyway, Dudney, talking, you're about to head out to. You speak, in other countries, and you're going to
several languages.
Several languages.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I try to be good at just one language.
We gave up on that years ago.
Yeah.
I can't even really claim one. So, and I know thank you for sacrificing and going to Amelia Island. To talk to people about the latest. So that'll be a rough gig there.
Well, people like to go to places this time of year where it's maybe a little warmer, a little nicer. Yeah. So I have no control. They ask me to be there, and I go where they ask.
Thank you for serving.
Man, thank you for serving. Man, that's really something. So,
I'll go.
You always try to, when we do these visits, you try to help the audience on what's going on. So what do you want to cover today?
I don't know any questions anybody's had, or you want to ask.
You can text
Most
them.
people want to ask questions.
Yeah.
You guys like to ask questions sometimes. What's new? What's the latest?
Yeah, I do have one I want to ask you about.
Sure.
So if you want to text a question, you can. It's the same number, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we can actually see if you have a question for Dudney on the text option if you want to. But we talked about it on the show. Actually, was it last week, Bubba? About the mouthwashes, and so you've told us for years that oral health, it's not just about having a clean mouth; it affects health throughout the body.
Absolutely.
And so I told Bubba I saw one of these little reels that comes up, and it was a cardiologist, and he lists 4 things that he never does, and he said one of them was he does not use mouthwashes that have a high alcohol content. Because he said, just like antibiotics sometimes kill even the good bacteria, these mouthwashes actually kill bacteria that you need. He said, and he tied it to heart disease.
Right.
So talk to us about that a little bit.
So, you're making a good point. One is that there are a lot of systemic problems that start with your mouth or connected to your mouth. And I think one of the best ones we've known for years, we've been talking about this for years, are the definitive links between gum disease and heart disease.
Right.
There's reasons why it's a little too complicated to try to get into, but suffice it to say, it's heart disease, diabetes, stroke. I mean, you can go on and on and on. A lot of these things start with an unhealthy mouth, and that's why it's so important, to have regular dental visits. There's statistics that show that most adults, they think as many as 70% of adults have some form of periodontal disease. So some form. especially if you're not seeking regular dental care, not seeing your dentist on a regular basis.
Oh boy, that's a shot at me. I missed one appointment. I'm sorry.
I'm not taking shit. No.
Yeah,
You're pretty good. You can miss one appointment. I'm talking about people that don't go at all.
I understand.
Okay, so and it's something that you think, well, I just went in to get my teeth cleaned. No, it's more than that, because they're looking for things. They're looking in your mouth for oral cancer and signs of oral cancer. They're looking for other issues. There's so many things that start in your mouth and then spread from there to other areas of the body. So it's important to do mouthwashes. Mouth rinses, I think I would agree. I wouldn't want one with a high alcohol content. You don't want to kill good bacteria. He made a good point there. But there are some things now with some of the mouth rinses that we're getting into an area called bioactivity, where you're actually, there's ingredients in mouth rinses now that can be remineralized teeth and things like that. This is beneficial. There are a lot of things that we're doing now. Stop tooth sensitivity. The toothpaste, there's toothpaste now with certain types of ingredients in them that are geared to stopping sensitivity and also remineralizing teeth. When teeth start to demineralize, that's when cavities start.
Do you think, and I saw the same thing you were talking about, Rick, do you think some of that is just clickbait? Is it overstated?
Could be.
I mean,
right.
Alcohol's not going to be the end of the world.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah. No, but it dries your mouth out, too.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's one of the things, TheraBreath, theirs don't have
like
it.
your gas tank.
Right.
It gets rid of the moisture.
And TheraBreath said that sometimes these, they cover it.
Right.
But with TheraBreath, with their stuff, they're saying, but some of the stuff you're talking about, these advancements, let's go after what's actually causing the bad breath.
Right.
As opposed to just covering it for a minute.
Yeah.
So I think there's been huge advancements on mouth rinses, and sometimes maybe you just need to get out of the old and maybe look forward to more of the new.
Right, exactly, especially with the newer ones that have beneficial things. See, a lot of times in dentistry, what we've, up until now, where we've been is just products that, or materials we use that don't hurt or don't cause harm. Now they're looking for things that not only do the job, but also have beneficial side effects too. And just one that's pretty simple to understand is remineralization. But there are other things too. There's now bone regeneration, tissue guiding materials and things like this that are really right on the cutting edge of what we're doing and show great promise for the future.
If you find anything that does cartilage, will you let me know?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to remineralize that.
So,
I can't even say the word now.
This is the beauty.
Mineralize.
I love the new text option because this is really helps for things like today. So the people, this is one, and I don't know the mouth ulcer thing. Look, we've all been through this. You know this, Brett. My youngest son's one of your patients, and he has unfortunately the genetic handing down.
Yeah, and Bubba's
mouth
another one.
I've been historically.
Mine has gotten better, but I used to have it really bad. But does anything really work?
Yeah, and there's a couple of things. One is that, two things I can think of right off the top of my head. One is your toothpaste. Okay, so most toothpaste have an ingredient called sodium lauryl sulfate. Okay, this is what causes toothpaste to bubble up or foam up, and this has been shown that that people that are prone to get mouth ulcers should use a toothpaste that doesn't contain this ingredient.
Okay.
And it will be beneficial. Another thing we do in the dental office is, this is another interesting study, the laser we use in a non-contact mode, meaning a laser which will cut tissue. If you use a non-contact, so it doesn't cut, the heat and the energy from the laser can heal an ulcer, not stop it, but it'll
take
keep
the pain away.
It'll take the pain away and keep it from reoccurring
because they're miserable.
And I've had to come by a couple of times.
Yeah,
so
they're miserable.
You can have them. They're terrible, and they take 10 days to 2 weeks sometimes to run their course.
Yeah,
I'd rather be kicked by a mule.
It's funny you said that. We'll come back because there's enough out, and we'll look at some others that are on the type. But it's funny you said that because I moved away when you suggested that the toothpaste that have the foam up.
Yeah,
and I'm using those that don't foam up, but they clean your teeth. Like the ones from TheraBreath one. And I have not had as many mouth ulcers. I really haven't.
There's a lot of studies to back that up.
There was a time that if my mouth had any kind of abrasion, it was going to be
trauma,
misery.
If I bit the
Oh,
inside of my mouth, here she comes.
Or get hit in the mouth.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll come back and text only. We'll take your questions in rapid fire and let Dudney answer some of those when Tooth Talk continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can blow up a balloon. I want y'all to look at. I want y'all to lock at Michael Helms. He's over studying the computer. Have you ever eaten an oyster through your nose? A raw oyster? Good gosh, Greg.
What?
Well, we're talking about tricks.
What?
No.
I'm talking about drinking games.
Oh yeah. My favorite.
Definitely.
My favorite game.
Speedy, you taught your tongue to blow smoke rings. You can do this.
Okay.
It's a lot like that.
Okay. That's a good one.
I'm gonna break it down into parts. And I don't know. I've been doing it so long. I really don't know how to do it.
Yeah. So step
you go
one.
look in the mirror and tell us how to do it.
It's got to come. It's got to come from this world. Yeah, kind of. But what I'm figuring, how am I changing pitch? So I can go lower. I don't know.
You're moving your tongue around.
I believe it or not, I believe a lot of it.
Speedy, I think you just tried too hard.
A lot of it is this bottom lip
you're
going
gonna
back
hurt yourself.
over my teeth. The bottom lip going back over my teeth is controlling most of it. By the way, how about Sam said he's passing cars and everybody's trying to whistle. Sam, what do you see?
We've had a whole segment on me whistling.
Sam, what do you see?
What's wrong with this? Why does anybody listen to the show ever?
Sam.
Yes.
What's going on?
Man, I'm driving down the road, and I was trying to get the last whistle going, and I looked around, and I passed 3 guys, and they're all looking in the mirror trying to
Oh, we don't cause a wreck. Yeah, that's funny. By the way, do you remember, and all of our kids go through this, where your kids think they can whistle and all they're making is a noise?
and they spit all over you.
Yeah, they spit all over you. That's funny. Sam, be careful.
I'm alert.
If you're Greg, you got people looking in their rearview mirror trying to get their tongues right. Oh, we don't.
There's got to be a YouTube clip on how to do it.
There is.
Speedy, you're about to blow
See, I
something
started out. Here's what you got to don't be discouraged, Speedy. I started out.
Don't be discouraged.
When I was laying in my bed when I was a kid, learning how to do this, I was making them noises like you are. But the more you do it, you start adjusting. You just don't realize it. Your mouth starts adjusting. That ain't even close. You're like, you're going.
You're real close to it. Your tongue looks like.
How do I change the pitch?
You know, I'm a mockingbird.
Do it again. Do it again.
You're doing that one. That's pure teeth. Thing. This is pure teeth.
Pure teeth.
Wait, get a tight shot of Speedy. I want you to try that same whistle you just did. You can see it.
Come on,
Speedy.
That's terrible. Pam.
Man.
Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, I taught myself to whistle just like Greg did. And what you do is you roll your bottom lip over your teeth, and your tongue kind of pushes on it. And it's your lip sliding on your teeth back and forth that adjusts your tone and your whistle.
I actually have my lip over the.
I'm close, by the way.
See, it's both. Start like this.
So, can you do it one time, Pam?
And then.
Go ahead.
Good gosh.
That's good.
There's
Pam.
dogs coming.
Tell them, Pam, it takes practice. You can't just open your mouth and do it.
All right, so the bottom lip goes over your bottom teeth.
Both lips do. Over your teeth.
All right,
Like a skull.
Like this, like this.
And then you take that tongue.
All right,
That's horrible.
you've had plastic surgery.
Yes, it's like that.
I can see what he's doing, but I can't duplicate it. I mean, I can't. I'm not getting any air
This
going.
has bothered me to no end that I can't.
He's having some kind of attack.
Speedy, you're further off than I've ever seen anybody be.
Yeah. I'm very confused about what my tongue's supposed to do. My tongue needs direction.
I'm afraid if Speedy keeps trying this, we're all going to be sorry.
I am a little lightheaded.
Yeah, right.
He's done spit biscuit out.
Right.
All right, now, but is the air coming up here?
No. It's all right here. I spit everywhere.
All right. Connie
It's
is
all
trying to
right
explain
here.
where the air is coming from. You're doing a terrible job, Greg, of explaining.
Yeah, you really are.
I know where it's coming from now. It's coming from the top. It's coming over the top of my tongue and down.
No, Connie says no. Connie, where's the air coming from?
I'm spitting everywhere.
The air comes under. It comes under my tongue when I do it.
Well,
It's coming from the top.
Go ahead, Connie.
It's coming out of the bottom.
Got it. I've got it all figured out.
Greg's got it all figured
finally,
out.
Greg.
Connie, do it. Whistle, Connie.
no.
I mean, she can do it that way, but
Greg, tell us
mine-
what you're doing.
Are you on top?
Start from the beginning.
I got I covered my bottom teeth and my top teeth with both lips.
All right, you guys
I
bad.
stick the tongue and touch my top one.
Okay.
And then as I blow,
Top lip.
Top lip.
Top lip.
or the back of my teeth.
I got it.
As I blow, the air comes over the top of the tongue.
Come on with it, Dudney. We're back. Dr. Dudney hanging out with us today from Team Dudney. Christy is here. Also, it's Tooth Talk and questions on the text option. And you can text us 866-932-3244. All right, so let's go root canals. This is one of the questions. Bubba, you said this has become one of those rumors out there. And Dudney, you said a dentist even wrote a paper that somehow root canals lead to future health problems. You should just take the tooth and pull it out.
Yeah, it was crazy.
All right, so take that on because somebody asked about that in the text.
I'm a big believer in saving teeth in your natural tooth. Obviously, we're getting so much success with implants these days, and implants have been a great thing for the dental field because it replaces a tooth. Basically, an implant is an artificial root. The root is the root of your tooth. But a root canal allows you to keep your natural tooth, and I don't think we'll ever have a better replacement for your own natural tooth. So I'm a big believer, in patients getting root canals and saving the tooth when they can. Not only that, but a lot of times root canals are needed because of a toothache or a patient in pain. So, it'll alleviate the pain, get them out of pain, save their tooth. So
don't buy into this. Don't buy into this. You're going to have health problems in the future if you get a root canal.
Yeah, the problems are if an abscessed tooth can lead to issues. That's what you want to do.
That's the bigger problem.
Yeah, prevent the infection that's in your mouth. And the root canal, when done right, probably now, it's like anything else. It's got to be done right.
Right.
And it's got to be done competently. But if it is, and most people that are doing them know what they're doing, and do them well. So yeah, it will heal, not only stop the pain and not allow you to save your tooth, but it'll heal the infection that's in your mouth. So that's where the problems lead if you don't alleviate the infection or get rid of the infection that's in there, and that's what the root canal.
But you would say this new thing of root canals are going to cause you problems.
No, I've
unfounded.
I don't know, and people will say a lot of things, but there are people that believe fluoride's bad. I mean, there's been studies that they'll say, "Oh no, it's fluoride." Now, fluoride in too high concentration can be bad,
like most things.
But fluoride
it's a poison.
it's been proven in areas that to have fluoride in places that aren't fluoridated. That it's just fluoride will make teeth stronger and prevent cavities.
Let's go to lead fillings. How important it is. I had all mine replaced. You replaced all those.
Right.
How important is that to
replace
them?
I've for years. So I've been a dentist for a while now, and so I've always said the fillings. It's not the mercury. The big problem with everybody's worried about mercury. There's a big mercury scare a few years ago, and mercury being a dangerous substance and heavy metals. So. Is there something better? Well, in my mind, there is. And the reason we like tooth-colored fillings is not just because they look better, but they bond to the tooth. And they don't see the problem for me with metal is they expand and they contract. When you eat something hot or drink something hot, they expand. When you eat or drink something cold, they contract. It's this expansion and contraction going in your tooth that causes a weakening of the tooth structure, and you get cracks and things like. And when they contract,
just like a bridge,
you can get. And then they don't bond to your tooth exactly, just like a bridge. So they don't bond to your tooth, so you can get leakage around them, and you get bacteria under them, so they get decay under them. So they lead to cracking, breaking, recurrent decay. So all these things that can happen that don't happen with bonded fillings that we see. So
you're saying whether there's any danger or not is debatable, but they're just inferior.
Yeah,
what we have now is better. Right. They don't do the job as well.
Well, there were people that would say they were a health issue, and I would never tell a patient to get one out because of a health issue. You don't want to scare somebody into doing something.
But it's inferior.
But there are people that believe their health, there were a lot of systemic problems they're saying was being caused by your silver fillings. So I would never tell somebody that, but I would tell them that there's a better, more superior type of restoration you can have done now that has benefits. And now getting back into bioactivity, we're having materials that actually have ions they release, and these ions are beneficial, like calcium and phosphate and things like that are being incorporated into these newer materials that can actually stop bacteria, or what we call antimicrobial, and prevent recurrent decay in fillings and in crowns. So these are all things that are getting really exciting about the future of dentistry.
What about where are you on the whitenings? People are saying, are these whitening products out there? There's so many of them.
So
are they good? Any good?
Yeah, if you have, all right, here's where whitening works. Only on enamel, and the thicker your enamel, the better it works. So young people, why do their teeth bleach so well? Because they have thick enamel. It won't work on fillings. It won't work on crowns. It won't work on veneers, and it won't work on dentin. That's the area. That's the substance.
Does not work on veneers.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Of course, veneers are white. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, right. Exactly.
They're
So will bleaching
you order them
work?
the color you want, right?
Yeah. Will it work? Yeah, it'll work. It'll work if you've got thick enamel. So young people's teeth will bleach really well. I know because I had 3 children. They all bleached their teeth and they all got whiter. So it will work.
But the over-the-counter stuff, I know the stuff y'all do at the office is superior, but the over-the-counter stuff's pretty good.
It does because they're using the same type of ingredients. The problem is it's just harder to do.
Okay. All right, so the other one that
you got some real comedians.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody wants us to ask you who shot JFK. You don't know.
I just saw that one.
Tonsil stones? What is that?
Christy, you want to talk about that?
Tonsil stones?
Christy may know more than me. She says she has them. I don't know. It sounds like a calcium buildup is what it sounds like to me, but I'm not a real well versed on tonsil stones.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on reels now, where they show like you got little.
What about the woodchuck?
Yeah, if somebody wants to know.
You got those in the back of your mouth and they cause bad breath.
Yeah, people are asking about the mouth ulcers. Is stress part of it? I know in the past, Bubba, you remember this, there was a prescription. It wasn't because of stress. I guess it could be, but it was really, it's tied a lot of times to how your gastrointestinal system is working. Because a lot of times they used to treat mouth ulcers by helping your stomach and your digestive system.
Yeah, I have better luck treating them with probiotics and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bubba's on to something. It's like I said, to me, people that get ulcers a lot, I think the toothpaste is a big one, and then probiotics may work for some people. But the one thing it's pretty well substantiated is the sodium lauryl sulfate in toothpaste.
Mm-hmm.
That people that get them a lot all the time, stress.
And that's what causes it to really foam
up. What would be a
Right.
foamy toothpaste? Like, do you have a brand name?
Crest, Colgate, they all have it.
So go with a non-foamy.
Yeah, and there's
version?
some I can't think of the brand names right now. But
TheraBreath toothpaste does not foam.
Mr. T's or something like that.
Yeah,
TheraBreath.
Tom's is a good one.
Yeah,
we use the TheraBreath toothpaste and Tom's toothpaste.
Yeah,
and they don't
Tom's.
foam.
That's the one I was trying to think
They don't
of.
foam up.
I'm partial to Crest.
Yeah.
Gum recession.
Yeah.
Asking, is there any kind of mouth rinse that helps with the sensitivity of gum recession?
Yes, that's what I was saying earlier. Is that the new mouth rinses are remineralizing and so are forming a protective layer, especially if they have they incorporate fluoride in these other ions like calcium and phosphate ions will help with sensitivity. Gum recession a lot of times is caused by aggressive toothbrushing. You don't want to brush aggressively with horizontal
Use
brush
a soft
strokes.
brush.
Soft brush in a circular motion. That's why electric toothbrushes are great because you can't scrub with an electric toothbrush. Right. But horizontal scrubbing is will lead to gum recession. So that's what you want to try to avoid.
Taste buds swelling from time to time on my tongue, and it says they're fairly large most of the time. Is that an indication of anything?
Good night.
I don't know if that could be a systemic thing. If that was a patient were in my office, I would probably refer them to an oral surgeon just to check it out to be sure that everything was okay, that it wasn't an indication of something else. But I think taste buds can swell slightly from time to time, but I don't think if it was a permanent issue or they were really large all the time, it might be something worth getting checked out.
Here we go with wisdom teeth. I still haven't. What did it say about? Well, these people are coming so fast now, I can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
I said, I still haven't. I still have maybe my wisdom teeth at 34 years old.
Yeah.
You haven't had them taken out.
One starting to break through my gum, and could this be causing my chronic sinus pain and infections on the top?
Don't know. I wouldn't necessarily relate it to sinus pain and problems, but if a wisdom tooth starts to break through your gum, then that's something that could lead to a bigger problem. Okay, and that problem is you get food packed down around that, and it can't get cleaned out, and you can actually get an infection around a partially erupted wisdom tooth. So, and this can lead to a more serious type of condition. So, if they're impacted and they're totally under the gum, and you still have them, there's probably in your dentist is x-raying it periodically and saying it looks okay, fine. But if it's breaking through the gum, it could lead to a problem. Might be worth looking into getting that tooth out.
One last question. I don't go to the dentist simply because of the cost. Any recommendations on affordable insurance that actually covers something?
Wow.
Everybody's
Christy's giving the thumbs down.
Insurance companies have been problematic, haven't they?
I could be on here for 4 hours and talk about insurance, and you don't want to hear.
Right.
Yeah.
Right now, that there really isn't any
But
really good.
No, and there's clinics that are, there are places that can help you, if you need to seek help, and there are places, emergency clinics and things that, but yeah, I wouldn't look into buying insurance because
it doesn't cover it.
Just
not going to make any difference.
If it's provided for you, yeah.
Sure.
But to go out and buy it, I wouldn't recommend that.
Dr. Dutton and Tooth Talk and his sidekick, Christy. Yeah. Thanks for the questions. Good stuff out there.
Yeah,
audience.
really good questions.
And he's gonna go to the drawing board and try to figure out how much wood a woodchuck can chuck. If a woodchuck could chuck wood, he'll work on that one.
Depends on when they start, Rick.
Thank you, Dudney, for the sausage balls.
Pleasure to be here.
Right,
yes,
thanks,
indeed.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dowdley has found this indestructible mobile home that grizzly bears can't get into.
As a matter of fact, a lot of our troops are going to start using them in Afghanistan.
I don't think I would sleep in a Humvee with a grizzly bear outside of it.
You're telling me that grizzly bears.
Stop. Hold on.
Well, let's don't go that far. Let's go back to this. I'm not talking about when we were kids, that one with the big W on the side with the racing stripes. Have you seen? I know you don't care. Have you seen these RVs now?
No, I have, Greg, but I don't care.
And you can spend as much as you want, by the way.
Greg,
But Greg, let me make one point.
And grizzly bears break down doors and
If I
crush
was
windows.
in Tony Stewart's RV that I saw at the track, I would not be scared of a grizzly bear. How about that?
No,
Greg,
well, I don't
now,
mind
that
that.
cost over $1 million.
Yeah,
Greg,
but you're not
here's the
very.
thing.
But you can be stupid. I mean, do you think he can get in it? No, that's all I'm saying.
No, he can't get in it.
Oh my gosh.
Greg, here is the only thing I'm saying. The wall at the thickest point, okay, is metal outside. Maybe a piece of plywood, 2x4 wall
about the
inside.
Winnebago of old.
Yes.
All that. No, I mean what?
Everybody's uncle had one. They take us to the lake in it. We ain't talking about that.
Bubba,
Greg,
time out,
Greg.
Bubba. Think about the tour bus that you gave us for tennis matches.
I know.
Think
I
about
know
that.
I know. That's what I'm saying though. It's
come in the door.
It's thicker than that.
It's y'all. It's still just a wall. It's not. It's not a bulletproof shield.
Let me just say this: if you ended up with some nut bear who was just nuts,
a nut.
Most
bear.
of them are not going to
Are
take
we talking
the time
about a nut
to
bear
gnaw
now?
through a darn RV. Now, a tent, yeah.
Greg,
A nut
all they
bear.
got to do is get in the door, Greg. They don't have to.
Hey, how's he going to get in the door? I got the door closed.
He's going to rip it open with his powerful
Rick,
strength.
y'all act like they're pterodactyls Tyrannosaurus Rex.
How about this?
somebody.
A chimpanzee could do it. A chimpanzee could do it.
Rick, you act like that they just crush stuff like cans.
Okay.
They do.
Greg, you don't understand their powerful. They rip people's face off with a swat.
Well, Rick, that's
with
different.
a swat. They knocked the head
Do
off.
you
They
understand-
found headless deer.
Rick,
Where a grizzly said, "Pat!" Just slapped his head off.
That's not an RV. They ain't found an RV slapped in half by one nowhere.
I bet they could find an RV door crushed in and come in.
You're thinking about Uncle Frank's Winnebagos. What you thinking about?
No, I'm not Uncle Frank.
You're not thinking about what I'm
A
talking
minute ago, Greg was going. One guy said, "You know what? We got guys from Montana and Alaska saying they can do it." Greg takes a call from a guy from Coleman. Because we know there's a lot of bear experts there.
Well, he went to the Smokies one time, saw some black bear.
Tom, Great Falls, Montana.
Okay, he probably knows what he's talking about. Go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yes, a couple of quick things. First of all, I'd like to say roll tide
Oh, how
and
about
go Hoax Bluff Eagles.
Hey, I live not far from Hoax.
Yeah, what are you doing in Montana? Is that where you live now? Or you just spending some time there?
They can travel.
Oh, yeah, I live up here. I've been up here about 40-something years.
Okay, good. All right.
I graduated from Hoax Bluff, but I've been up here since.
Yeah, beautiful place, man,
Now,
Montana.
do you have an indestructible RV?
The one thing you haven't talked about that I don't think a lot of people know, the only thing that we request up here, that in your backpack that you carry a good pair of jogging shoes. You don't have to outrun the bear. All you have to do is outrun the person with you.
Right. Can a grizzly bear break through the door of the most modern RV?
Yes. And
Thank
you.
you.
But whoa. You live in Montana. Don't make him an RV expert.
It makes him a bear expert.
He's more than
seen
you
that
are,
happen.
Greg.
So he's seen that happen.
Well,
I
yeah.
have got
He's from Hoax Bluff, by the way.
Allegro I've got an Allegro, and I wouldn't mess with them. But they're not
those
that
are
many.
right there. I'm talking about them show enough ones. Tom, tell them. Tom, will you tell?
I know when they design these, they design them to stand up to bears.
Yeah. Hey, will you do me a favor, Tom? Will you tell Marlon Perkins and his partner Jim, who have become grizzly bear experts? I don't know where.
So you can crash one and it don't fall to pieces, but now a bear's gonna slap one slam in half.
Greg, no. All the bear's got to do is come through the door. He just got to come through the door.
You ain't seen
through the window.
You've just got a big tin can that an apple tree branch will rip the side of it
I'm
off.
not talking about those.
There you
You're
go,
talking
an
about
apple
that.
tree branch.
Y'all aren't listening to the one I'm talking
You're
about.
talking about like a tour bus.
Tom,
kind of
Tom,
thing.
we'd love to come visit you. That is a beautiful, beautiful place.
The next race at Talladega Super Speedway, y'all go over with the drivers, park them $1 million RVs.
And that's the one you're talking about.
By the way,
I would even go one of them $250,000.
Greg, you know how people build things. What do they build them to? Whatever they're designed to do. Specs, right?
Cheapest bidder.
Right, and they're not going to build one that would stop a grizzly bear that they park at a racetrack.
Y'all giving the bear a little more credit than he deserves.
Yeah. I'm going to be seeing you boys the week of October the 15th. I'm slipping down there.
Oh, good, Tom.
Okay, good.
We'll see you then.
Good.
By the way, we just.
Oaks Bluff Glencoe game.
Oh, good. We'll come by and see
Don't
you.
bring
here at
any
the studio.
bears.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, I won't. I'll bring you some bear spray, though.
Might see Helmsley there.
They said NASCAR driver Kozlowski has already contacted us. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, game changer. Field of Greens, game changer. Love it. Take it every day. And man, I feel better. So really had an impact. My doctor's fired up about it because we all have two ages, don't we? You got the age that is how long you've been on this earth, and then you got your biological age. And the key is try to get that biological age younger than your actual age. And boy, the proper nutrition goes a long way. Hard to do on your own, though. That's where Field of Greens comes in. And these are hand-selected by doctors and scientists, the fruits and vegetables that the body craves. All the vital organs to work properly need the proper fuel, and Field of Greens makes sure they're getting it. And that way they operate at peak performance. Your liver, your kidneys, your heart, your immune system. And they even have a better health guarantee. Here's how much Field of Greens is confident. This is how confident they are. If your doctor doesn't see better health results, they'll refund the money. So go to fieldofgreens.com. Love the product. Use the promo code BIGVOX and get 15% off and free shipping. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Why don't you join all of us that are taking Field of Greens and enjoy those benefits? All right, so we have a lot to cover going forward. Ryan Greenwood popping in. A lot of you have been asking as we now wind down. Bubba, I think you said 32 shows, counting the one we're in right now.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
And a lot of you have been saying, hey, bring some people back from the past. Is Don Juan going to come back? Is Ryan Greenwood going to come back? Well, Ryan Greenwood's coming today. So we'll chat with him. We'll do a Where Are They Now? And we'll also walk through some great memories over the last 31 years. And Ryan Greenwood was in the middle of a lot of them.
Yeah.
So we'll have that coming up, too. Also, Max Lucado a little bit later on. So we mentioned in passing the World Series a little bit. Now 3-0 Dodgers, right? And, it's this is when everybody starts talking about that, hey, is there ever been anybody win the World Series after being down 3-0? Is that
yes,
I'm sure it has.
Who
been.
has? Yeah, I think it was it the Red Sox? I can't remember, but
okay.
yes,
so it has
happened.
Okay,
yeah.
so
I really expect this one to go to 7 games. I mean, they got the two biggest TV markets. This is a good one to go to 7 games.
Yeah, well, I know you
know what I mean.
That needs to happen. You and I saw something pretty close to this. I hate to bring this up after the Freddie Freeman thing, but
you mean it's hit 5 home runs in 5 games?
Yeah. When you and I got to go see and Speedy the World Series with the Braves and the Yankees.
Yep.
And we went when the Braves were up, I think 2-0.
Yeah, won
and coming
both.
home. And
yeah,
coming
won
home.
both in New York and then came back and started getting beat.
And then we saw them lose in Atlanta that night, and Speedy got into an altercation with an old Yankees fan.
Yep.
And then we watched that demise. It just fell apart after that.
Unreal.
I know.
Unreal.
It was. So
you go to the Bronx and put a beating on them twice and then come home and start losing.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's it. So we'll talk a little bit about that if you want to in your phone segments coming up a little bit later on too. But we the big focus obviously, and it will get you keep saying everybody's talking about it'll be glad when the election's over, but the next 7 days it's intense out there, and the early voting is really.
Yeah, it's
become more and more popular, and some people think that may bode well for the right. Everybody we interviewed this year that was wanting to talk about the strategy, and we're working on because we must have had at least three guests on the Rick and Bubba University podcast.
Yeah,
that we kept asking, what about voter integrity? What about voter integrity? And all of them said, look, we're getting to some things we want to implement, but in this particular election. We got to play by the rules that are still in play. So go out and beat the left at their own game. And all of them said early voting is part of that. And that seems to be heard.
I have a feeling whoever ends up with not the proper number of electoral votes, what does it take to win? 271? Isn't that what it takes? Whoever does not have that number, I think, will strangely think that this election was stolen.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's going to happen.
I think whichever side loses.
Yeah. So because we've seen that. We've seen the 2016 election, the left said it was stolen. The 2020 election, the right said it was stolen.
Right.
By the way, the left just acts like they never did that.
Yeah,
but they absolutely did.
Yeah, and it is very hard after the fact to debate these things, and courts seem to be unwilling to jump in the middle of it unless they just have something they can't ignore.
Right. Well, go ahead.
Back to MLB, y'all asked. It was the Boston Red Sox, but it was the ALCS against the Yankees. They were down.
Oh, okay.
They were down 0-3 and then came back and beat the Yankees. But nobody, from what I can see, has ever come back in the World Series down 0-3.
Okay,
and
so
wouldn't it be a great storyline if they did?
Yeah, especially with the two biggest TV markets in play.
Yes, that's all.
Speedy, I'm sorry. Video one. So we're going to. You did say though earlier, those of you that struggle with secondhand embarrassment, if it's somebody you dislike, you don't take on their embarrassment. You can enjoy it like the rest of us.
I will hang on. Yeah. I will hang on.
Okay.
And now, if it gets so bad, I just
gotta bail.
I bailed, but normally I lean in on this.
Watch for the uncomfortable laugh because she's trying to be sharp, and she wants everybody. She wants everybody to say their name, and then she's going to talk.
Doesn't even make sense.
Well, she's going to talk about how much she cares about them.
Yeah,
that's what she's trying to do.
This is a short clip, but it stays on her.
Yes.
I've got other clips that are longer that have the crowd is chanting Kamala, Kamala, Kamala right before this, but this clip never cuts away to the crowd, and it just shows her face as the crowd goes silent when she tells them to shout their own name.
All right, so here we go.
And it is brutal. Speedy, if you don't watch this.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Okay, now
Speedy.
All right,
Speedy.
That's so awkward.
But you dislike her. Are you okay?
That is so awkward. I actually enjoyed that.
Did you see that laugh where she tried to cover it?
She's trying, like you said, she's trying to be sharp.
Covered the silence.
Speedy.
That's not possible.
Oh my goodness!
Well,
listen how quiet
that is.
I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that.
It looks like she was trying to say a name there.
Yeah.
Like she was going to chant one, but I don't know what name she was going to say.
If you have a crowd, they want to chant in unison, and you can't all chant different names at the same time.
You're supposed to be saying the same thing.
Right.
Here we go. So she's
like they're saying her name.
Now she's going to be sharp and say, "Oh, it's not about me; it's about y'all." Watch this.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. It's about all of us. It's about all of us.
All right, so
let's say that was Speedy giving that speech. When he came on stage, we'd be going, hey.
All right, so she made a hype man mistake.
Yes.
And that is that she talked over a chant. They can't hear you.
Yeah.
They're chanting. So they don't know what they said. You need to let that die down and then ask for it.
Yeah.
So now you say it.
Chant your middle name.
Chant your pet's name.
Ladies, chant your maiden name. I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you've heard us. We just talked about it on the show and going to for the next 7 days. I'll tell you this, the presidential election, a lot going on, a lot more in politics. It's about securing the border, protecting communities, ensuring when disasters strike, the government actually shows up for the people. And so first and foremost, on Election Day, vote. Vote. You have an opportunity to let your voice be heard. But also on election night, you're going to want to be a member of Blaze TV. Subscribers, you're good. But what if you're not? So you can watch many of your favorite Blaze TV hosts as they cover the 2024 presidential election. Yeah, the nation is at a crossroads. We all have talked about that ad nauseum. The future of the nation being decided in real time. You want people that are just bringing you the facts. What is going on out there? Boots on the ground, and Blaze TV will give you that type of coverage. They're an independent media source, and they're just trying to bring you the facts. They're not going to filter it. They're not going to spin it. So if you'd like to see that and be part of that, you got to subscribe. So right now, go to blazeelection.com/Rick and get $40 off. That's blazeelection.com/Rick for $40 off, and be ready to just get the facts on this incredibly important election.
And he said he'd like to put Kyle Busch in one and sit it out there. Okay, so since I live in Alabama, I guess I'm an expert on water moccasins then. Is that
you
what
are?
Say,
I bet you know more about it than Tom
I don't
does.
know whether they – I'm not an expert.
You don't know anything about water moccasins?
Not really.
Y'all fight. You do? Well, all right. Bo in Tuscaloosa. So Greg will be happy. All right, go ahead. Bo, I don't want Montana. I don't want Alaska. I want Tuscaloosa. Go ahead.
The bear capital of the world.
Bear
Greg.
Bryant.
Right, go ahead.
If I had $1 million camper, I'd be living somewhere else other than staying in the woods all the time. Number one.
Well, whatever.
But number two, we did have a camper, and it was a fairly decent camper. The old boy did. We were turkey hunting in the Ouachita Mountains over in Arkansas, and it wasn't a 600-pound grizzly bear. It was just a 350-pound black bear.
Thank you.
That tore the door off.
But I know what kind you were in. I've slept in those camping. I'm not talking about those.
Where are these magic campers that Greg's talking about? Are they magic?
You have to have the one that has number 20 on the side of it.
Do you think they're going turkey hunting in some sharp RV? Honestly, him and them boys.
So you won't be happy.
Y'all really think that?
So you won't be happy till Tony Stewart drives his out in the woods.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
And survives a bear attack.
Tony drives
Rick, they got marble floors in them.
What if you look in the next commercial, we see Tony Stewart driving through the woods in a big RV, number 20, and he's dragging meat behind
right.
it.
Can I tell
I'll
you something?
go this far.
Can I tell you what, when he gets like this, you just want to headbutt him. Look, listen, when he gets like this, he's acting like the houses can't be broken in by bears. And that somehow that Tony Stewart's got something that's more sturdy than a house.
See, they are. I'll tell you this, I would get one of them big silver Airstreams and close, they look like a Coors Light can.
Yes.
And
Bobby,
see if they could get in.
Bobby, go ahead.
It's like spaceship.
How y'all doing?
We're doing good.
I've got a friend who lives in Upper Michigan.
Thank you.
And his two aunts live out in the woods in a log cabin with a 6-inch door, wooden door, and a black bear broke into that.
Just slammed it down like it was nothing.
Rick, I ain't saying they can't run through old wooden doors. On somebody's old home place.
Did you hear?
I bet their great-grandmother was born in that house, and they live in it now.
Did you hear the level of door he was talking about?
Rick, I mean, somebody's old home place. I'd kick that door down. Goodness gracious.
Let's go to
if I was mad.
Debbie in Mobile. Debbie, go ahead.
Hey, y'all, I was watching TV the other night. Tell Greg if he goes in that camper, y'all better not go with him because there was a special on grizzly bears. And this grizzly bear tore a hole in the side of a camper, nice camper.
Because it's a camper.
Camper.
What are those called?
I mean, not a camper, a big RV.
Ma'am, I'll have to see that you just changed your story. I'll have to see footage of this.
Greg, I saw a story the other day One actually tore into a Raptor airplane.
That's right.
I mean, it tore the wing right off of it.
How about this?
It ate the wiring out of it. It was great.
How about this? I'm going to tell you this, and it was up there. I believe it was in Montana where the guy just called from.
The expert.
A grizzly bear
Bluff,
shot
Montana.
a basketball over a waterfall right there. It went over the waterfall right through the net.
Nothing but net.
Nothing but net. All right, let's go to.
I hope one done shows up out here. They'll bust through this
Johnny
glass.
in Fairbanks, Alaska, was attacked by a grizzly in an RV.
Okay, well, all right, now.
Chet FM, go right ahead.
Yes, how y'all today?
Good, Johnny.
Johnny, tell us your tragic story.
He's alive today because the bear couldn't get in the RV.
I'm in the RV using the bathroom.
Is that what attracted him?
And one came in, walked down, and knocked on the door.
What, Johnny?
And no, seriously, it did come in the RV though.
And did it break the door down like it was nothing?
He broke the door down, came up the steps, walked all the way down, and I was thank God I was in the restroom.
Right now.
Did it break? Did it turn around and go back out? How'd you get it out?
Yeah, the guys that were parked beside me ended up calling for
Where's
help.
Speedy at right now? This is Speedy.
What kind of RV did you have?
This is Speedy on the phone right now.
No,
y'all had
this isn't Speedy.
Yeah, it is Speedy.
In the bathroom.
No, I just sound a little like him.
All right, Justin and Pratt.
That's a good.
Justin, go ahead.
I can't believe y'all didn't pick up.
Yeah, I was going to tell y'all about a little camper I had.
We're back. Here we go from the Big Boy Studio, a brand new hour now. Thank you for being with us. As you heard, the gang is all here. So, Bubba, as we start this hour, a lot of folks have been asking for it. Start hearing from some of the people from Team Rick and Bubba over the years, and Ryan Greenwood has just arrived. Yeah, Ryan Greenwood has just arrived.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Ryan apparently. Yeah, don't walk around
it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, everybody
Why
walks.
change now?
I always broke seats too.
Yeah, so
we got you broke.
Got you a broke one there. Yeah.
Broke.
Ron, I thought you were coming by for some big reunion, a wonderful day. You've basically just come by here like we are, the veterans.
I came to the dump. Yep.
My goodness. You just brought a bunch of old Rick and Bubba stuff, and I guess you want us to deal with it.
Kinda.
Yep. Okay.
I'm done with it.
Right.
I'm done with it. Obviously, I'm done with it.
Did you keep it? You don't love your time on the show?
I treasure my time on the show.
I think you've brought stuff before, and this was left.
Did you?
Yeah. There was a time when I was on the show when we would kind of collect things and like, hey, for the Rick and Bubba Museum.
Yeah. A lot of
just maybe
museum
we'll
talk.
give. We had the Extreme Club. Hey, we can give it away.
Yeah.
And so a lot of it got collected that way.
Okay.
I doubt I'd hold it for the museum, Ryan. I don't think we're going to make it.
Well, as you can see, it's here. It's the Rick and Bubba Army can have it, or the dump down the road.
Well, the Wheel of Meat does need some prizes.
Well, you got it. You're covered.
Well, I'm shocked at how much it is. I thought you were going to bring one box.
Yeah.
Well, he said
I
container.
thought like a few things in your hand.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were going to.
Look, I said containers.
You did say containers. I didn't think it was, that.
Yeah.
I mean, we need a
that
shipping.
many?
There's some more
storage
Mr. Lucky
container
CDs over there, so those are good.
Okay,
so.
Ryan,
high demand.
Every
Sure.
year since Mom and Dad have moved from their house, of course, Dad passed in December. We have a storage deal that has Mom's Christmas decorations in it.
Right.
And we have to go get them every year.
Yeah.
You have more boxes than she has for Christmas decorations.
Not anymore.
Yeah, right.
Not anymore.
Right.
Not anymore.
So you're moving again. So you've
I
lived,
moved again. Yes.
Where you lived in Louisville for the longest, right? So you leave the Rick and Bubba show, and when did you move to Louisville?
5 years ago.
So
Cassidy was playing at Louisville softball.
Mm-hmm.
Carmen was playing at Auburn. Carmen transferred to Louisville. I decided just to go ahead and move up there. I figured it's easier than driving back and forth and watch them. I was in a position where I could move, so I moved up there. I thought for a couple of years to watch them, and then I figured I'd just kind of mosey back, and I'm still there. So
now you recently got engaged or married. Where are we?
I'm married now.
Are you?
I am married. Thank you.
He said that this morning. He said, "Do you think his wife will come?" And I said, "You mean fiance?"
Yeah, I said,
and he was like, "I
think
he's already married."
Yeah. We did.
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. How long married?
Almost a month.
Almost a month.
You crazy newlywed?
Hey, the anniversary date is October 4th, 10-4. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it.
10-4.
How about
10-4.
And why didn't you bring her so we could meet her?
Oh, no. Do y'all bring y'all's wives?
No,
come on, man. I'm smarter
That's
than
a
that.
veteran idea.
Yeah, she must be good at softball.
10-4.
10-4.
She must be good.
Yeah, what kind of gloves she got?
She was Miss Kentucky softball in 2000.
Of course she was.
Of course.
She was inducted into the Georgetown, the NAIA Georgetown in Kentucky. She was inducted into their Hall of Fame last year. So
There you go.
10-4.
Wow.
10-4.
So that's great. All right, so
I can be on my deathbed. I mean, be in a bad situation. Well, when's their anniversary? 10-4.
All right, so
Convoy.
So update us. How old are the girls now? Your daughters?
30, 26, and 25.
Wow.
I think that's right. Woo, yeah. I got two grandbabies, Jim and Jack. Just like it sounds, Jim and Jack.
Okay.
That's with Kaylor.
Keep it
she's
simple.
And she's in the Gallatin, Tennessee area.
There you go.
I'll get to see her on my way back today. I'm going to watch Jim play baseball tonight. Carmen is assistant coach at WKU.
Yep.
She still plays pro ball.
Hilltopper.
She's a Hilltopper, yeah. And she still plays pro ball. And then Cass is here in the Birmingham area. She's at Children's. She works at Children's. So,
All right.
yeah.
That's great.
So I get to see
You
her
got
today.
them scattered. All
I
up
do.
and down
I'll get to see
all
Cass
up and
today
down
and
the
Kaylor,
coast.
and then Kaylor.
Catch them all on your way, though.
Yep, get Kayla on the way back up. And then I saw Carmen this weekend. She was recruiting for WKU at the event we were at. So.
And Cass transferred for Louisville to UAB and played
did.
her last year there.
Yeah, she played her last COVID year at UAB and finished, got her master's, and has moved into the real world. So I got them all out. So
Yeah, I saw her not long. Well, I saw all of them not long ago
Congratulations.
because of with your mother passing. I saw them, but I saw Cassidy even after that. So, so
They were just little kids in my office.
That is
stuffing envelopes.
I'm pro and anti the text line.
okay.
thing.
Well, yeah. What's your feelings on it?
There's times it brings something to the show, and there's times it's a distraction because
I know,
y'all can't. Y'all with y'all. I mean,
it's
you
hard,
can't
man.
help it. Come
I
on.
know we'll be in the middle of something.
Squirrel.
Oh, squirrel. Oh, yeah.
But that person on the text is right. This explains why you're bringing all these boxes. You just got married.
Yes.
And this stuff has to go.
Absolutely.
And this stuff has to go.
She said, "Get that crap out of the house."
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I got it.
And I'm gonna be a good husband this time. So
Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Right?
2.0. Right.
Just saying.
Reboot.
You're gonna go through all that again.
You can leave now if you want.
Thank you.
All right. So
Drop the
the
mic. That's it.
so
Won't get no better than that.
Take care.
you were intrigued by the new studio. You were intrigued by the new studio. So what do you think?
I like the layout. It doesn't look different than what I thought because I could kind of anticipate having to work with the show and kind of how it looks on set and behind the scenes. So it's not too far off.
And
it gives a little more room than maybe that it appears.
Yeah.
I don't see how Greg's DA keeps walking in front of the camera, but that's fine.
Right. Well, he'll walk in front of that camera
that
at the drop of a hat.
That is not true.
You know who One Track Mind?
Yeah.
I
just watch him over here now. He's just looking around.
So
I'm just waiting for him to get into some food so we can start digging in that.
Yeah, I got some in there.
What years and how many years were you with the show? Just count part time and full time. Count it all.
Probably right around when the time it started. Because even before Bubba was with the show, we were doing Mr. Lucky.
That's true. Yeah.
And so even when it was still at K98, I would call in and we would promote shows we were doing.
That's right. Yeah.
And then Bubba would come aboard. Then it was the Rick and Bubba show. Then we kind of moved Mr. Lucky into that. So from that day until 2008-ish, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you work at the same time. You were all Don Juan years, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, Greg came in right at the end.
Okay.
And y'all figured out that ain't gonna float.
We stayed in the back, remember?
Oh yeah. I used to bring the kids.
Yeah. My office was right across.
Oh, we'd make them get. We'd make them ship things and put labels. Oh yeah, they
child
were
labor.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good.
Yeah.
And then since then, you've been coaching softball. You've done a number of things.
I went from that, and I've had Frenzy Designs. Remember, I've had.
Oh yeah.
I still got Frenzy. I still side
that?
hustle. Yeah, still side hustle.
Yeah.
Frenzy Designs, always enjoyed the graphic parts of that, and then. As when the girls were finishing here, they were playing with the Birmingham Thunderbolts softball organization here, and I kind of felt more of a calling, kind of staying into the coaching softball game. So when I got to Louisville, the Louisville assistant hooked me up with a program up there, Fusion. Travis and Cammy Unruh, super nice people. then on Fusion. So I started helping with Fusion, then kind of moved into some program director, national director role.
So what is Fusion? That's a travel ball program?
It's a travel softball program, yeah.
Okay. Just so people, I know what it is.
And there's we have 30 teams. Some play more regional than I'm over the national program. We have ones in the 14 ages, 16s and 18s. So then I coach the 16s and 18s, and we all practice together. So
okay. Well,
so we're doing right now. We're in fall ball. So we were in Evansville, Indiana last week. A week before in St. Louis. This weekend we're in Chattanooga. Next weekend, then the next is Atlanta. The next we finish out in Birmingham here. So
we'll travel a little bit.
Yeah, we'll come back
on the road just a little bit.
So there's the update where Greenwood is now. When we come back, we'll go back through his time here.
Good morning, Suzanne. I love you.
That's your wife's name?
I need to get that. I'm trying to get it right.
Yeah, I need to get that.
Suzanne.
Hey,
2.0, Rick. 2.0.
Good job. Hey, congratulations.
Where's what camera is? There's one.
There you go, right
Good
there.
morning, babe.
We'll be back. We'll review historic moments in Rick and Bubba history with Greenwood next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Salted my olfactory nerve. It was absolutely.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. All right, we're in the process now of a trial. The real Greg Burgess on trial for spraying a very foul spray. I'm holding the evidence here, Bubba.
Please get rid of it.
I'll get rid of
Why
it.
you even
That'll be
got
thrown
it
away
around?
today. It comes from a novelty shop. He shut down work here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, denied it for a while, and then it got out of hand. Scott, the tech guy, has already established how he was damaged by it. I'm going damage here as I build the case. Scott, you said it was the most offensive odor that had ever entered your
ever assaulted my olfactory nerve. It was horrible.
Yeah, I said it was. I likened it only to having my face shoved into Bigfoot's rear end on a hot August day,
right after football,
which
practice.
is probably much more accurate than mine was.
Right. All right. So, and did you have to leave work? Did it affect your work?
It was so bad. When I first started smelling it, I came up through the
Can't
hall.
talk, Greg.
And at this point, they had already used the potpourri scent over the top of it. I think that's what got me. Now, to set a precedent here, I am not one that's normally easily bothered by smells. I mean, fishing was my favorite thing when I was a kid, and I used to make my own catfish stink bait.
Okay.
You know,
I'm not surprised by that.
I'd take hot dogs and chop them up, pour sardines on them, put them in a butter tub, let them sit in the sun for 3 days. But this was so bad when I came up here when we were opening the doors. As I was going back down the hall to my office, I was literally gagging. I mean, it was that bad. And I had to leave.
All right, Ryan Greenwood, your department was. We're working our way to the furthest point. Working our way back to what we call point zero. All of us that were here, of course, in where it all happened. You guys were on the outskirts. Your office was next.
Back.
I don't see how y'all stood it.
It
was terrible.
I knew it was officially that bad when I looked at my digital frame. It's got pictures of my kids, and my kids were making bad faces.
That's bad. That's bad. Yeah, well, it's that rotten egg sulfur type.
Did it affect your work?
Oh, sure.
Okay, Speedy.
Close shop.
Oh, it was awful.
Your office was assaulted really like no other.
Yeah, well, he targeted me, which I can't believe. And so there was no getting away from the smell in my office because he went in there and like physically, in my office, like over where I sit. Okay,
That's what we call ground zero. Right?
Yeah. Were you able to function at all?
No, not at all. It was like if there was a war, and I'm thinking of a war like potpourri versus this smell.
Your office
I can't
was the
I can't
bikini
imagine the war that was going on.
Yeah. Speedy's office was bikini.
It was so bad I could have sworn that Ponce de Leon came in here looking for the Fountain of Youth. I mean, it was.
It's the sulfur one. That's
a deep joke, but I could pass it.
Well,
up.
let me.
I don't get to use Ponce de Leon much.
No. And let's
I'd like to see you use it more.
And let's not forget your embarrassment, your emotional trauma of having guests here.
Rick, first off, as you know, and quite frankly, we suffered through trying to do the closed circuit feed, and you know me. I mean, I got to have everything right and everything still and everything perfect just to get through 30 seconds.
Right.
Much less try to fight back. It looks like I had been chopping up onions for a salad or something.
Right.
So, but I had a business meeting here. I had guests coming in, and I mean, you saw how long they stayed. I mean, it was incredible, and they wanted to go to Panera Bread and finish the meeting, and of course, I can't go over there because of y'all.
That's right.
It's impossible. I had nowhere to go.
So you're saying it did totally? It had totally disrupted the work?
Sure.
day.
I mean, I was right on the edge of signing a major endorsement deal for a racket.
Yeah, I know.
And there, I mean, it was right there, and there it went out.
All right, so Greg, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, look, I threw myself at the mercy of the court. I did. But let me answer just a few charges, okay? Okay, I'm not saying I'm completely innocent here. But as of the Geek Squad over there, okay, them being bothered by the smell, I'll give them that. But as far as it affecting their work, evidently somebody's spraying it back there every other day because they're usually gone at that time anyway. So that charge needs to be thrown out.
He's injured.
Okay, watch that charge needs to be thrown out. Okay, all right. In fact, they may have been actually a little longer here yesterday than normal. You know what? You got a couple of opportunists that took advantage of that. Okay, all right. Secondly, all right, and we record this show, so you can check back. Yesterday, I heard a rant from you about rules in general.
Bubba's written some pretty good notes.
There's a guy in the band.
Got notes. Greg.
Here we go, 20 minutes past the hour. Ryan Greenwood, our guest, as we are getting a Where Are They Now and an update. We got the Where Are They Now all updated and ready to go. So Ryan has brought a lot of memorabilia. I looked in there, so if you want to go, Ryan he was one time called Webmaster. You did the Extreme Club, was the lead guitarist with Mr. Lucky, and played, was it left center?
Left center.
Left center on the undefeated Rick and Bubba softball team, and I think batted in the number 5 spot. Somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yep,
So
yep. There's a
he would clear the bases.
Bubba designed here's a righty, here's a lefty throughout our lineup that was deadly. I mean, it was just absolutely deadly.
Well, we walked the other team to death.
Right.
Yeah. And I think in there there's a puzzle of it's a photo of the Rick and Bubba softball team.
Oh, really?
And it's a puzzle form.
Well, how about that? So, but I noticed one of your jerseys there. Why would you put your jersey in there?
Actually, I don't know if it's mine. I don't.
There's a red jersey because we had black, we had yellow, and we had red.
Go get it, Speedy. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know.
It's in one of those.
You just going crazy.
It's in one of those clear plastic things.
I wasn't just throwing everything out. I was trying to clean up.
Yeah, well, I just didn't know why
y'all may want. Like I said, you don't ever know.
Did you get all mad about it?
No, I didn't. I didn't pitch a fit like you throwing a lawnmower.
Yeah, whose is that?
I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know.
Well, there's a name.
Horn, number 6.
I have Horn. I did.
Who's Horn? Who did you have that was last name was Horn?
Maybe that's why I ended up with the jersey.
It's a big one.
Oh, that's old big fat Horn.
See, one thing, if you took that, you could have some fun with that one if you had a few letters.
Could be the Will of Meat. There you go. There's a prize right there.
Whoever it was, they had some size on them. How much? How
about the next fat guest we have? We'll let them have it.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks bigger than that.
It
looks bigger than that.
Oh, it looks way bigger.
Does anybody know who we got a jersey for whose last name was Horn?
Surely there's somebody in the Army.
Was it some salesperson or something?
Maybe.
It was somebody.
They were large.
I don't think.
Oh yeah.
It seems like the red ones didn't come out till late.
They were late.
They were late.
I think somewhere there's a hockey jersey too that Bubba had. Go to the bottom of that. I think.
Bubba, who was Horn?
Yeah, that's Bubba's. I think.
I can see somebody. But I can't remember exactly.
Only our audience on the Wheel of Meat might walk over and say, "I'll tell you what, I'll take that softball jersey with Horn on the back of it."
Yeah, that real big one.
Well, you could frame it though and just have the front of it and never.
Or
see
get a
back.
Sharpie and have a lot of fun.
Really have a lot of fun. Come home with that on and tell your spouse. You know,
I got myself Don one before you ran him off.
That's kind of a sensitive topic. All right, so
I've got this picture of Speedy that I found in there,
let's see.
Yeah, I'm not going to show everybody else. I'll just show y'all. What is that? What in the world is that? Speedy, what is that?
Where is it?
It's in the stack.
Hey, that was before AI.
Oh, it was up there.
That was before
why would you
AI.
show that?
Oh, I know what it is.
B, why would you keep that?
It was just in a bunch of pictures.
Oh,
my God. No, it was just in a bunch of pictures from I think the football game.
So many pictures.
Football game.
So many
what was that?
When you and Rob got beat, but
yeah, we did.
No,
Ryan, I
you got that backwards.
I wanted to
big guy.
go back to softball for just a minute. Was there a particular game that you remember or play or hit that stands out that you had the most fun with?
There were so many hits. I mean, it was hard to get me out. But
you were tough out.
It was.
The game we played up in Huntsville.
Yeah.
I had came back from a vacation and wasn't going to come, and I was touching base with y'all. Hey, do you need me? I'm just literally pulling up back in town. Do you need, yeah, because there's somebody else may be missing. So come on. So I met up with Mickey Dean, the late great Mickey Dean, and came up to Huntsville, and we get there kind of late. And that stadium was packed.
Oh yeah,
crazy!
And
it was the old.
Oh yeah, it was the old. And it was that one stands out because I didn't even know if I was going to be going. Then you get there, and the turnout was even better than expected.
It's funny you brought that up.
I was working and missed that one.
This conversation,
a bunch of storms.
That's what I mean. They were like, "Hey, come on, because we got some people missing, so come on up."
Yes, there was a bad storm. I remember that. But let me tell you, how we were talking about moments when you realize the show was like, okay, something's going on.
Right.
And Sherry, my wife, said that was it for her because of the storm, she had gone to where there was power and took all the kids to her parents, which is Guntersville, not far from Huntsville.
Right.
So she said, well, I'll just come to the game and bring the kids. And she said, I had no idea the show. She goes, I thought it was going pretty good. And, obviously, she goes, when I pulled up at that stadium and I realized that a slow-pitch softball game had, how many thousands of people in that minor league baseball?
About 4,000, 3,000 or 4,000.
My wife, we just talked about that in the last 10 days. She said, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
I remember.
And she said, I knew then something was going on.
We stayed and signed stuff and talked to people and hung out and took pictures. I mean, way into the late hours.
I remember early in that game, there was a ground ball hit to me at shortstop, and the scream of the crowd was more like a college football game. It was that loud. And I thought, I'm trying to field the ball. Wow, there's a lot of people screaming right now,
As far as remembering a particular play in a game involving you that I will never forget, it was one of the coolest, and it was a really close game.
Yeah, I never
remember this.
Piedmont.
Yeah, and you and Speedy in the outfield, y'all were both outstanding outfielders, and using the fact that you were left-handed, and Speedy knew that there was no way to throw the guy out at third if he was having to turn around. There wasn't enough time, so he just threw it over the top of his head.
Yes,
and you caught it with your left hand and gunned him.
Yes,
that was one of the coolest outs ever. And it was
the
a close
one
game.
The one I'm thinking of, Speedy, I thought was the first guy. Pitched it to you. You hit me. And I threw a guy out at the plate.
We had one of those.
We had one of those too. Yeah.
And those
that's a separate play.
That was in Piedmont.
That was also.
And that was something that we never practiced. We didn't practice. Let's just be honest. So it just kind of happened.
Yeah. Do you think I don't know enough about softball to make this call, but I'm talking about when the team was legit and was churning. I'm talking about cool uniforms, great lineup. What level of softball do you think we could have played and been competitive? C?
No, I think we could have played B.
Really?
Yeah. With our best lineup, we could have played B.
With the best lineup.
Yeah, with the best lineup, we could have played B.
At times, it was a pretty decent, pretty good slow pitch softball.
If we had everybody there and all the pieces in place, we could have played B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was.
And then we just got told to do it. Nobody wants to see if we tried to go out there now.
Oh gosh, no!
I love late how we all started counting braces from elbows to knees to ankle braces.
Well, that's when we knew. When you get so many braces, you're like.
When you have more braces than players, you're like, okay, it's time.
So I'm bouncing first pitches now.
Was it Barry? Somebody got hurt too, like pulled a muscle or
blew
a knee or something. And I just remember us thinking, well, it's gonna. I'm next, so
we're all gonna start falling.
Yeah, we all started going, hey, I'm good. You good?
Well, Jay Holland got hurt kind of bad.
Yes, he did.
Home plate.
Yes, he did.
Well, let's not forget JT.
JT got hurt every game.
JT got hurt.
JT got hurt every game.
Yeah, but him and his ribs, that's gosh.
But Ryan just said on it, JT got hurt in every single game.
Right. Right. So you can't use that as a
and I don't
barometer.
know. And hurt is it. He thought he was injured, but he was just hurt.
But the one that we play sometimes on best ofs when we played the coaches, and your dad, I believe, was on that team, and that's when he hurt his ribs in that game.
Yes.
And then he had to get in the ambulance and stuff.
Yes.
But when you look back, so we all agree Huntsville was the crowd that we remember the most. But when it gets into the games, that one I just talked about, I want to say it was in Piedmont.
It was.
Yeah,
and it was like a slow pitch softball game that ended like 3-2.
Yeah, it was real close.
It was tough.
And
I remember
a thunderstorm.
I remember playing at Vestavia too.
Yeah.
And we came out.
That was a huge crowd.
And it was a big crowd there. And we played like the Police or something like. They had a little bit of like, hey, we're gonna beat you. Like we're gonna beat you. We're yes, at Liberty Park. Yep. Like this is gonna happen. And you're not gonna like it. And we jumped on them.
Yes, I remember that.
Quick.
And got loud about it.
Yes, we did.
Hey, Rick, you talking about the first baseman that was trash talking?
My job was to be Metal Art Lemon for the Globetrotters.
And you owned it.
Yeah.
I mean, you got
Bubba was Curly Neal. with all the
our geese also.
Yeah. All of y'all had to play serious over at first. My job was just to be.
You invented rent free in heads. You invented that.
Yes. Of course, one guy tried to kill me at the Met.
Yeah. They don't take it. They took it a little serious.
Yeah. How about Nashville when the guy came out to pitch in the kilt and had to go change?
Oh, that's a great one. That's a good one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There was some guy in a band that pointed at the president or something. Right. Violated a rule, basically.
Right, he did.
You come up and said, oh, come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, I know it's a rule, but let it go. That's what you said. So I thought you meant, you can bend rules. You ain't got a problem with that. Well, you gave me a pass.
Right. But I said because I saw no harm.
Get on the Extreme Club and listen to what he said.
Because I said I saw no harm done.
So after that, I thought, well, all rules are out.
You know what? In today's society, you're really making a pretty good case.
If it hadn't been for that, I started spraying. I said, well, no, I heard Rick talking about rules this morning. He said basically, lighten up.
Now you missed the part where I said no harm was caused. There was obvious harm in your actions yesterday.
Well, I'll give you that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let me just tell you my intent. This is what started.
Okay.
I didn't go, hey, look, I'm finna get everybody. No, okay, I'll take responsibility.
You didn't say you were fishing to get everybody.
I wanted to. Okay, my target was E.T., Mean Joe Clean, and Barack's twin.
Okay, right. All right.
They were in the call screen room. Me and Speedy made a pact where, of course, we ain't going by it. We let stuff just accumulate in here on the counter people give us. I said, we're going to get it out of here and not let it pile up. And I saw that little can. I grabbed it, and I was walking out with it. Well, I just couldn't help it. I saw him in that little tight room, and I just give him a little quick one on the way by.
Yeah.
I knew they were going all in there looking at each other. Didn't want to say nothing. So I'm around in the corner, really going to get rid of it, and I see Speedy's office, and I think, So I hit it one good time, and I'm like, I ain't much to that. And I ain't heard them yelling or nothing, so I thought, well, maybe it ain't that good. So I hit it about 2 more times. As that, I walk over to the machine to start getting our copy of the commercials. Well, then it starts stirring up.
Yeah, and I mean, it stirred up.
And look, it's like you were turning the volume up, and it went out the door, it went left, it went right. I came in here, and this is way far from it. It came under this door, got in the air condition. Yes, it was. I'm responsible, but my intent was not to shut the entire business down. And, Bubba, as far as your tennis meeting, I really didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean like, here comes Bubba with his tennis balls. Watch this.
But it appears you did go after Speedy.
Yeah, no, I did go after Speedy.
So which is a violation of the treaty.
But I thought he would think it was funny. I wasn't trying to hurt him.
Yeah, no, I do. I thought it was funny.
When I could breathe. The bald eagle in that America Cup, I thought they weren't gonna get hurt either.
I said, look, I'm not claiming complete innocence, but look, hey, them added charges, Rick, the tech parts added charges. Okay. You can just get them right off.
Okay, all right. All right. So is that it? Is that all you have to say for yourself? So you're throwing yourself on the mercy of the court, and you've told us that.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I got a defense team that's helping me. The Facebook joke, nobody got in trouble about that, did they?
Now, I don't know about that. Now, what happened?
Oh, Ryan signed me up for Facebook.
Is that true?
Without my consent.
Is that true? Now, was I gone? What happened last week?
I'm talking about Fonzie over there in his leather jacket.
Yeah, that was the week you were
gone. Fonz. Hey, sit on it there, Fonzie.
Actually, as a tech department, we were trying to do Greg a favor to get him involved.
Look, if y'all just gonna make rules for certain people, that's fine.
So much email, it was going to shut the server down about requests about Greg being on Facebook. So he's technically he's not as inclined as maybe we'd like to see him. He's getting better, and we were trying to help him move forward with that.
All right, I'm gonna help.
So basically, he's the band leader yesterday of here who gets a pass for breaking rules.
Okay, so
you leader of the band.
So you're saying
trying to help you out with that
here's the pipe and drum.
Thing, right?
Yeah, there he is. Hey, look, let's lighten up. I know what the rule says. So let's lighten up.
All right, Speedy, what's this about a Facebook? I don't know about this, Bubba. What happened?
Last week, Bubba went on air.
Bubba, legal. Is that a separate trial? Can you pull a trial into a trial?
Well, I think
Ryan says he's
Ryan is not on trial here, but I think what Greg is trying to establish is that some things don't meet the level of the Guntersville Treaty, and his didn't. He didn't mean to, but it turned into it.
Exactly. I had no ill.
I think is what
you're saying.
I did not say I'm going to violate.
The reason why we're so raw on this is because we saw the carnage firsthand.
It started. There started to be some little things going on and sliding down the hill, and I think Greg's asking now, why am I being caught when we were all having fun?
I can answer that.
Clearly, Ryan's not on trial, but he's saying his mindset may have been.
And by the way, Ryan,
I think it started downhill with Greg sending the Catfish DVD home with my kids. Involving my kids.
That's not a bad thing, though. That's not bad.
All right, was there some
It's
kind
not
of
even kid rated?
No, that wasn't dirty. It wasn't like it was a dirty tape. They thought it was funny. It was really. I just gave them a good joke.
Them shorts are pretty short.
Ruined Christmas.
So, hey, let me tell you about your Facebook, by the way. Go ahead and get ready to get matched up with somebody on eHarmony.com, by the way. Got you signed up.
It's out of control. This is the whole reason why we have
This is why it gets out of hand.
Listen.
By the way, if y'all see Greg's MySpace page,
You may get a commercial. We met too on eHarmony.com.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. A little flashback today. Where are they now? Ryan Greenwood, who spent lots of years on the Rick and Bubba show and experienced a lot of Rick and Bubba history, and like the rest of us, has probably, as we're all aging, has been contacted by AARP. The first time you start getting that stuff in the mail, you're like, okay, I guess that's all right.
Well,
so
that means it's official.
Yeah, that's official.
It's official then.
Yeah. And then you go, well,
Odie.
let me look into this, only to discover that they're actually a bunch of leftists. So you go, well, I guess I'm out on all the discounts because I really don't want to go to Washington and be part of a lobby that is going to get us more tyrannical government and high taxes. Well, that's why the Association of Mature American Citizens is probably a better option.
Perfect.
amac.us/bigvox now. The Association of Mature American Citizens, 2.1 million patriots. Do you get the discounts? Yes, you do. Especially great discounts when you travel. But do you have to deal with being part of a leftist lobby? You do not. This is a conservative point of view, and they go to Washington and say, hey, we want to stand up for the Constitution. We want to stand up for the rights. We want to stand up for liberty. So if you would like to be part of this, we have a great opportunity for you. How about 1 year for $1? That's a speedy special right there, baby. 1 year for $1. amac.us/bigbox, or just find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So Ryan Greenwood, let's go back in time. It's a segment that Adler plays quite often, and this is when you passed out on the air. You, like many Americans,
one of my favorite days.
You, like many Americans, suffer with asthma.
Can I leave? Because I get secondhand about myself.
And only this show, and people don't realize.
I do too.
Do you agree? Do you agree? Because as I've said on the air,
you went down hard.
If the show truly is about the people on the show and just kind of what's going on with life, as we go through different stages of life, the show's approach won't change, but the content will change because it does. Do you think that it has become a bit of a kinder, gentler show?
Yeah,
over time,
definitely. That's, as we see with most aging, it does.
Yeah, you start getting worried about dying, and facing
closer,
God,
right?
And
you see the light at the end of the tunnel,
and you're just tired.
But it's and you're
done.
Yeah, energy
done.
But
you're just too tired to slay that dragon.
Right. Yeah. But the show really. There were some years in there. I mean, you talk about unpredictable. I mean, and just up for anything.
Oh, and one of my favorite things was trying to get y'all out of the studio and get you out of your element.
Why did you love On Location?
Because it got you edgy. It got y'all edgy. Because you didn't want to do it. You didn't want to do it.
Your favorite show ever is the one live from Memphis, right?
Absolutely. There's some Lowry's seasoning from that event that's in there.
Right.
I'll never forget that.
We had to move about 3 times.
Things tied on the blue tongue. But getting y'all out of your element was always something that got y'all a little edgy because you didn't want to do it. It threw off your schedule.
Right.
Pre-show and post-show, it threw it all off.
Yeah.
And then having that guy right there always out there on the road, and I know as the show grew in different markets, it was hard to get out without kind of being known, and you able to kind of go incognito and do some things. But I always liked having him out. And then I always said once a month the show should be on the road somewhere.
Yeah, I remember.
Whether it was big or little, whatever.
Yep. You just like this. Get out of the comfort of that studio.
Yeah, it took it out of your comfort
yourself
zone.
into rest,
You're edgy,
and y'all get ill.
Yes,
and ready, and just go after somebody.
Yeah, and it's just like and go.
All right, so
can I say something about this? What we're about to play. What I think bothers me the most is me combing your hair. With my fingers.
So you're just gonna go ahead and throw yourself
It bothers you.
Yeah,
you should be him.
And I want to say I probably shouldn't have done that. But what I was looking at, he wasn't awake. So I was trying to.
Mouth was a little.
I was trying.
No,
I was trying to get him out because you were passed out.
I was out,
and I was trying to talk him back to be getting awake because I knew that's just what he did. But you hit your head pretty hard too.
I did.
And
probably got out of the way.
And so when I was combing your hair, when I was combing your hair with my fingers, what I was actually doing is I was trying to see if there was a cut.
You're good.
I'm just saying I wanted to see if your skull was open.
Okay. You were looking.
It doesn't look that way.
It looked like you were checking him for ticks.
Right. And
I think the word caressing comes.
No, that's the way it looks.
He looked for the cut on the back of his head.
If you just could have been there and in the moment, the way you hit your head, I was feeling.
He was a concerned
I
friend.
was feeling to see if you had cut your head open.
All right, but those of us watching,
my head hit.
You two really can't say
those
anything.
of us watching.
That ain't even
I
as loud as it was.
I wasn't even on that side of the console.
That's a good point.
But watching,
you were enjoying it though.
The way you.
Oh, him? Yeah, of course.
At one point, you passed out and he was grinning. Like he was smiling.
He was thinking of his next line.
Have you got it? Can we review it?
I'm looking for it. What I had
I hope it's gone.
Ryan has the asthma attack, but that's a different. That's a different one.
I think that's it. I think that's it.
It starts because I
Try that one.
Oh, wait a second. It is it.
Yeah.
So we just watched
little baby ass.
Can I tell you one of my favorite
Here's
Ryan
my freaking
Greenwood
intern.
memories, Rick? And you're
we just queued it up.
Okay. Well, go ahead. We'll do this. We'll come back to Dan Marino's last game.
I got to coughing so bad that it's taken my breath to where I thought I was going to pass out. It's kind of concerned me. So now I figured out I can't laugh. I can't go into a full-blown laugh without triggering this cough. And so, and if I trigger this cough, I mean, seriously, I've got the coughing to where, like, you get real numb. Like, I thought I was driving. I ran off the road.
Well, I hope it was this show you were listening to.
Well, it was, sure. And,
was it about my shorts?
The shorts got me, too.
But let me tell you, so in other words, you're going to sit here and not laugh about the fact that
I could smile. No, I could smile.
Speedy's wife brought home 2 cats, and they've already given birth in his garage. So you going to sit here and not laugh about that?
No.
And Speedy's house of cats?
Here it comes.
He went from I hate cats to he's a cat dealer.
Rick, you understand how
You're not going to laugh at that? Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
I think this is the first time. This is the first time ever.
Here it goes.
Documented case.
Here it goes. Look, he's gone. He's gone. He really did pass out.
There goes Speedy.
Somebody really did pass out. Look, you can't believe it, Bub.
Speedy driving out.
Look at the overhead shot.
How about this? He's really got asthma, that man. Look, I feel so bad. I thought he was just kidding around. He really. Oh my God! Oh my God!
It's like a rock wall.
He is doing his work again.
Why am I laying with you?
What are you doing? Don't worry about it.
Why am I laying in that video? My God! Why am I laying in the bed with you?
Is this in worst case scenario?
Oh my God!
Hey, Ryan, he's good.
It's terrible. It's like we're in a twin bed.
It's even worse than I thought.
It's like we're in a twin bed together.
Oh my God!
What is happening?
Shut it off, Adler! My God!
Cut it
What
off.
were you doing right there?
I was talking. I tried to get it.
All right,
Ryan, let Ryan speak. Speak for himself.
sorry.
I've never because
He wasn't awake.
But he just saw it.
What was that?
I don't know. I never really watched it until then when I watched some. Gosh, almighty, oh my goodness!
It's so much worse than you
Way
remember.
worse.
Yeah, I laughed and I've heard it.
There's the caressing.
And I forgot.
I'm coming to get you.
I'm about to pass out.
How good Adler is.
I'm coming to get you today.
I forgot how good Adler is at
I'm
editing.
coming to get you. I'm coming to get you.
Yeah.
First the bikini. First the bikini picture.
Adler, I
Now
have no
this.
time.
the huffer,
Adler, I'm leaving after this show. I'll beat you up.
Right, that's right.
I want to hit the ground. I know what Speedy will do to me. Throw me the huffer.
By the way, some people look back and they're saying, you know what?
I don't want him on me.
It's almost now like Ryan's doing an impression of Tua Tagovailoa.
We got him a concussion.
I'm not passing out
Speedy
today.
climbed up you like a rock wall to begin there.
Now look, that looked really bad, but only this show would make fun of the person trying to help somebody.
Right.
But
you don't somebody dying, basically.
Right.
Didn't know if I was dying, just laughing.
Yeah.
That's fine. You
Well,
didn't know.
You went down.
No, I mean, from can't breathe to hit your head. You don't know if you don't know
Ryan,
if I've
when
been
you started
la,
going
la,
down
land.
and your body was shaking.
At least you cared, Speedy. At least you cared. You cared.
You know, when it's official, he's going off and he goes,
I know it. That's great.
I know.
That's
I
great.
know.
That's just so
Adler.
bad. I'm coming to get you.
I'll make up for it. Here you go. That's for you, buddy. I'll make up for it.
You needed that. Hey, you needed that.
Oh, my
I'm making up for it.
Hey, after what we just saw, take that off. No, Speedy. After what we just saw, you needed that.
We're going to lose him again.
That was 1996.
I got a huffer. I can do it today.
We're going to lose
We ain't doing it today.
That saved you.
Because I know Greg ain't gonna help me.
That was in the 90s.
All right, so
I'm done.
How does it make you feel, Ryan, to see that?
It was just a photo op.
All right, you've offered
It's just
to be
worse than I thought. I've heard the audio when they've played it on Best Of and stuff. It's just so much worse. On video.
my goodness.
Get rid of that video.
He said he was-
I'm gonna go in there.
I
I'm
don't ever
gonna use
see
a
that
magnet to erase
What
it.
about when it immediately goes to the floor and all you see is the back of Speedy?
It looked so much worse than it was.
He climbed over him.
In the moment, it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
but
You were trying to help.
I was because I was
You
trying to
didn't know
talk to you.
if I could breathe. You saw. You had heard and seen my head. You didn't know if.
Yeah.
I was
he
in
had
La La
pretty- he had-
Land.
that
But
He
you
had
can
beautiful
check
hair.
somebody for
Greg, who's this?
Bubba, give me room to hit.
Let me read it.
But not only did I hit my head on the counter, Bubba gave me room on the floor to hit the concrete.
Yeah, I'm
too,
going to reenact Bubba again.
Oh, that is
Speedy,
precious.
you can check for cuts more masculine than that.
Well, like I said, it looks worse.
I would be like,
way worse.
You're around
Way
behind him.
worse.
He looked like he was checking him for tips.
I think this is AI. That literally, I didn't do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talked last hour and had a good time talking about the debacle that is Stevie Nicks' botulism injections. What's that called?
Yeah.
Botox.
Commonly known as
facelift.
Botox on the street.
Yeah, she did a Botox deal that her face tried to melt off, and so that got us talking a little bit about plastic surgery. And I didn't realize that Brent actually has a song about this. I didn't know that. Yeah,
This you're gonna love this.
Brent has a song about everything.
Yes,
That's
he does.
what I like. Any topic, Brent can give you a song about.
This is kind of a whatever happened to.
Oh, really?
It's just many things in our life. Whatever happened to all these different things.
Should I do a little bit of it?
Oh,
sure.
absolutely. Why not?
Whatever happened to polyester slacks? Whatever happened to all those 8 tracks? Whatever happened to using good taste? What the heck happened to Kenny Rogers' face? There's more. Pet Rocks and Pac-Man, knee-high and tab. Oh, yes. Have the loony bins all closed? Now that there's rehab. Where's Michael Jackson's nose and Ipana toothpaste? And what the heck happened to Kenny Rogers' face? I mean, you know, is that really the gambler or a droid in his place? Whatever happened to Kenny Rogers' face? Brent Barnes.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Well done. That's not the whole song, but that'll give you an idea.
Perfect. Brent, how you been?
Busy. Busy. and sleepy right now.
Yeah. I know you guys that perform and get out and do shows at night. This is not really a good time of day for you.
There's other people out there in the morning too. It's surprising that there's still people driving around this time of the morning. I know. Who are these people?
Rick, I have to tell you, I was so excited when we came down over spring break and we were out at the beach club, and we were and Brent was actually playing in the restaurant, and I was so excited, and I told Betty, I said, we want to go down and hear Brent, and I was all fired up. Well, the kids had to go down to the beach for a minute. They were having a s'more campfire or something, you know. So I told Betty, I said, this is great. It was cold out there, and the wind was blowing a little bit, and I said, well, I'm ready to go back so I can hear Brent play. And I went in, got me a table, got all ordered, and Brent come over and we was talking. I said, when's the set going to begin? He said, I just ended. Thank you.
You said, what's that got to do with Chocolate Monkey?
I know it.
But anyway, well, Brent, it's good to see you again. I don't know if you know this, Andy Andrews is here. And
the Andy Andrews?
Yes. Andy Andrews, what I like to call him is a masterful storyteller.
Huh.
And let's see, you're an author, you're a comedian, you're a motivational speaker. You currently own a piece of PBS. Have they finally stopped running that?
No.
Yeah, it's still running.
It's still going, and for $1,000, we'll send you a coffee mug.
Yeah, all kidding aside, it really was great. And you've written the books, you've done the motivational speaking. You've done the ha-ha, I'm funny man.
You think I'm a motivational speaker?
I saw you actually do
motivate me. You motivate me. I started to say.
See, that's not that.
Seven decisions.
I kind of feel like if what you want is for somebody to tell you to have a good attitude, I'm not your guy.
That is stupid. You're right.
Because I kind of feel like your mother should have told you
I've
that.
even made fun of that. That Tony Robbins takes $1,200 for what your mother should have told you.
Yeah.
And I hate to be that guy.
So you're not a motivational speaker. You're really a public speaker.
I'd rather do something.
What do you call yourself?
I'm more into proof.
Speaker and novelist.
I'm a noticer.
A noticer?
A professional
but what's
noticer.
that? Well, let me ask you this. This thing that ran on PBS, what do you call that?
Noticing.
You were helping.
when God was passing out talents, I didn't get the good ones. I didn't get the ones like you can swim fast or you can sing great. I got this really odd thing. God looked at me when I was a little bitty baby and said, I'm going to let you notice stuff. And so that's why my parents thought I was an odd little boy because, my mom would say things like, don't play with those arrows, they'll poke your eye out, or don't play with that stick, it'll poke your eye out. And I'm 6 years old, and I'm thinking you can't poke your eye out with a stick. You can poke it in. Poke it out, you got to run it up through your nose, up like that. And I would see the same things everybody saw, and I'd hear the same things everybody heard.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Glad to be with you again today. The gang's all here, and a nice visit from former Rick and Bubba team member Ryan Greenwood. Sorry, Ryan, we'll move off, but you couldn't get here without reliving that, buddy. Sorry.
I would try to forget about it.
Whose idea was that between the two of y'all?
To play it?
What?
Yeah. No, the audience demanded.
I understand that bond y'all have.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we were moving on, Greg.
Yeah, we are, Greg. We're moving on, Greg.
Food. Don't you have some food you need to put in your mouth?
Don't you have some food you need? So, Ryan Greenwood.
And Ryan was a part of several stories with me. One, the little person at the concert.
Yes,
you were there.
I forgot you were there.
Best seat I ever had at a concert. Yes. I've never been on the front row ever.
And he ruined it for you.
Yeah.
Well, part of it.
Yeah, well, then you finally had
was that hilarious?
Yes. Just like he tells it, that's exactly how it played out.
Funny,
it was
little fellow was in his own little world.
He was jamming with his cig. He was jamming with his cig. And his towel. Yeah.
I tell you what, you hit me with that one more time.
I just couldn't take it. No, I can be uncomfortable. I can't take being burned.
No, Bubba, that's a line.
That's where I draw the line.
My favorite stories of all time.
That's so funny.
People are asking how you're doing with the Dolphins. We've had some weird Dolphin moments with you.
Well,
where is that in your life?
A lot of happened before the season.
Well, yeah, it was. Clearly, I'm alumni now. Like, I'm not on the team anymore, so I got older. I had to move on. So I'm alumni.
You're no longer on the roster.
Do you remember, Rick, and it's one of my favorite memories of Ryan, and Ryan wasn't even in the car with us,
But the Dolphins, I think it was Marino's last season. He was retiring, and they were in a wild card game against the Jaguars.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
And we thought, well, this will be, he could get hot and make a run, go to the Super Bowl or something. Yeah. And we had a speaking event. Matter of fact, it was for Coca-Cola downtown. I remember at the historic theater down there. And we came out and punched on the radio to check the score, and it was like 49-0, the Jaguars, or something ridiculous like that. I forgot the exact.
Felt like it was 200-0.
We started laughing, going, and we wondered, do we need to call 911 and ask them to do a check on Ryan Greenwood?
Yeah.
Because you cut your hair one time when you thought you caused it. Right.
That was the Giants game.
You punished yourself.
You remember that time we went with the XFL up there, and I took Dolphin stickers and put them. I put them all places to try to break the curse from being up there. I carried some of my hair, sprinkled it in.
You tried anything.
Yeah,
Rick, the best. Well, it's terrible. And it's insensitive, but I'm telling it anyway.
Sure.
It's when the Jets,
don't let that stop you, Greg.
You remember the Jets? They were beating the Jets really bad, and the Jets come back and beat them. And they kept showing that fireman. The guy used to dress up with the Jets.
Greg,
fireman.
don't say what I said. Don't say that because that was wrong. That was wrong. What I said was wrong. Let me get on record. That was wrong. That was wrong.
That was 1.0.
In a disgusted voice, he goes, "I wish he'd been in the Twin Towers."
Oh, you didn't say that.
Right. That was wrong.
That was wrong.
That was wrong.
That was terribly
wrong.
No wonder you get so red-faced.
Gosh, Greg.
Look how much Greg
I try to forget about that one. Shouldn't have said it, Rick. Shouldn't have said it.
No, it's old, Ryan.
That's old.
That's
1.0.
The camera couldn't stay off that guy. He was on screen. He was.
My gosh, that idiot.
All right, so where are you? Yeah. So you're alumni now. Does it own you like it once did the Dolphins?
No, I'm in a better place. I don't throw as much, probably. Don't pitch as many fits. And now, used to, I would, before you had social media and just the ease to getting scores and updates and notifications, you could actually, I could have something going on. I could just record the game and just cut my phone silent, not take any calls, not look at text, not look at anything, and go home and watch the game like it was fresh. That's impossible now.
Right.
So I know what's going to happen. That's kind of helped to some degree. You can kind of go ahead and take that either, you can either be happy or sad, right? Just like that. You look at one thing, there's a score.
There's a concussion.
Poor Tua.
I know. You okay? Tua Tagovailoa?
I'm kind of worried about him.
Every time he drops, I'm kind of like Speedy. Every time he drops back, I'm like, nervous wreck, man. I don't know about this. He's talented. He's extremely talented.
Yeah, if we just
because it'd help if a general manager would probably put a line in front of him. But
here we go.
And we're off.
Okay, my bad.
What about that coach?
Hey, look at it this way, Ryan. You have won Super Bowls, and you do have the perfect season.
Yeah.
I know, and Rick's always
try putting the horns on. See how that feels.
Fair. We'll take the perfect season. That's all we got. But yeah.
What do I ask you?
You always ask me, would I trade? If another team could go undefeated?
Yeah.
And then the Dolphins win another Super Bowl, but would I trade allowing another team to have the Perfectville? There's only one team in Perfectville. I got to sign. I still got to sign up.
We got it.
Patriots almost got it.
Almost.
They actually won more games, but go ahead.
Don't matter. They lost.
Right. I'm just making
and lost Super Bowl.
I'm just making the point.
So you always ask me, would I trade that? And I've never been able to give you an answer. I don't have an answer.
Still don't have an answer.
No. But that's,
you would take another
big deal, man.
You would take
Going undefeated was a big deal.
But you wouldn't take another Super Bowl. Bubba would take it.
I'd take any Super Bowl win, Rick.
Well, obviously, we're not close, so I've still got to make a decision.
Does your wife knew about the Dolphin thing before she married you?
She did.
She don't know.
But 2.0 is all right with
it? She saw 2.0, so that's different. That was different.
That is different. Now, let's go back to when you got to play golf with Dan Marino.
Oh, man.
That 18 holes
one of the
golf.
best days of my life.
You were floating through the golf course.
I was.
Remember when he got that call that he had bought some land or something?
Yes.
I don't know. And he was all fired up.
All right, so the day you play golf with
let's start the night before.
You went to dinner.
We're at the dinner.
And it was, what was her name? I can't think of her name now. Wasn't it her event?
No, it was the thing Scrushy was doing. Had Marino, Aikman, they were doing this.
Before he got sent to jail.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah. Gosh, buddy.
Talking about Scrushy, not Aikman or Marino.
No.
And so he comes in to do that, whatever little promotion thing they had going. He's at our table, me and Speedy, and we tell him we're going to be playing golf with him tomorrow. He's very nice.
Didn't give you much.
No, he gave me a ton.
Yeah.
Speedy,
He
vouch
did.
for. He
He
gave
did.
me a ton.
Yeah,
he said
you were wearing
his,
a full
his
Dolphins
words
outfit,
were,
Ryan, with a helmet.
His words were, "We need more fans like you."
That's
what
it.
he said.
Wait a minute.
That's exactly what
Did he know the extent of your?
Well, that was
maybe
early.
not the full extent.
At the end of the 18 holes of golf, y'all were friends.
Oh, by far. He said to what I've got the picture. It's not over there. That's close to my heart. Says
Right.
to my favorite teammate ever.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
He put you on the team.
Yep.
So that day and night before.
Yes.
Birth of your children.
Oh yeah, them. Yeah.
Okay.
Are
Are
they
they equal?
That's up there too. Yeah.
Are they? Are
They're
no, that's up there.
too close to call.
Wait, I mean, yeah, I guess.
2.0, Ryan. 2.0.
Yeah, that's the kids up there.
Okay. Right. I bet they're closer than I wish they were.
And I've got one that's she's not as diehard as me, but she's well, you train a bulldog to,
That's right.
to bark and bite.
Right.
They're gonna bark and bite. So
Right.
I've got one I have to kind of pull back sometimes. Like, hey, it's just a game.
Which one is all in?
Carmen.
You're telling us just a game.
I think I've said that a couple
You
times.
said that?
Yeah.
Ryan. Have
Didn't
someone
he-
else tell
let
us.
me ask
How
you
about when
this.
Arizona hit that field goal at the end of the game?
Well, luckily, we were playing, so I just got a score, and I said, "Give me the score." And they gave me. They said, "Well, they got beat 28." And I was hoping it was going to be 28-6. It's not even. They go, "Oh, 28-27, field goal to end the game." Good
You all right?
Freaking grief! My gosh, I'm good.
It's
I'm
all
just
right.
alumni now. It's fine.
Right.
I've moved on.
Did you get rid of the uniform?
Heck no.
Do you still fit in it?
Still got 07.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remember, my friend, the good old days. The times were good, we were never afraid. I just love to remember.
Waiting on Ryan. Well, that's been the story. We're going to do a CD call, Waiting on Ryan. Hey, Ryan's here.
Yeah. I got hung up with the urban ledge and the box.
The songs we've sung, they live inside my heart forever.
Well, in the background, don't want to just echo what you do. Kinda, sort of. Do y'all singing through the whole chorus? Y'all just singing on the...
I was just going to try the first one.
Do you hear me?
You don't want to stick? Okay. You just took off on it. I was like, wow.
Hey, Ron, you okay?
You starting on 3?
Ron? Yeah, that's where it's starting.
Uh-huh. You know, starting on 3?
Okay.
Look, are you all right? But on the chorus, y'all sing the whole thing with it. Okay. Well, let's
Echo you or sing it with you?
sing it with me. Let's start over, guys. We all playing different songs. We singing different songs. Does everybody know how the song goes?
Things we've done, the songs we've sung, they live inside my heart forever. The shows we've done.
Right now.
Running a little late. How many minutes late? An hour?
Yeah, we're an hour late. Really an hour late's not on it.
We're better when we're pushed for time.
Rick, please, back over here. They said they had a bus driver get sick. Now, is that the first time that's ever happened in the tour bus history?
Things are so tough now, seems my life is so hard now, but I know I can always remember.
We're backstage in Am South Amphitheater. We're at the pyro meeting. This is the pyro meeting. You think about pyro?
I love pyro.
I do too. It's all about big.
You remember, I'm the guy that used to want scissor lifts.
There's Brian, the pyro man. Brian, everything will be good, right?
Jay, can I borrow some rings? Notice the artificial limb.
Stop, drop, and roll if you're on fire. We all remember that, right? Steve, how you feel about pyro? It's going to blow up all around.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to get a hot dog and stick me away to it.
Mark, how you feel about the pyro meeting?
Hell's hot. It's 2 thumbs down.
You don't like the pyro?
Not into fire.
I mean, guys, we are.
It's not fun. It's just for the people.
The songs we've sung, they live inside my heart forever. The shows we've done, some of those places we've sung, they live inside my heart forever.
Look here! Is this Mark Phillips' place? I love Mark Phillips. I follow hotel everywhere. Check in the hotel, baby. Yeah!
Greg, why do you drink coffee?
Well, because I just do, but you know how I like it. Like I like my women hot and black.
I mean, I could be with Rick and Bubba or Porter Wagner. I said, the hell with Porter Wagner. That's what I said. That's where I go.
They're in my heart forever.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is from the historic moment. A brand new hour. We have been visiting with quite a few folks today. Still to come, Max Lucado will be with us in the last hour today. Ryan Greenwood has dropped by. He's brought all sorts of Rick and Bubba memorabilia. If you're coming to the Golden Ticket Seats Friday, and you want to spin the wheel of meat, there's some historic stuff. Yeah. We've been digging around and pulling stuff out of these boxes that he brought. Some really incredible memorabilia. I mean, there's a Don Juan DeMarco shirt in
there. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Huh? No, it's not Dwayne Wade.
Okay, that's good.
So anyway,
Hey,
Ryan's wife has checked in with us on the text line.
Oh, really?
Yep. He did confirm this is really her.
Okay.
She says, ask him what he did when he found out I bet on the Dolphins to win.
Oh no.
What do you think they did?
Lost. That's Mojo City.
2.0.
2.0. It's a different Ryan now.
There was a time that would have been unacceptable. You've come a long way.
Look at all the memorabilia up here.
Yeah, enjoy the text option, Ryan. People are sending really cool memorabilia they have of the Dolphins, so you can see all that.
This is you selling Dolphin stuff. You think that was a curse?
Well, I was trying.
Get back up on the mic.
What are you selling right there? Is that from you?
Yeah, he's listed all these items
Were
for
you
sale.
selling?
2.0.
What?
That's right.
Well, get on up in there.
Yeah, right.
Ryan, you all right? Come on in there.
Bubba, he's trying to get in there so close so Speedy can't get between him and the console.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Speedy may think he's in distress.
He don't need any help.
I'm married now.
Okay.
No, there's look. I'm trying anything to look. I'm just alumni, so obviously I can't participate anymore. So I'm trying anything.
So you're selling this stuff?
You know what? Actually, where it ended up going, I got it to a lady out of North Carolina, and she actually auctions it off to other Dolphins fans. So I'm actually just giving it back.
You're
to
keeping
Dolphins
it
fans.
in house, so to speak.
Yeah, in the family.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
who do you have with you today?
I got my nephew Chase, who was probably great, and his son Grayson. Mm-hmm. Probably the last time y'all saw Chase, he was probably Grayson's size.
That's about right.
Well,
Yeah.
I've seen Chase.
That's about right.
Yeah, well, you
but
see
I
him.
do remember when
Oh,
he was
Calhoun
that
County
size.
Unite.
Oh, yeah.
You know Greg,
Yeah.
Mr. Oxford.
Grace has his XL baseball shirt on. Look at it.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's a stud.
And Ryan,
he's
seeing
a stud now.
Seeing you brings back the memory of one of my favorite things from high school, and that was the great banner hanging on your high school every year in August. The Cats are back.
Cats are back.
I texted you the other day.
We
Cats
use
are
that
back
line
now.
quite a bit.
Yeah, I still use it. I still use it. I'll never forget one of the coaches that was a little frustrated with another coach that really loved that phrase, "Cats are back." And this coach said, "Yeah, cats are back, way back."
Oh no, that's terrible.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
And that's a
I'll
reference.
keep the names down, but it was, and so that got to be a running joke too. But every time I hear "Cats are back," I think, yeah, way.
I was talking to a couple of Sacs alumnus this weekend, and we brought up the Cats are back, and we all got to laughing.
Somewhere buried somewhere, I'll probably still have a "Cats are back" shirt or something.
Well, and we're talking about Ryan Greenwood's high school in the same county that we're all from. You hear us refer to Calhoun County, as far as Bubba, Greg, and me. And so Ryan also, what Calhoun County's done for the world is incredible.
It's give and give, Rick.
It's near Birmingham, near Atlanta. It's near Perfect.
That's what I heard.
And so there was a moment when we did the Fat Chance CD, which Ryan's the lead guitarist on that, and wrote some of the songs that are on there. So we were playing at your high school, which also is which we got Sandy Greg's daughter went when Taylor Swift played at your high school one time.
Yes.
Sachs High School in Anniston, Alabama. Yeah, in the stadium.
Yeah,
and
that was my first show with the band.
That was your first show. We practiced a lot to get you ready for
we
that.
We sure did.
And so that's when Greg went back, joined the band, and got ready for our Fat Chance tour. Mm-hmm. And we had lifts because Bubba had to make sure that our stage presence.
One of the greatest moments.
And so we had these lifts that Bubba and I would get in and ride up in them.
Opposite ends of the stage.
Opposite ends of the stage. And Ryan sees me up in mine.
Yes.
And he takes a pic from his guitar.
I'm up on one side. You're up on the other side.
He got on the other one. We're completely apart from each other. And he flips a guitar pick to me like you would throw into
a
the
long
crowd.
way. I mean, it spins
with no hope of it getting there.
I mean, like a boomerang, like a big old curve in it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I went toomp, and I caught it, and I looked at him. I said, "I caught that." By
on the
way.
microphone.
On
You're
the microphone.
singing. You just stop and go, "I caught it."
I said, "I caught that, by the way," and we couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and then you threw it out.
Yeah,
of course. Greg, he threw his hats, shirts, whatever he had. And then later, Linda, one of the ladies, had been to several shows. She's like, "Hey, I got that pick. I actually got it." And I was like, "Well, I'd like to have it." That was
because
a pretty
of
rare
the fact
one,
that
right?
was
So I
incredible.
traded out like some
Linda from
Greg's
Piedmont.
Yep.
Yeah.
I traded out some of Greg's picks because they always wanted Greg's picks.
Sure.
Yeah, people send us pictures.
He had those rainbow, the
people send us all the time from the Mr. Lucky fans out there. They send us pictures of picks they got at various shows, yours or Greg's. And it's kind of cool. I was telling that story because my oldest son, is playing Johnny Cash now in different performances of $1 Million Quartet, and he's had to learn how to throw picks into the audience. And I was like, I said, Ryan Greenwood. And I told him that story. He's like, that didn't happen. I said, I'm telling you, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
it did.
Ryan doing a two-step right here.
I don't think we had video, but we have proof we did.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody caught that on video or not, but that was.
No, I don't think so. That was a.
I think that was
not.
I think that I was about to say, I think that was another video that you demagnetized like you want.
Yeah, like what I'm doing now.
Like you want to.
I think you got rid of the one I shot.
Right. Yeah. What am I doing on the drums? Okay, so there we go. But anyway, so that was a great run, and we've had so many memories over those years. And some of you may want to have your own questions. A lot of you are texting them.
Yeah.
And what does Greg have to say about the sweatshirt and that thing?
Look, Greg, you love those.
Yeah.
You love those.
Yeah.
But look at the bottom one.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. But, no, I agree. I actually agree with that person.
Yeah.
I have to agree.
There was one a few minutes ago. Was he on Vicky Quest? You were on Vicky
Quest.
I
was on Vicky
My favorite bit of all time.
Oh,
yeah.
that's
better than William Wonder in my world.
Living it was good to living it was a whole.
Oh, I forgot you. It was everything you heard, but more.
Even more. Yeah. Really, the show didn't do it justice.
No,
it really didn't. No.
Yeah. So many.
Take them back by myself.
Yeah. So many memories. There's Caitlin, tiny little Caitlin.
Look at that.
Bubba, we're watching on the video for those of you that can see it behind us. That's there's all the kids when there's Taylor when he was little. There's Brandy and Blake when they were little in middle school. The boys were just babies.
That was Tyler.
There's Chandler. So there you go.
They're all grown.
They're all grown now. And a lot of times passed. A lot of times passed. I mean, look what it's done to Ryan. But how about this?
2.0.
Yeah, I mean, he's calm. He's not even cutting his own hair on Dolphin losses anymore.
This is just my hair.
You're the only person I think I ever knew that actually owned a Flowbee.
That's right.
Can I tell you that we don't talk about it probably as much as like the time you passed out, but when we had the Christmas party at my house in Jacksonville and 3340 come and did an uplink shot.
Right.
You remember Jim Dunaway was wearing a bag on his head because he couldn't be on another TV station.
That's when your reindeer got a little out of hand.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. All the neighbors still remember that. And but Ryan, you just cut your hair with a Flowbee that day, and Rick was making fun of it.
I needed a haircut. Didn't go exactly like I thought, and it got to go out on air that night, so that was nice.
Well, that's over the line. Bottom text over the line. All right, so
That person was right. Why you gonna talk to this guy the whole show? Heck no, we ain't.
Let's
get out of here while we can. 2.0, stay alive.
Well, this is our world, though. Only the textures would beg us to bring people on that have been on the show in the past. Why aren't y'all doing it? And then we do it. Hey, he's been on too long. We'll take phone calls next. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
But it would seem different to me.
A form of discernment.
Exactly, right.
And
so somewhere along
kind of
the
a
line,
useless form.
Yeah, a strange form of discernment.
For a long time, it was just funny stuff, you know, and then for somewhere along the line, it became life stuff. And so, I work with these corporations, I work with the military, and I work with different organizations, and I notice little bitty things that make a big difference. Because, you know how people for years have said, don't sweat the small stuff.
Right.
I
heard that.
And it's all small stuff. Well, and see, I'm kind of here to tell you, you better sweat the small stuff.
Right.
Because people have been making these tiny little brush strokes for years and years, and then they step away from the painting and go, oh my gosh, this is not what I intended at all. And so what
you call it socialism then.
Yeah,
yes, you do.
You go. And so
Wake up, America. You should have sweated the little stuff. But you know what?
Have you noticed anything here on the show that you need to report?
Did you know the small stuff?
Yeah, I'll tell you off the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way,
I don't want to embarrass you.
Don't ever say you're not a motivational speaker. When you spoke at our church, you motivated me to get up and go to the bathroom.
There you go.
And I want to thank you for that.
I noticed I motivated several people to get up and leave right in the middle of it.
Right. You were telling us off air, and I don't know why we're devoting this much of the show to plastic surgery today, but you were talking about you working with Joan Rivers. And when you talk
Did you guys know I did that?
No, I did not till today.
That was a small thing we missed.
For years. I
wish I'd have noticed.
Actually, for 2 years.
I did notice it, but I didn't sweat it.
2 years. For 2 years of my life, I worked with Joan. I was her opening act. And so for years, I worked with her. And so it was awesome. I mean, she was really great, but there are different things about her that people don't know.
But you noticed them.
I noticed them. And one of the things is, she's a tiny little woman.
Yeah, she's not very big.
She's very small.
I've eaten meals bigger than her.
And she's always scared about getting big, because she was a chubby child. And so people were always, teasing her. So she's always scared about that. And so one of the things that I have noticed is that, and you know this from being on television, if you're traveling around, if you're in public, people will come up to you and say, you look like so-and-so. Or did anybody ever tell you look like, or I have a cousin that looks like. And so one time, Joan is so paranoid about gaining weight.
Right.
One time, and
I've never sweated.
Yeah, I forget where we were, but this
lady
came up to me after the whole thing, and she was huge. All right, I mean,
God love her.
I mean, no, this is, and we're not going to embarrass anybody here because she was like 800 pounds. She was bigger than anybody here. Okay,
right.
And so this was way out of the norm. And she came up to me and she was talking to me. She said, "This is a dream come true." And I said, "Oh, really?" And she said, "Oh, I've loved Joan for years, and people say I look like her." And
oh boy,
and something just clicked. Something clicked in my mind, and I said, "You know, you do, and you need to tell her that." And she said, "Oh, I couldn't." And I said, "Oh, you must." And I said, "She is right down the hall, and I can get you backstage." She's down there with her road manager, and they're about to leave. But the resemblance is uncanny, and you really need to tell her this.
I mean, it's a waste of moment.
So I get her backstage, and I said, I got to go in my dressing room here. And so if you turn the corner there, she's down there with Dorothy, about to get in the limo, but the resemblance, and I'm just like really eating this up now. And so she said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I duck to the left. I send her around the corner, and I actually look and watch her going down.
Oh,
the
there's
hall.
nothing better than
that.
that.
And so Joan sees her coming, and so I see that Joan sees her coming, and I can kind of hear what they're saying, and I see the lady say, "People say I look like you," and I see Joan kind of look and go, like this, and right when I know that the lady has told her that people say I look, I run around the corner and I tap the lady on the shoulder. I said, "Joan, they want you back." "Oh, I'm sorry, you're not Joan." And the lady was like, "See? Like they do this all the time,
And that's back when you used to open for Joan.
Yeah, that was the last I ever saw Joan.
Can I tell you something? I don't feel so bad about the trick I played on you now this morning.
You got
what'd you do?
I slayed him this morning.
What did you do? Because when I saw him, he looked at me and like gave me a weird look.
Dude, you're lucky I didn't throw you under the bus.
What are you talking about?
I was so waiting for him to launch on. You know how you'll throw something up? He walks up. Everybody was in there eating. And of course, you're out here doing your thing.
And I had not seen you this morning.
And he hadn't seen you. And he saw the whole team, even additions to the team.
Right.
But no Speedy.
Right.
So he says, "So what's the deal with Speedy?" I said, "Well, you hadn't heard." What? I said he left us a few months ago.
He said it was a pretty bitter.
And I said it was
party.
I said it was kind of nasty.
And
And,
I
look,
said,
and look,
really?
he goes all serious. Really? And I said, "Yeah." I said it was awful. I said, "You think you know somebody?" And
then he did the thing, he's.
Thanks for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Melissa is out of Birmingham, Alabama. She's listening on 104.7 WZZK. Melissa, go ahead. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good morning, boys. How are y'all doing?
We're great. We're good.
So I have a Ryan Greenwood story.
Okay. Oh boy, don't we all?
I was an umpire in Birmingham when his girls they were playing 8U or 10U. I can't remember which one exactly. So it was a pretty important game, and there was this gentleman that used to umpire with me behind the plate. His name was Harmonica Bob. He would play the harmonica before every game, and some people know who he is in Birmingham. He was really just a very special guy. And so game is on the line. It's like top of the sixth. Girl hits the ball. She gets to second. Girl goes to steal second. They throw her out. The ball is bobbled. The umpire behind the plate, which is Harmonica Bob, calls her out. She was not out. And all of a sudden, from the dugout comes this angry, bald-headed, shaved-down red man just screaming. He is losing his mind. He is saying everything under the sun. You can take that harmonica and put it where the sun don't shine. That was not the correct call. He is just losing his mind. So we have to hold the game because he's just freaking out. And I have no clue who this man is. I didn't know at the time. And so I finally had to say, all right, buddy, I said, you've got to calm down. These are little girls. You cannot, or I'm going to have to send you out to your car. Now, he did not cuss, but I guarantee you he wanted to. So at the end of the game, they finally win. We say, good game, girls, good game. And me and Bob go to talk to the coaches, and he will not say a word to us. He walks to his car and keeps going. And
That's
so,
1.0.
Okay, he said that was old Ryan, Melissa.
You did tell him to take his
harmonica?
I probably did.
No,
That's a good one,
but he wanted to. He wanted to take Bob's harmonica.
I'll have to say, if you're going to be harmonica ump and you're going to play a harmonica, That's all fun and games until you call a bad call.
Yeah.
And then when you call a bad call, now the harmonica is annoying.
Yeah. Now they got
So
somewhere to
I didn't
hang
know
the
who
bad
he
call.
was.
Yeah.
And we get out to the parking lot, and we start taking our gear off and stuff. And one of the dads that I knew, he goes, "You know who that was pitching a fit like a little girl?" And I go, "Who?" He goes, "That's Ryan Greenwood for the Rick and Bubba show." And I said, "You need to stop." I said, "Please tell me your line." He goes, "No."
In all fairness, Melissa, was it the wrong call?
Yes, it was a bad call. But because he was behind the plate, I had to agree with him because that's how the rules go. I couldn't argue.
Harmonica.
So have a great day, guys.
Hey, Melissa,
Thanks,
you.
Melissa, we're sorry Ryan acted that way.
That was old Ryan. That's old Ryan.
I definitely have a different approach.
How did you transition from 1.0 to 2? Was it shock therapy or what did you do?
Just the age. Yeah,
you're just too tired to fight.
I just didn't want to have a heart attack. Yeah.
From the text line, where can I get the Mr. Lucky
Right over there.
Original songs? Well, you can come here and grab a CD, but it's actually on Apple. If you go to Apple Music or wherever you get music, just Google Mr. Lucky, Rick and Bubba, and it'll come up. The songs are out there in the streaming world. There's, I think, 9 of them, 9 originals. And I would recommend all of them but one, and it's one song Ryan wrote. I wouldn't.
I would agree. I'm with you.
We continue. Let's go to Marty out of Alabama. Marty, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
We're great. Good.
Y'all was playing the Wrecking Crew in Piedmont.
Oh, yes.
And in my defense, y'all named me Mr. Clean. If the guy barbecuing on third base wouldn't have fed me so many dove, I probably could outrun that throw.
So you're the guy that threw out.
Let me tell you, y'all had a great team, by the way.
Yeah, that was 2 good teams playing that day. But, yeah, Larry and Mark, who are our coaches on first and third with grills cooking food, it was supposed to be strategy, and it worked on you, Marty, so we're glad.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know. It was fun.
Yeah, thanks,
a thunderstorm ended that game, and it was brutal. I remember taking cover thinking, I hope we make it through this. It was bad.
Man. We continue. Let's go to Chuck in Georgia. Chuck, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're good.
I was just curious, can you guys define, and I challenge you guys to not Google anything. I would like to hear your guys' definition of fascism and racism.
Racism, pretty easy. Fascism, pretty easy, too. I mean, I know what it is and I know what it isn't.
Racism is okay. I'll give you the definition right quick.
Hear your definition.
Okay. Racism is making a predetermination about somebody strictly based on their race, good, bad, or otherwise. And fascism is a form of government where you have private ownership, but the government tells you exactly what to do with everything and overregulates you to death.
There you go.
So neither those are very small percentages of what either of those are. You guys participate and promote both of the others on a daily basis.
So how do we? What are you talking about? Go ahead. Finish.
You make fun of how black people talk. You make fun of how women talk.
This is the same guy. It's the same guy, same idiot.
No, you have to have a better legitimate complaint than
Keeps
that.
changing his name every time he calls.
The thing about you is you would probably do better off if you'd ever call the show and say one thing that actually has some truth. No one but people like you think that we do anything that would equate those two things. Now, you're going to do that because you have a preconceived opinion of us. So once you establish, I don't like these people, well, then you can come up with all kind of labels to put on that will justify your disdain for them. And that's all you do.
The definitions I gave you are the definitions.
Absolutely,
that's not some small fraction.
And I would add to racism, because of someone's ethnicity, you will withhold things from them because of their ethnicity. You won't hire them.
You're making a judgment
you're making
based on their skin color.
Yeah, and you see that as that equates inferiority to you.
Yeah, without merit.
Yeah. It's also racist, by the way, Chuck, to say that someone's inherently evil because they're white. That's also racist.
Yeah, you don't cure racism with more racism. That's, I think, a misconception in our society today.
But Chuck, hang in there. Hopefully, we'll kind of pick you up and you have a right to your worldview, but it does need to be somewhat accurate.
I think what you're, and I know you were trying to work this all back to Trump because I heard you mention that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys need to just define it correctly. Say Trump is a dictator. That's what you're trying to say. I think you're going the fascist route because you think that ties him to Hitler, but that's technically not what he's doing.
Absolutely true.
As a matter of fact, it's right opposite of that. He's for less regulation.
Exactly right.
You remember Ronald Reagan said, if the biggest threat to our country is to become fascist because the government has their hand in everything. That's much closer to fascism than what Trump is pushing.
The fascist believes the answer to all the problems is the government, not liberty and people's
individual rights.
Individual rights. And we just disagree with each other.
Just by definition.
Yeah,
now, you can call Trump whatever you want to, but that is the true definition of it.
Yeah, you're trying to disagree because you're emotional on personalities. We're trying to disagree on ideology. And your ideology, we just disagree with. We don't want bigger government. We don't think that gives you, the best life. You probably think it does, especially if they'll say things that make you feel good. And that's okay. You have a right to do that. We just disagree. And I think, though, if you looked at the results, you would see that our ideology produces a higher quality of life for people than yours. If you just look, I mean,
and by the way, none of us want a dictator.
No.
Trump, Harris, Biden, anybody.
The current state of the left,
Reagan, didn't want him to be a dictator.
Chucky, I hate to tell you this, the current state, or whatever your real name is, the current state of the left, they're the ones that they act a lot more like dictators, deciding what you can and can't say, who you can and can't like, all those things. That's not really us.
Yeah. And as far as making fun of the way black people speak, they make fun of. We make fun of the way Trump speaks. We make fun of the way Tim Tebow speaks. We make fun of the way rednecks speak.
The way we speak.
We make fun of fat people. We make fun of short people. Me. You can make fun of me all you want.
Okay?
Bald people. People aren't off limits. It's called free speech. It's called jokes
and satire.
Yeah.
Yep. Comedy.
We make fun of you.
Thereof.
Yeah. Make fun of ourselves.
Yep.
As long as it starts from there, it's free game. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This past weekend, for me, it was a stay-home weekend, which was great, and my wife, Sherry, spent some time down at our family farm preparing for this weekend's marriage conference, the part she's going to be presenting. She went and tried to put all that together while the boys and I spent some time hanging out. Had one kid come home from college, so I had the oldest son with me and spent most of the weekend together. We celebrated the real Greg Burgess' birthday at my mom and dad's house yesterday. That was an extravaganza.
Well, how did that go?
Well, it was an active weekend. It all went really well. I had Friday, of course, I had to take care of the first order business, and that was to purchase NCAA College Football 2011.
I guess while you were out getting Greg's gift.
Yeah, while I was getting Greg's gift. And Greg told me not to get him a gift. He said, I don't want any gifts.
So you did.
And so I'm sitting there, and so anyway, so the boys and I went out to a theme park in our state called Alabama Adventure. So that involved the combination of water slides and amusement park rides.
Oh God,
which is boy hot in Alabama. I mean, I don't know if you've walked that pavement lately. Hot, and hot. And they always want to do the format of water slides first, rides second.
So now
now I'm rolling over to the rides and we're all wet.
Mm-hmm.
And but you draw pretty quick out there, and made the mistake. Even though it was a great day, had an outstanding day. A lot of times when you go to theme parks, your goal of trying to make sure you could go one time when everything's running, which is it rarely ever happens. Is there any worse feeling to go to a major amusement park or theme park, and all of a sudden you go and they go, hey, so and so, that ride ain't running, we ain't running, and the kids like, why are they riding it? And so we over a period of a thunderstorm, slowing things down, and which never happened, just rumbled off in the distance, but they have to shut down anything that's high. Which is all the great rides. You know what I mean? And so finally that kind of rumbled away, and they opened back up, and we had a great day. And just when I had planned out everything perfect, because when you go to a theme park, you have to. When you take kids to a theme park, it's a battle plan.
Sure.
I mean, you don't just casually. Now you can go to the beach and casually figure out what to do. You don't ever casually go into a theme park
with children with no plan of action.
No.
I tell people that all the time. The first time parents will email, we're thinking about going to Six Flags or Disney World or something like we going to Alabama Adventure, and I'm like, have you got a plan? Well, we were just wondering. You can't wonder. I mean, you got it. This is like going into battle. I mean, this thing could turn into a disaster. So my battle plan was perfect, and I made the mistake. I made the mistake. Almost free. I'm almost done. I'm not frustrated. The lines were tolerable. Everything was great. Me and the boys had a great time. I even, we won some of those carnival games and won some worthless prizes. And I'm just about to leave, and I noticed the hot dog restaurant, nobody was in it.
Oh.
And I thought, man, I can knock dinner out right here. Because, dads are always, that dinner cloud hangs over you in lunch. If mama's not.
They want to know. She wants to know. Did you feed them?
Right, and you start thinking, would this be an acceptable food for her? That kind of
Probably
thing.
not for mom.
Yeah,
for dad, it's fine.
Yeah,
cereal.
So instead of hitting another restaurant while we're all tired on the way home, I said, let's knock this out right here.
Got it.
Forgetting, of course, that employees of theme parks. Well, there's a lot of things they do well, but boy, service and food just ain't one of them. I finally said to the young man, I don't know that you could fix this hot dog any slower than you're doing it. This is like watching a lava lamp. You know what I mean?
Not the lamp again.
So you're saying it would have been quicker if the hot dog had come over and jumped in the bun itself?
Yeah. You know what I did, and this is the part where because I was trying to represent Christ,
right?
Which was difficult. And at one point, I really did say, "Just let me do it. It's just hot dogs. I can do this." They're spinning on the little warmer. The buns are to your left. That's it. Take the weenie, put it in the bun, and give it to me.
Let me have it.
How hard is that? You know what I mean? And let me tell you what happened, because I watched him wait on the one woman that was in front of me who wanted one plain hot dog. I'm not. Do you want, for those of you here, you want to show you my impression? It's a visual.
Yeah.
The only you streamers and people here, I'm not making this up.
Rick is up.
Of course, his theme park hat tilted to one side, of course. You know what I mean? Look, she walks in. He's back there with nobody, nothing. She walks in. She says, "I would like just a one plain hot dog."
Rick standing up like he's ordering.
I'm not.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. All right, mypillow.com/bigbox right now. Happy to partner with this great American company, Mike Lindell. The left has tried to cancel him over and over again. The woke have gone to the retailers and say, he's mean because he likes argument bad. And so retailers have crumbled, taking this wonderful pillow off their shelves, and the only people that have really paid a price would be the retailer that no longer is selling the product. Because people just simply go to mypillow.com/bigbox and we just buy them there. So, hey, good work getting it off the shelf. You showed him. But anyway, and Mike Lindell says, look, since the retailers don't want the order that I had ready for them because of the pressure from the left, I'll just sell those off to you, the audience, at about anywhere from $30 to $50 less. So if you've ever wanted a MyPillow, their loss is your gain. For a limited time, you can get the premium MyPillow for $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and kings are $19.98. Just use our code BIGVOX, BIGV as in Victor OX, and also go to mypillow.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com and get your MyPillow right now at $30 to $50 off. So, Bubba, I know that he's the guy's name. He's called here as Bart before. He's called as Chuck before. Just recently, what was the other one? Mike, wasn't he Michael one time?
I think so. Yeah.
So we don't know what
he calls and changes his name.
Yeah,
that's what cowards do.
Well, he's. God love his
look. He has a difference of opinion, and you know what? I don't have a problem with that. Just be factually correct in your argument.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, and if you want to tell the screener that you want to take issue with us, just tell them that.
Yeah,
because
we'll put you to the top of the list.
Yeah, what did he say this time? I can't remember what he
You
said.
don't have to be dishonest, Chuck, Mike, Bart. And Bart's a bad choice because it rhymes with fart.
Yeah.
I would come up with something different. I wouldn't pick that name. Nothing against my Bart friends.
Right.
But I mean, if you're going to pick a name, pick a cool one. So
let's just to set the record straight, and I do believe my definition it was correct. But let's listen to Ronald Reagan tell you what fascism
Bart,
is.
Chuck, Michael didn't like it because you didn't say that Donald Trump was a fascist.
That's
what
the
he
part
wanted.
I left out.
You inconveniently actually gave him the definition of fascism.
Right. It's 8th grade civics. You learn that.
Remember, with the left, they don't want the truth. They want the preferred answer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
But here we go.
Audio.
It mutes it every time on Facebook for some reason. Let me back it up and start it over here.
Okay. Gandhi once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism. And what is fascism? Fascism is private ownership, private enterprise, but total government control and regulation. Well, isn't this the liberal philosophy? The conservative, so-called, is the one that says less government, get off my back, get out of my pocket, and let me have more control of my own destiny.
Correct.
Boom.
Bubba?
God damn. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just straightforward, but that's
I would
not,
bow, but I'm too full.
But I think, don't you think, though, do you think all of a sudden it is a...
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Bill.
Don't you think, honestly, that it's possible to well, wait a minute.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
So don't you think it is
Let
possible?
me get lined up, Adler. Give me the peacock.
Peacock of meat.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
Yes, he is.
That's funnier every time I hear it. It's funnier. It gets funnier every play. But is it possible, Bubba, that Bart, Michael, Chuck, that possibly since he's clearly has a leftist view of the world, is it possible that he's just been told to say fascist, but he really honestly doesn't know the true definition?
I would think that looks to be the case.
Right.
I think for the argument again that the left is wanting to make, you want to say that he will be a dictator and that he will take out vengeance on other political parties and all this, kind of like what the last administration did. And I think that if you just want to be factually correct, go with dictator.
Adler, look at 4.
I'm just trying to help you guys
give an
out.
example.
I hate to see y'all out there flapping
right.
around,
having
your wrong definition.
Now you still got a problem with dictator because he's been president once before,
right? But what they're trying to say,
no, you're right,
would fit that definition better. It's not true.
They're using the wrong word,
right? But
you remember the great movie we all loved, The Princess Bride?
Oh yeah.
And you remember when I think it was preposterous that the guy kept saying?
Inconceivable.
It was is that what it was? And finally the guy says, I don't think that word means what you think it does. and I think that's happening with the left. They're using the word fascist, and I don't think they really know what it means.
Well, Rick, what happened is they did some kind of little polling, and it came back that, hey, if we call somebody a fascist, that really sticks, and we can, tie him to Hitler and all that, and that scares people.
Mm-hmm. Right? That's a fact.
All right, so let's now, if you don't think that this is why Bart, Michael, Chuck is where he is because the leftist heroes like Whoopi Goldberg say things like this. I want you to listen to what she says Trump is going to do. Okay.
All of you. He's talking about you. It's us. He's not going to say, oh, you're with a white guy. I'm going to keep you from being deported. No, he's going to deport you and put the white guy with someone else. The man is out there. He's also
She is saying if you're in an interracial relationship, that Donald Trump is going to take away your minority spouse and keep the white person in the couple and put them with another white person.
Mm-hmm. When he says it's going to be mass deportation of illegals and stuff, he's claiming, she's claiming he's going to separate families and marriages and all, it's insane. Well, but Rick, we have somebody from...
This is stupid. We are adults, and this is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, there's multiple stupids.
846.
Okay, 846. Yeah. Okay, all right. We have multiple stupids in here.
Well, there's a lot.
It's actually so stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are so stupid. You don't know anything.
Oh, that's our new. Oh yeah.
You are so stupid. You don't know anything.
Gosh, I loved that yesterday.
Boy, she went on a tear, didn't she?
But I think when you get, like we said, and it has really served us well, as we kind of adopted, because we've been doing this a long time, I'm just kind of done trying to reason with unreasonable people.
Right.
I mean, there was a day when I was like, I'm dying on this hill, and I must be vindicated, and I must change your point of view, and you must see that what I'm saying is correct. You must see that what you're saying is incorrect. And I'm kind of like now, if someone doesn't want to engage, and we don't have that kind of conversations anymore. It's all shouting at someone, and then you never hear their response, like he didn't hear your definition. When you gave him the definition, his response was, well, that's part of it. Okay, you asked for a definition, and you were given the definition, and then but that wasn't the answer he was looking for.
No.
And that's not conversation. So when you have people that are just unreasonable and they're never going to come off that narrative no matter what you say or do, don't let it bother you. Just move on with your life. And maybe one day something will happen that'll change their point of view, like actually suffering the consequences for what they believe. You know?
Well, you guys are white guys. You guys are white guys,
True.
so you're obvious. Anytime you talk about any of this, it's obviously racist. But Vivek Ramaswamy, he's got brown skin. So can we hear a quick 30-second clip from him talking about this?
We love it.
All right, here he is.
It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why if we've had the largest influx of illegals into this country in American history, we will have the largest mass deportation in American history. That is not racist or xenophobic. That is what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means we believe in self-governance, that the people we elect to run the government, for God's sake, ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state that are running the show today. So you want another mass deportation? Let's get 3 million federal bureaucrats out of the D.C. bureaucracy. That's the mass deportation that saves the country.
He's obviously white.
Clearly racist.
He's pretending to be brown. Only a white racist would say those things. We know that. That's crazy. Let's look at 3A. All right, so let's now talk about what Bart, Michael, Chuck wanted us to call Trump a fascist. When I hear this right here, I mean, it makes me think. Well, does Bart, Michael, Chuck, does he not love people who are having to take care of a family member who maybe is a drain on them financially?
That is tough.
Yeah. So here comes the evil dictator Donald Trump saying what he's going to do if he gets elected for those that are having to take care of a loved one in long-term care. Here we go.
I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right? They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much.
So now Whoopi Goldberg wants to clarify that. He only means white families.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he does not mean you have to be white for him to get a tax credit for taking care of your loved one.
Yes.
It never occurred to me that wasn't already the case. That wasn't some kind of deduction, some kind of half dependent or whatever you want to call it. I can't believe that's not already the case here.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Still to come later in the show, Max Lucado will be with us. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First of all, he won't come all the way up to the counter. And then the hot dogs are behind him, already cooked. Buns are to the left.
Steaming.
And a Tupperware thing, okay? Drink machine is over here.
To your left.
I would like one plain hot dog. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to get a lot more than that, okay? One plain hot dog.
Head tilting.
He walks over, then goes over to the godforsaken plastic gloves. Which I said, when I said, when it's my time, just grab it with your hands, you're fine. We've done things a lot more unclean than your hands probably are. You know what I mean? My gosh, we've been over here, with piles of people like animals in water.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We've been going down slides there, telling what's in that water. You know what I mean? So look, whatever. And look, so here comes one glove. He gets his fingers in it. barely. And look, and I'm just like about to come apart. You know, I'm just like, how long does it take to put on a stupid glove? You know what I mean? Look, and he kind of gets it down. Then he didn't get it right one time. He takes it back off.
Rick.
And this is one hot dog.
Oh, we have the wrong finger drawn on.
Yeah. Then he finally gets that on, and then he looks over and gets the other one. Look, and then he kind of works it down. Then he goes over there and he goes over to the Tupperware thing. You can't get it open with the buns in it.
Well, he's got slick gloves on now, slipping.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, inside where the buns are, they had not disconnected the buns for him and made them individuals. Oh, no. They were still attached. And that threw him for a loop. Just tear it off. But they come apart. Look, he's keeping around with it. And I'm just like, oh, my gosh. And so finally, and then he's just about to come over with a hot dog. He's just about got it over, and she said, and I would like a pretzel, too. And he turns around and he starts taking the gloves off. And I'm like, leave him on, we're next. You know what I mean? Just get it with the glove. You know, he's like, then there was a piece of paper he had to get for that. And that just and I'm just sitting, I kid you not, it took him 10, 12 minutes to hand a plain hot dog to a woman. And I realized I've got to get a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right, because you're hungry.
So here's what I did, and I thought this was smooth. I thought, I cannot watch this again. Okay, I can't. Because I'll do something that will crucify Christ, you know, in this man's eyes. So what I said is, because you remember the one time I was there and I removed the hot dog special?
Yes.
I took it off the menu because they couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, it's a
quick
line.
Yeah, and I said, if you can't pull it off, just don't even have it on the menu. You know what I mean? And so I didn't want to do that again because I thought that's not being a lie. No. You know what I mean? And
No.
So
it's obvious a lot was needed here.
Right. So this time I really did, and I want to thank the Moss family. God love you, Scott Moss, and your beautiful children and your wife, because when I ordered, I turned around, not because I couldn't face what I was going to watch, because I wanted like 5 hot dogs and all this. So I turn around and I see the Moss family coming outside the window, who I know and go to church with. I went out to them and we talked about everything about their family. We got updated, and I just hoped that enough time would pass that I would then turn around and see the hot dogs there. So I just couldn't look at it. I said, I can't look at what's happening back here. And I walked outside and talked with them, and that, you know how when you talk to people, time passes faster. And I talked with them and ate up about 10, 15 minutes, and I came back and my hot dogs were coming to me, and so that helped big time, because and I wanted a chili dog too, but I just couldn't imagine.
Imagine if he had gotten the chili.
I couldn't imagine if I'd asked him to get in that chili. You know what I mean? I couldn't imagine. And then I
your stomach thanks you too.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if.
And I noticed they gave him also, his job was to take care of hot dogs and pretzels and watch the soft serve line.
Oh, that soft serve would take him all day getting that out.
This young man couldn't take that on. You know, and I tried to talk to him, which was a mistake. You know, you ever try to talk to some of our youngsters today? Some of our young men and women?
Yep, you do.
So, man, how you having a good time here today? You know, because when I come to a theme park, I want everybody excited.
Yeah,
I want
fun.
People, I want people looking at my kids and go, y'all having a good time at a theme park today? You know, like that. Hey, everybody doing okay? How y'all doing today? What can I do for you? You know, I may say, man, you doing all right? Yeah, I was like, what'd you say? You ever looked a man in the eye and spoke with some volume, son?
Rick, in his defense.
Are you capable of looking in someone's eyes and acknowledging our family existence here? We just knocked down hundreds of dollars here.
Rick, in his defense.
How was the hat? How was the hat?
Tilted to the side, you know, with the theme park logo. Which if you're the one sweating inside that office, running them numbers, you'd love him with his hat tilted. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today.
It brings me to my knees.
A couple of opportunities out there. Man Church gatherings coming up this weekend. 2 Rick and Bubba markets, Hazel Green, Alabama on Saturday for breakfast, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. local time. Tim Ashley will be speaking there. And then Sunday night, the 3rd, Guntersville First Methodist Church. Brian Dawson speaking there. Find those 2 at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And don't forget, next year, not 1, not 2, but 3 Man Church conferences, Birmingham, Atlanta, and Panama City. the list of speakers, everything about the facilities and hotels and how to get tickets, all that available at themanchurch.com. Grab those for those conferences next year. And if you're looking for good Christmas gifts, grab those before there's a price increase coming in December. All right, so Bubba, we're 1 week from the election. All of us are, if you're just reasonable, you think this is going to be weird. I just don't think it's going to go smoothly. You've already said if you think it's all behind us on Wednesday, not so fast, my friend.
Nope.
We have a story today. U.S. intelligence fears insider attack on the election is likely. They're saying that that insider threats could derail the election. And then we have today a drop box in Clark County. What state is this? Clark County. It just says Clark County.
You have Washington and Oregon.
That there was hundreds of ballots destroyed as a drop box was set on fire. We're looking at that right here. What do you do, Bubba, if you've put something in the drop box and somebody set it on fire? Do you?
Rick, I really have never seen that before.
Don't know about that. I didn't know that drop boxes were still a thing.
Yeah.
So you can still just walk up and drop something in there? Drop a ballot in there?
Or 100. You can drop however many you want in there.
If you want to be on the next Dinesh D'Souza documentary, you certainly can.
I wonder what neighborhood that was in. Is it an area that's predominantly this or that someone, targeted to try to get rid of those votes?
I don't know. So here's, you remember Mike Benz?
Yeah.
Talking about Jamie Raskin. Now this is,
and he's a congressman or a senator. I can't remember which one, but he said before, and he's quoting this, said, look, it doesn't matter if Trump's elected or not. We're not going to certify him because he's a criminal.
So here's some of that.
And that's part of the plan.
Yeah. So here is some of this. Here's Mike Benz talking about that.
Jamie Raskin in Congress has said, let people vote for Trump if they want. We're not going to certify his election anyway. So he may be elected, but we're not going to let him be inaugurated.
When did he say that?
This is like 2 months ago. You can pull up the Jamie
this
Raskin. I think that's probably the one.
Play it, Rob.
Again, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient because what can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress, so it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
So if you go to my X handle and you type in provoke breakdown, you're going to see that he referenced basically they're going to provoke a breakdown on January 6th. Now, this is very interesting. So here you go. I think this is one. Right, clear Trump win. This is the scenario. Now, if you go to the next screenshot, you'll see what it says there in yellow highlights with the red highlight. Again, this was in June 2020, being organized by military intelligence, State Department, and high-level political operatives from both sides of the aisle. Again, both the former heads of the both major political parties who were both anti-Trump. And one of the most consequential moves in their war game for how to make sure Biden was inaugurated, even if Trump was elected, was that Team Biden role-played by no less than John Podesta, who would then occupy this very senior slot in the Biden administration, White House. One of the most consequential moves was that Team Biden on January 6th provoked a breakdown in the joint session of Congress by getting the House of Representatives to agree to award the presidency to Biden based on the alternative pro-Biden submissions sent by pro-Biden governors. This is what they're planning to do. They're going to make the argument that Donald Trump is disqualified under the 14th Amendment because of January 6th, and then they will do the exact same.
How likely is it they're going to do that?
I think it depends on how robust the consensus building has been for this and how much infighting there is in the Democrat camp. I think that the ire between the Biden and Harris camp has disunified some of these networks.
So this was all part of an hour and 15-minute long podcast. I listened to the entire thing yesterday. Mike Benz, he's a former Intel guy. He's talking about several situations, what they could do, and he's floating different possibilities. That scenario that he was talking about, what done by military intelligence, was in the aftermath of an election, if Trump overwhelmingly won, what can we do? If it's unclear, what could we do? And if Biden overwhelmingly won, what could we do? And that was one of the situations that he was talking about.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely. I know it makes for good conversation, and it's definitely intriguing. But I just kind of sense right now that some of this is overplayed, because I look at Kamala Harris and I look at Tim Walz, and they're so obviously buffoons. And it seems to me that the Democrats might, in more of a reasonable world, and I know it's pretty unreasonable out there, but just say, look, even if Trump wins, he's got 4 more years left. Let's not waste this. We couldn't get anybody else to take this on, especially running with Kamala. I don't think they wanted Kamala Harris. I don't think they wanted Tim Walz. I think they got stuck with him. And I think that they're saying, let's vilify Trump for 4 years and then beat him on the next election. He can't run anyway. And we'll take power over by convincing everybody the Republicans are now represented by the Trump party, and we'll run against that. I think that because the one thing that's beautiful about a constitutional republic, there is still, whether they like it or not, a fear of the people. And if you try to pull something like this, you still got to deal with the people. And you might even have to deal with the military that says, I'm not doing this. What are we talking about? So I think that's unlikely. Now, trying to cheat and win and do something to actually win the election, maybe. I think if Trump wins, there'll be protests and there'll be recounts called for and stuff like that. Disqualifying him after the people vote for him.
When we come back,
you're going to create a world that nobody wants to live in.
When we come back, let me read to you Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and why we have it, and you see if it fits the mold. Some people will say yes, some are going to say no. I know.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what I mean? Again, in his defense,
this is who's representing everything you've invested.
I wish we had a hat in here. So
what they charge to eat at these theme parks, they're not used to people coming in.
Right.
Shocked. You couldn't believe somebody actually wanted to buy food.
I couldn't believe it. I think it ended up being 4 hot dogs, not 5, because I knew 5 was too much. So 4 hot dogs, 2 potato chips, 1 soft pretzel, 3 Coca-Colas, normal size. Yeah, that'd be $35, $38.
Mm-hmm.
I said, now see, that time I heard you, and you couldn't have said $40.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wish I didn't hear that.
And Rick, clear. And Rick probably has a tip jar on the counter, too.
Yeah, the gall to put a tip jar out for a $7 hot dog.
And you know what my tip for him was? Find a job where you don't interact with humans.
And look both ways when you cross the street.
Yeah, I mean, you got $40. And I'm like, how much you say? $40? $40? That's $10 a dog.
Have you noticed the price of all food? It seems like it's gone up.
Yeah.
Cheap Mexican ain't cheap anymore either.
No. A ballpark or a theme park, try to eat there.
I told the kids, prepare for what I want you to tell me is the greatest hot dog you've ever eaten.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Expensive cars, and particular sports cars, are more likely to have an affair, according to a new poll. The website is called illicitencounters.com. It describes itself as the UK's largest extramarital dating site.
Yep.
I mean, we have a site for that now.
No wonder the internet's getting full.
Do you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
It conducted a survey of its members. I'm sure they'll be honest.
Yeah, online.
It found that 20.9% of the people who visited or members of this website drove a high-ranking executive car. This included 16 Bentley owners, 31 Porsche owners, 5 Aston Martin owners. Be careful with that. And, Rick, 135 BMW owners. And while the adulterers say their own car was important to them, only 19% admitted to being interested in their lover's car. So they just wanted to look good. They didn't care what everybody else was driving. They say a spokesperson for the site, her name is Sarah Hartley. She said many of those actively seeking an affair tend to be go-getters, which is reflected in their choice of car and their chosen profession. They are often conspicuous consumers.
Or they may be shallow people who don't make very good commitments.
It could mean they are skin deep.
It could be that they're self-gratifiers and couldn't give rep how it affects others.
Right. Really, I hate to tell Sarah the harlot here, but I think we've got a better read on this than you do.
Right, but
now, I don't know anybody that drives a fancy car except for Southern Sampler.
Southern Sampler, how are you, sir?
It's not fancy. I don't fit in this category.
Oh, Southern. I've seen
So,
you.
I mean, could this be a forecast of a possible problem? You're not married yet, but I mean,
you're not married.
You've got a very cute girlfriend, and I know y'all are pretty serious.
Yeah,
but I don't.
Are you exclusively dating her?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. I guess.
All right. She doesn't have a
Don't
ring
say
or
too much more. They've broken up so many couples.
Oh yeah.
No,
I mean, it's just
curious
the
where we're
list
at.
goes on and on.
How often do you see each other?
We see each other every day.
Every day,
Every day.
And I met her.
Mm-hmm.
So if y'all had to
Sweetheart.
talk, are you the one?
Yeah.
See, I didn't see his car today, so I didn't think you
What
were
kind of
gonna
car
be
do you
here
drive?
today.
Well, actually, you know what? I hit a center block on the way to the.
That's why.
Driving today, and I'm actually driving my girlfriend's car, but you can tell.
Well,
because
it's nice, sweet.
It's got all the hello.
You got
cards.
your little girly keys.
You got your little
kitty
Yeah.
cat key there.
Little kitty.
So what kind of car do you have when it's not tore up?
It's a Mazda 304.
Oh, and it's loaded.
Oh, is
too,
that
man.
is that a fancy?
Sound-
car?
It's really not.
I'm so out of the sports
I
car
don't
realm,
know.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, the thing.
Let's go. Brand new hour right now from the Big Boy Studios. Max Lucado coming up later this hour. The gang is all here. When we left last hour, this is there's all kinds of what's going to happen 1 week from today with the election, and then however the election goes, what's going to happen then, protest and whatever. And, of course, people are hearkening back and talking about would the Democrats try to disqualify Trump, and if they can, Where is it in the 14th Amendment that would allow that? And Bubba says he's got that info for us.
Well, the 14th Amendment, Rick, was part of the legislation to clean up the mess after the Civil War.
Correct.
And part of it deals with, guaranteeing the rights of all Americans now and that. But what we're dealing with specifically is Section 3. And it says that provision disqualifies former government officials from holding office if they took an oath to support the Constitution, but then betrayed it by engaging in an insurrection. So I think part of the reason you saw in the very beginning them referring to January the 6th as an insurrection was so they could reference back to this amendment, is the reason they were trying to call it that. But if you look back at history, one of the reasons this is actually in there was to keep Jefferson Davis from running for Congress again.
Right. Yeah.
It looked like he was going to go back to Mississippi and be elected again as a congressman, sent to the Congress, and they're going, wait a minute. The guy who tried to have a failed attempt at independence, we're not going to have him back in the Capitol building. So they put this in to be sure he couldn't run for office. Now, the argument could probably be made that if you're going to call this amendment into an account and try to pin it on somebody, you should have done it the day they qualified to run in the election.
Right.
Not after they have already won a national election to be president. And I think that's where the courts would probably fall on this.
Right.
If you had support for this, you should have blocked it day one when he signed up.
Correct.
Not now that he's won, because it looks like now you're just using it as a political weapon.
Well,
not that would stop them, Rick, based on past history.
Understood. But Bart, Michael, Chuck, and all of them, see, they don't even like the definition of insurrection.
Right.
The reason why they haven't played that card yet is they've never proven that it met the standard of a true insurrection. It didn't. And as you just said, I don't think that would stand up. I think you would just easily disprove that an insurrection was done, and then you got to prove not only that it was a true insurrection, it was led by Trump. That's a tough case to prove.
Political protest is very important.
Yep.
Where it gets to the point of insurrection is a big leap forward.
Yep.
Did January 6th meet that criteria, or was it a protest that got out of hand, or was it what was it? I mean, we had people sentenced to prison who later produced pictures of them getting selfies with the guards, and they were released. The Von Shaman, remember? I mean, they go, this guy was not leading an insurrection. He was getting a tour and making pictures.
Yeah.
Wasn't Von Shaman a kicker?
Well, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he was a kicker for Oklahoma in the 80s. Yeah. Well, what did they call him? They called him the what?
The QAnon
Shaman. Yeah, not Von Shaman, but he was a shaman.
What did I do?
Which is close enough. But I heard he was a pretty good kicker.
He was a fantastic kicker.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Something about you saying that with a serious voice. Yeah. Like they did the Von Shaman. He produced pictures.
Well, it's kind of goes back to the thing we've used very good, very often is when somebody tries to put some label on us, and this time it's through the insurrection.
Right.
Well, if Trump was trying to lead an insurrection, he wasn't very good at it.
No.
And it didn't go very well. It didn't accomplish. It looked more like people were trying to make a point, but like you said, a political protest.
And then
as opposed to we're taking over the government now, we're gonna run it and put our person in charge.
Because they didn't come in there with tanks and machine guns. They had flagpoles, Yeah. And by the way, it was a dolphin.
A dolphin
too.
It's a dolphin. Ooey Von Shaman.
Von Shaman.
And Section 5 of the 14th Amendment gives the federal government, Congress, the power to enforce the other parts of this amendment through legislation. So, and what they were saying there is basically, we're going to rule that Jefferson Davis cannot run for Congress. Mississippi cannot make a state law that says he can run for Congress, or whatever state he was going to settle in.
Yeah. So anyway, I think a lot of this is good talk. It's great social media stuff. It is just a podcast dream. But it feels like a bit of a reach to me, and I do think that the left is maniacal, and I think there's like Whoopi Goldberg claiming he's going to take away your spouse and give you a white person. That kind of stuff is just absurd. But that's a little different than, like the one. You remember the woman when Trump did win and she rolls around and screams and loses her mind. I know all that's out there. As a matter of fact, I've never seen a society with so much mental illness in my entire existence. We are eat up with it. And I know individuals, as they've already proven, can be very dangerous right now and crazy unreasonable. But an actual political party disqualifying and replacing and all that, I don't know. It doesn't look like the Democrats, in my opinion. It's almost like that thing where you get out there and you pretend like you're trying, but you realize you're not going to win, and you're just planning ahead. It just seems like they would have come up with better candidates than this.
Yeah, this whole thing of the post-Civil War legislation and wrangling and all is very interesting because, they jailed Jefferson Davis for a period of time, and he started out like with 2 weeks. He had armed guards chained to him and all that, and within a few months they were letting him go home to his apartment in Richmond on the weekend.
Right,
you know what I mean? Yeah. So it faded. Robert E. Lee, who really was at his hand killed more U.S. soldiers, as many as probably anybody ever. Yep. And they let him go home and be president of university. Mm-hmm. It was some of those people are hated more now than they were at the day the Civil War ended. It's really odd how some of this history's played out.
It is, and so we'll see. I certainly will not say that anything isn't possible because I know that it is. But I control what I can control, and I know who's ultimately in control. So I sleep just fine.
Yep.
We'll and speaking of that, that's kind of what Max Lucado is going to take on. His new book is talking about. So what happens to our ongoing life after Tuesday? No matter how the election goes, how do we approach the rest of our days? We've had a lot of elections over our lives. The founders, even though they didn't agree on it to begin with, I'm kind of glad they came up with 4 years and 2-term max when we finally got there. Even if you end up with something you don't like, not going to last very long. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's an.
So my mom, my brother and sister, they all got a Lexus.
Oh my goodness!
They all got a Lexus.
Wow, I didn't know you had money.
Well, my dad, he's a psychiatrist, so.
I understand. Look, we go to him.
How about this? We all paid for his car.
Let me tell you something. Your dad not going out of business anytime soon.
No.
Right.
All right. So my dad has a Lexus. My mom has a Lexus. Sister has a Lexus. Brother has a Lexus.
And he loves you. Telling everybody that.
Wow. Hey, I was ready for my Lexus.
Wow.
And then one day they just pull up. They pulled up in a Mazda 304, and I was like, did I do something wrong?
Wow, so you felt you were disappointed.
I wasn't really disappointed. I just was like, would I do something wrong?
I can't find a picture of a Mazda 304.
It's loaded. Put loaded.
Hey, Southern Sampling, can I say something to you?
What's up, buddy?
A lot of people on the show forget this. When you say things into this microphone, it goes out and people hear it. Mm-hmm. And people are hearing you saying that your brothers and sisters got Lexus, and you were disappointed with your Mazda 304.
Well, I wasn't really disappointed, but, could you see where I'm coming from, though? Right. Could you see where I'm coming from?
Not
I made good grades
I
in
can't
school.
even relate to it.
Well, I made good grades in school, and I just figured,
Yeah, my kid made good grades in school. You know what he got? A candy bar.
But they spoiled us. They spoiled us, Rick. Right, okay. They spoiled us. Right. They spoiled us from
a Mazda 3.
They spoon-fed us all the way.
Really?
But I really.
So you're admitting that you were spoiled as a child?
Yes, but I wasn't mad about it. I just I noticed I didn't get one.
Yeah. But you admit.
But I was satisfied with it.
Can I tell you something though? From working with you. And now I'm kind of worried. Mm-hmm. Like, are you a ticking spoiled brat that will explode at some point?
No,
Rick, he's not a spoiled brat.
That's what I mean. I don't see any signs of that at all.
I mean, I got great morals. I'm not spoiled.
You're not shallow. You just wanted a Lexus.
I don't like letting people know.
What does a Mazda 304 look like, for crying out loud? Why can't I find it?
Well, I tell you what.
Look for loaded.
Did you put a space between the Mazda?
Yeah. I'll show you one that's been damaged by a cinder block. You want to see it?
Yeah.
What happened on the cinder block?
Wow, the price of these.
I was driving, and this truck in front of me cleared it, and I hit it. So
Does a sports car? Here's what I want to investigate in this, and I know that you're loyal, and that's not what I'm getting into here. But do you find that when you drive an expensive car,
that is nice.
It's not expensive,
or a nice car, that women are drawn to the car, thus creating the problem? You see what I'm saying, Bubba? Is it like bees coming in? I mean,
I get
because we did a whole thing the other day that women
honeybees
that women say that money makes a man more attractive.
Oh yeah, we got that the other day.
So I'm just saying, do you think the problem with these people cheating is that they just don't have self-control and their car draws all these women in? Does the car draw?
Well, let's say if you took Greg out of his truck,
right,
and you put him in a Mazda 304, would he be more attractive? I think that's the question.
Same thing, yeah. And I think from what
that truck I got hurts me bad.
Yeah.
Well, you're married, Greg. You're married.
Oh, well, I'm just making a point.
You mean to Lisa even?
Right.
Yeah, she don't even like it.
Right.
She makes fun of me. Her and the kids sit out in the driveway and make fun of me when I come down.
Really?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have gotten the way it did. I actually took some time and put some money into it.
Yes. Oh, I'm telling you, it's loaded,
let me be clear. So your mom and dad like your siblings more than you?
No.
I mean, they spent so much more money.
I just think that he's letting you grow up a little bit.
I didn't.
Why not the others? Why couldn't he get his legs?
Because I don't know.
I just,
How do you answer that?
I wasn't upset about it or anything. I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
I just, I just something I noticed. I was a noticer.
So what you're
Andy Andrews,
you're talking about the way you're taking the action, grinding it now.
Yeah.
But let me say this. Now, did your parents think this, and maybe they misread you? My wife and I have had a discussion before that we don't give gifts to our children on their birthdays trying to even up value, or maybe you're giving gifts at Christmas. My wife gets caught up in, if you spend $10 on this kid, it ought to be $10 for everybody. And I said, no, wait a minute. What if this kid likes the $3 toy better? It's what they would really play with. So they don't care how much it cost. Did they think?
But it's obvious Sampler noticed.
That's what I'm saying. They misread Sampler.
Let me ask you
they
this.
thought Sampler would preferred the Mazda 304.
Well,
since you have had this segment on the show, is it possible if your name is not on the title that you will lose what you already have?
No. I don't know.
So tell us what happened.
Well, the thing is, though, is my dad.
Because a lot of people feel bad
I think
for
we're
you.
playing like his dad. We are the doctor now.
Can I say
lay
this?
down and tell us what happened?
Can I tell you what this is? Because I know that this audience,
I got the story.
The audience is riddled right now with people who feel bad for him.
I know
that he didn't get elected.
They're tore up.
All right.
Go ahead.
I just want to take advantage of it while I still can.
I got
you. See what I'm saying?
I understand.
But
while you're sitting in your polo shirt.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Which I took from one of my friends, by the way.
You know what? If I'd known this, I would have never given you that $10. I mean, I thought, well, he's an intern. He's a college kid.
Yeah, really.
I didn't realize. I'm gonna ask you. Hey, can you get 10 I can borrow?
Tell you what, though, the new interns perked up.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
Especially the newest one.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
All right. My dad, he was.
She's a noticer.
They think I'm a lot. Yeah. They think I'm a lot like him. So.
Who will be with us next segment? He has the book "What Happens Next: Traveler's Guide Through the End of This Age." It's an op-ed that he wrote. Now there's a book to go with it. What happens after November 5th? And it kind of goes with the book. So we'll talk about that with Max coming up next segment. All right, so a couple things still to hit today we haven't gotten to. If you've missed the show today, a lot been going on. We had a visit with Ryan Greenwood. He's been here visiting us in the studio, brought a lot of old Rick and Bubba memorabilia back. So if you're going to spin the wheel this Friday, you're coming to town, you may have some goodies. I'm talking about really sought-after items if you're a Rick and Bubba fan. So look for that. So he's been here visiting with us. Catch that in the archives today. We do have some more stuff talking about, since we're about to talk to Max. Byron Donalds, the big thing with Trump's rally and Kamala's rally good, Trump rally bad. And Trump rally is really reenacting 1939's, of course, they were a bunch of socialists, but the Nazis, the people that were sensitive to the Nazi movement in our country, and this makes Trump, of course, a Nazi and a fascist.
The Knicks play there. Billy Graham has, had a crusade there. A lot of people have used Madison Square Garden. I don't think you can tie them together just because it was the same venue.
Don't forget the dog show.
Dog show's there.
Dog show is there.
Yeah, maybe it means Trump likes dogs. I don't know, but here we go. Here's
eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs,
eating the cats.
Let's go to Byron Donalds talking about Trump calling out Kamala for the Nazi narrative. Here we go.
Sure, go ahead.
And this is what I think, to the extent that there are folks who, by the way, may agree with the policies of Trump,
yes,
but don't want to vote for Trump, and those, some of those people. The reason that they don't want to vote for Trump is because they see either in his character or the people who seem to support him seem to be engaged in that or willing to engage in that, right? Because what you don't see, you don't go to other rallies for Harris or see in a Harris rally that kind of vitriol. It just you see. Look,
don't?
I don't think you do.
Kamala Harris spends half her time talking about her rival as Hitler, after he's been. There have been attempts on his life, not once, but twice. She's doing it right now. Every Democrat official at these rallies refers to him as Adolf Hitler. You got Hillary Clinton running around there hawking her book that nobody wants to buy, frankly. And she's talking about how this is akin to 1939. Are you out of your mind? You want to talk about rhetoric? Let's compare. But let me go back. We are talking about the comments of a comedian. Right. And everybody's going to forget it in 48 hours. Yep. The real joke in America is the terrible policy of Kamala Harris. Let's talk specifically about Puerto Ricans in America today. Puerto Ricans have had to live under the same inflation unleashed by Kamala Harris. And that's not a joke, but they got to live with it. Puerto Ricans today are living under the same terrible border policies that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris unleashed. That's a terrible joke on the American people. We should be focused on that.
Boom. Shut up, Juice. How does it taste?
Boom.
Next, CNN, it goes nuts. People are kicked off the panel. People are calling each other Nazis and terrorists, and
they had to shut it down.
Somebody gets kicked out. Here is CNN. It turns into a name calling. I don't know what you would call this, but here we go.
If you don't want to be called Nazis, stop doing it.
You're called an anti-Semite more than anyone else's table.
Yeah.
And people will sit there and, no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
I should die. I think you said I should be killed.
No, I did not say that.
Hold on. Did your guest just say I should be killed on live TV?
Guys,
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
Because you said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Hamas.
Guys, let me stop.
Palestinians.
Are you?
He's trying to get out of it.
No, of course I'm not. Are you a racist, violent person inciting violence against
me? He wishes he hadn't said it.
That is completely.
No, I apologize.
Good job, CNN. Let's have first block say the Muslim guy should be blown up.
I apologize.
On TV.
Don't say then I apologize. You literally.
I thought you said Hamas.
You didn't think.
I thought you said Hamas.
I thought you said he's so full of it. That's good.
Hey, that was a great line.
Fantastic line.
That was a good one.
I couldn't look.
Yeah, he started crawfishing immediately.
Hell, he did. He knew he was in trouble.
Yeah, whoop, went too far.
Sorry about that.
Looking down.
Hey, that's on me.
Well, he was being called a Nazi.
Right.
Sure. If I'm not mistaken.
Remember, don't call him by an anti-Semite, but you can call him a Nazi if you want.
Golly, that's funny.
Oh, my goodness. So now, here we go to
I
ABC.
apologize.
We still got a week to go, guys.
Yeah, but
that's on me.
My bad. It was a good one.
I didn't mean to wish you would be blown up.
Yeah.
So
it just came out because it's what I was thinking.
Now, mainstream media and even others that are normally leaning to the left, they're kind of getting tired of some of the exaggeration, too, that if you went to Madison Square Garden, you're some sort of evil person. Here's ABC's Jonathan Karl saying, look, Trump's got a movement going, bottom line. Here we go.
Look, I was there for about 6 hours yesterday. First thing I've got to say, Madison Square Garden was packed. People waited hours to get in. They sat through hour after hour of this rally. They were fervent in their devotion to all things Trump. Trump has created a movement. There is no doubt. I cannot think of another Republican figure of my lifetime who could have come into a Democratic city like New York and put together anything like that.
So now we're getting kind of truthful. And now I think we're going to hear Cuomo, of all people, coming to the defense of Trump supporters.
Yeah, he breaks it down quick.
Wow. Okay, here we go.
You got to stop thinking that the people who support Trump are like Trump, that they speak like Trump, that they act like Trump. They don't. They want to hire Trump to do a dirty job. They want him to be a virus to the political corpus. They want him to disrupt, to destroy, to demean those that they disrespect and dislike, the system that they distrust and despise. They want someone to do what they believe has been done to them and that they cannot do themselves. That's why they don't care that he exhibits terrible behavior, because they're putting him into a terrible place. If you're sending somebody into the jungle, do you really care if they're a savage? You see what I'm saying? And you have to understand it that way. You may not agree, you may not accept, you may not like, but that's what it is.
He's exactly right. That's really what Gutfeld said on Fox when he said if you were sending someone into the room with a bunch of lawyers that were out to get you, you want to send somebody in there that can handle that kind of environment. And, if you wanted someone negotiating with countries that don't care if you even exist and want to beat you out of every dime or remove you from the planet, who do you want negotiating for you in those meetings?
Yeah.
And that's really what Cuomo's saying, too. To say that people are voting for Trump because they want to, they agree with every little way he handles everything, I think it's what Cuomo said. It's what Gutfeld said. Washington is a place that is pretty greasy. And when this narrative works, that he stands between you and a tyrannical government, and he's willing to go out there and get down in the pit with them for your benefit and your liberties and your freedoms and your taxes and your border and your economy and your way of life, it's appealing versus the other. And so at least Cuomo understands it. And like you said, you can disagree with it, but you need to kind of define it correctly.
Yeah.
As opposed,
he's closer than most of them are, that's for sure.
And as we get closer and closer, and as the polls get closer and closer, they're getting more and more desperate. That's why in one of the clips it referenced them being upset about that Puerto Rico joke. Tony Hinchcliffe, the comedian that did the Tom Brady roast, that just went super viral, super funny guy. He made a joke about Puerto Rico that I didn't think that was that funny, but what it really did is made a lot of people mad. And the Democrats are using that as a talking point just because they're so desperate. So that you got Nazis and you got the racism allegations, which neither are true.
Well, what about George Lopez making a joke about Mexicans stealing at a Tim Walz rally?
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. It's comedy, guys. It's jokes.
Well, see, George Lopez, and again, he may be a Walz supporter, but he's a funny guy. I don't care what his politics is. He's funny.
We got time for it if you want it.
Quickly.
Donald Trump said he was going to build a wall, and George Lopez said, you better build it in one day, because if you leave that material out there overnight,
meaning it's going to be stolen.
That's funny. It's a joke.
It is. Max Lucado's next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From a personal text, another dandy. This one, courtesy of Kevin Drake. I heard that Cam leaned over to Kanye West and dared him to grab the mic from Taylor Swift.
Yep, you beat me to it. I had it over here.
That's good. Hey, Blair and Karen text me the same thing.
That's a good one.
Wow.
She must be hanging out with Kevin Drake.
I think they're together.
Sorry,
Drake.
Well, she is working out, trying to lose a little weight.
That's right. Maybe that's together.
Let's go to Sean in South Carolina.
There's a couple other good ones here. I'm not going to read until somebody does it.
Sean, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Hey,
guys.
buddy.
How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for the call, bro.
Just got to say that I heard Cam Newton so fast he left afternoon Auburn practice, went to D.C., got bailout money, and still had time to blame Bush for it.
Well, they're coming in. Cam Newton watched Titanic, thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I saw that one on our Facebook page. Yeah. Let's go to Jeff in Decatur. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
President Bush has been vindicated. Weapons of mass destruction were found in Cam Newton's dorm room.
That's good.
Rick, I heard that Cam Newton is so good he even found Waldo.
Roger staring.
If only that game was a little more popular, I think you'd be fine.
In its heyday.
In its heyday.
See, I thought that one was funny.
If it was in its heyday.
Yeah.
That's what made it funny.
I already killed JR.
That's true. What's it called?
Dan in Mississippi.
Yeah, okay.
By the way,
he knows how many licks it takes to get to it.
By the way, how about this? What would you do if this Dan in Mississippi turned to be Coach Mullen?
Hey, Coach.
I think we know now that wasn't Randy Moss that said, I don't shine shoes, I don't tape ankles, I don't cut checks. It's straight cash, homie. That was really Cam Newton instead of Randy Moss, wasn't it?
Possible. I think the delivery on that one.
Who was that? Greg?
Now you go back. Now you go back to Waldo when it's funnier.
Right. Yeah, boy, now Waldo rocks now.
And I'm sure that guy's a very good, nice person, and I love him because he listens to the show. But boy, he's a bad joke teller.
This thing was 10 foot tall.
Let's go to Isaac in Birmingham. Isaac, go ahead.
All right, can I give you two or just one?
No, you can give you two if unless the first one's no good.
All right. Well, you know that Chuck Norris dressed up as Cam Newton for Halloween, right?
Do we accept that as him being able to go on? Go one more.
What did he say?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, the other one is, Michael Jackson's family asked Cam to sing that song, but they weren't going to pay him enough, so they had to let somebody else do it.
Y'all, the standard is extremely high. Y'all need to think about that.
It is.
I mean, y'all, we've had Santiago in this conversation. I mean, the standard is extremely high. How about this? If yours isn't as good as the best one you've heard, you almost have to back down.
Yeah, I think I'd hang up.
You agree with that?
Oh, yes.
All right,
it's like letting that buck walk. If you've killed one bigger than him, don't shoot him.
He's 10 feet tall. Hey, what do you mean by that?
Rick,
Jamie in LaGrange, Georgia. Jamie, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Lee Corso just reported that Cam Newton used to be an intern at Apple, and he was one of the iPhone designers, and that's why the service is crap.
What do you think?
It's funny that
I don't get the whole twist on it. I thought he's supposed to be either.
To me, it didn't play to him being phenomenal or him being a horrible person. I don't get that one.
Right.
Yeah, that's just a bad product. It ain't his fault.
Now, if you'd have made a joke about Lee Corso putting on a head of Cam Newton, see, that would have been funny.
Well, to me, when he started going down the road of Apple, I thought he was going to have a great one because I think any Apple Cam joke could be funny if you get the right stuff.
Yeah, like a Cam app or something. That'd be nice.
Rachel in Hoover. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard that when Cam Newton was born, he actually stiff-armed the doctor because no one delivers Cam Newton but Cam Newton.
I heard that one, so I was a little hardened on it. But it was pretty good.
That was Lou Holtz's last Friday, by the way.
That's where it came from.
Yeah, that's what it was.
She just listened to the show and then called back in.
Right.
Thank you, Hales. But
here's the shocking part. I listened to the show.
Make her cry.
How about this? I listened to the show.
You didn't know where it came from.
Didn't know where it came from.
I didn't either. I just stared at you.
Jeremy in Columbus, Mississippi.
You thought I've heard?
Jeremy, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Our friend Max Lucado is with us again. He wrote an op-ed, What Happens After November the 5th, and it ties to his latest best-selling book, What Happens Next, A Traveler's Guide Through the End of the Age. And I think, we're 1 week out from this election. There's a lot of I don't know, Bubba, the atmosphere just feels real negative. It feels like
a lot of people,
a tinderbox.
Yeah,
uneasiness out there. So no better time than now to talk to Max Lucado.
The calming voice.
The calming voice. Welcome back, buddy.
Hey, Max.
I am so glad to see you. The only thing that would be better is if I could be there with you in person.
Well, we wish you were.
Yeah. So you wrote the op-ed. What made you write the op-ed? Is it obvious, kind of like we deal with it every day? You could just sense that somebody needs to say, "Hey, everybody, let's take it down." And I know that if you're not a person of faith, sometimes the things that you talk about, we believe them because we're your brothers in Christ. But sometimes the things that we're told scripturally, some people don't believe. So are you speaking to the church mainly, or just hoping that anyone would listen?
I'm hoping that anyone would listen. By the way, thank you all for letting me have a few moments with you. It's nothing profound. I just want to remind people that the same God who's ruling the earth right now will still be ruling the earth the day after the election. And the same Lord Jesus who sits on the throne will be sitting on the throne after the election. And those of us who have faith in Christ, who've entrusted our souls to him, we're always reminded that though these things are important, and indeed they are, they're not all important, because what matters most is that we trust a sovereign God to manage the affairs of mankind. He always has. He always will. How many leaders has he seen come and go? How many nations has he seen come and go? Right. But he doesn't change. And so we put our trust in him. And I think that's an important reminder during an election season.
Max, talk a little bit about I know with all the rhetoric around the election, everybody gets a little uneasy with that, but address a little bit as Christians and as believers, our need to get out and vote and be part of the process, because it is a freedom we have been given from above.
Yeah, I think I voted here about a week ago, or maybe just less than that, doesn't matter. But I do remember getting very emotional as I went into the voting booth, and that happens to me quite often at election time. And I just think about all the men and women who have either given their lives or would be willing to give their lives for me to have that privilege. And it is indeed a privilege. While the New Testament doesn't say anything about voting, it does talk about our civic duty. The Apostle Paul talked about this in the book of Romans. He went out straightforward and told the church there, you got to pay your taxes.
Yeah.
Now that I'm sure that would have fallen on some challenging ears when you're, a part of the Roman Empire. I think he would say the same to us. I think he would say, do your civic duty, be a good citizen, vote, support people, have your opinion, but don't be opinionated. You can have convictions, but don't be divisive. So we do our duty. We vote, we pay our taxes, we're good citizens, but we're first and foremost citizens of heaven. Amen. And we're representing Christ in a very corrupt world. And it doesn't make sense for us to step to the sidelines on these important decisions. We need to step forward and have those decisions and cast our vote.
Yeah, and you really touch on this, and you said it just a minute ago. It is important, but it's not all important. You talked about Paul in Romans. He gets into 13, and he reminds us that God, the English Standard Version says instituted government. I know the King James says ordained, but he tells us that these people that he's put in these places, that they are, whether they believe it or not, working on his behalf. Now, sometimes that can be for punishment, sometimes in refinement, or sometimes it can be for a blessing. And he tells us to fear them because God's put them there to punish people that don't know how to act. And and then he tells us,
and they will.
Yeah, like you said. And then he said that's the reason why you got to be good citizens. However, we do know, looking at the example in the Old Testament of Daniel, and we under a dictatorship, but we also know, we see the example of the apostles and the disciples as well, that when the government asks you to renounce the one and only living God, or to stop evangelizing and stop preaching Jesus, now that is a law that we do not abide by.
Absolutely. You couldn't have said it any better. You couldn't have said it any better. There are certain laws that we do abide by as long as they do not conflict with the greater law given to us by God. We're first and foremost citizens of God, followers of Christ, who just by God's sovereign mercy have been placed in a wonderful nation like ours for this time and this period. And so we, as long as the government does not conflict with the priorities that we have as followers of Christ, we can respect our government. If there ever came a day when the government told us we couldn't preach, we couldn't love the lost, we couldn't declare the name of Christ, well, that's a whole different ballgame. And that is a different situation for so many of our brothers and sisters around the globe today. We can't forget them. But for us who enjoy this freedom, we follow the teachings of the government as long as they do not conflict with the teachings of Christ.
Yeah, I can't say the place because I was told not to publicly, but I can just say the incident because it's happened before. Is I know for a fact that there were pastors that were rounded up just recently, and every one of them executed because they were planting churches in places where that those that took over or are in charge, will not tolerate. And they were asked to renounce and shut it down, and they wouldn't do it. And every single one of them, 36 of them,
my goodness,
were killed. And so, yeah, you're right. There's some people that are already in that situation, and one day we may find ourselves there. God forbid, but it could, and that's the reason why you also look at flawed candidates and say, even if these candidates may not represent the church, and they don't even look like they're members of the church, do their policies, are they a friend of the church or an enemy of the church? This is the kind of stuff you have to try to figure out in an imperfect fallen creation.
I know, and it's not easy, is it?
No.
It can be a challenge. It sure can. I urge people to examine your values. Just examine your values. What is it what's the burden that the Lord has placed on your heart? Is it a burden for the unborn? Is it a burden for justice? Is it a burden for a fair economy? Is it a burden about immigration? Examine your values. Talk to the Lord and ask the Holy Spirit, what are the values you really want me to reflect in my vote? And then examine that and see which candidate best aligns with your values. That's what I do. I'm often pressed, Max, who did you vote for? And I don't like to discuss the person because as a pastor, I don't want anybody not to come into my church because they perceived that I was aligning myself with a candidate. But I will talk about my values, and it doesn't take long to sense which candidate would align best with them. And so that might be a practical nugget to give to people. Just ponder your values and see which one best aligns with what the Lord reveals to you, and cast your vote accordingly.
Max, we've been talking about that a lot here on the show. The candidates, their personalities, they're going to come and go, but their policies will hang around for sometimes decades and generations. And having a biblical worldview, we have to look at the issues of life, of marriage, of Israel, and as Rick was saying, hostility toward the church and the free worship thereof, and use those measuring sticks. At least that's what I do. To try to determine how we're going to go with this. But it's, it is, I know it seems like a negative to so many people, but, what an amazing thing that we live in a country and a time we get to do this, because it's been a fairly short amount in human history that we had this opportunity.
Absolutely. And wasn't that long ago that women could not vote? I mean, relatively speaking. So the privilege that we have, as I mentioned going to the voting booth the other day, and I got emotional because I saw people of a variety of skin colors, ages, economic backgrounds, and we all got the same thing. We got one vote. Yeah. We got one vote. Doesn't matter if you're, an academician, doesn't matter if you're a carpenter, doesn't matter if you're a football player, whatever it is, everybody gets one vote. And we get to use those votes and cast them. So I think it would be a loss to have been given an invitation to vote and not use it. And I appreciate the reminders that you all are giving us. And thanks for mentioning Israel. I didn't mean to skip that. That is a huge concern to me. One. I believe our Lord that's his country, that's his land, that's where he's returning to set up his kingdom. And so all eyes should be on what's happening to the Holy Land.
All right, we'll come back. Max Lucado, I want to talk a little bit about the actual book. And I know it's been out since August, but want to talk about that just a minute too, and then
tell us what's going to happen next, Mike.
Yeah, and then the reason for it, because there's also an ultimate end that we're all looking to, and that's the hope. But what do we do until then? And we'll talk about that when we get back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I just want to let y'all know that Al Gore is holding a press conference to announce that Cam Newton is responsible for global warming.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, not bad. That's not bad.
Stuttered through it a little. But that's okay. We get hung up.
I'd like to see him handed that material off somebody else to say it, but
that's a good point.
You know what I mean? Let's go to somebody.
Some people need to be just writers.
Rob in Montevallo. This ought to be good. I'm expecting big things from you.
I don't really have a good one, but I've seen that if you took Bubba and two bumper sticker being covered up by honk if you wrote Cam Newton's term paper.
That's not. Rob, I'll say to you what I said to Helmsy this morning. You better than that.
You're better than that.
You better than that. Let's go to Ryan.
Didn't he supposedly steal somebody's paper and put his name on it? Is that what they accused him of?
Well, gosh knows you get away with that in college.
I was about to say, you guys, if that's an issue, y'all got to take me off the show.
No, that was a computer.
I mean, you know what I mean?
By the way,
I need to walk off the show right now?
Have y'all seen the joke? It's called Newton's bank statement. Have y'all seen that one? It's funny. You just got to see it.
How about this? I feel bad as a human being that I'm not offended by him cheating. Like I said, I'm just being honest.
Well, I mean, we're talking about
the allegation that he's cheating.
Yeah, that's true. Really but you know, I mean, that don't make. I'm wrong there, by the way. But I'm that way. I mean,
well, again, I go back to what I said. For this stuff,
learn test.
Ryan and Pelham. Ryan, go ahead.
It was
ain't kill nobody.
Ryan.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It's not
Cam
like
Newton is Kaiser Soze.
Boy, that one got over.
That's over my head.
Who's that? Cara Karubi?
Anybody know? Is that? Y'all get that? Anybody get that? What's that from?
I'm ashamed you know that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
We just didn't know it.
It's our fault. That was a good
I didn't know
joke.
that.
You had good delivery. That is our fault for not knowing it. It's totally on us. Some people listening to this show laughed at you, sir, so you don't be ashamed. Chad in Tuscaloosa. Chad, go ahead.
Oh, boy.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, have y'all seen that story about the streak of smoke out in California that's got the media all in a frenzy?
Yes.
Yeah.
The missile launch.
Yeah, well, it turns out it was just Super Cam. He strapped on his cape and was flying back from depositing all that money to an offshore account.
Anybody?
Creative.
Not bad.
This is good because when you see the when you see Cam Newton,
right there, not all the way down, but just a little off center.
When you see the Cam Newton bank account, you know, and it's handwritten like you'd write in a checkbook. It starts out with $82, and you take out $100 for the electric bill, and you take out $107 for Taco Bell, and then you have a deposit for $180,000, and it says the Lord works in mysterious ways. Right? That's a good one.
So they said Cam Newton canceled sports in my shorts.
That's a good one.
That's really good. Who do you credit that to?
Ronnie.
Somebody doesn't want to be named?
Cam can slam a revolving door.
That's not bad. Oh, by the way, I do see who that came from. I got the same one. That's very funny. I love that a lot.
I want more.
And I like my text. I can say the quality of my text on this is outstanding.
I know.
Let's go to Ramsey, Illinois. Let's go north, see if we can get one. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, last Saturday night, we didn't turn our clocks back. Cam Newton just stole that out.
Oh, that's a good one. Well done.
I like that one. And we have a winner.
You know what? And I was shaky about going north.
Well done.
Watch out. That went great. Well done. Clint and Troy. Clint, go ahead.
Got a couple for you, all right?
All right.
I did.
The first one, Cam Newton stole the tools necessary to pull this off.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
He stole the tools necessary to pull this off.
Okay, you're rushing a little bit and you're on a sale, so slow it down.
All right. Cam Newton stole the tools necessary to pull this off. Also, this just in, Cam Newton stole the Lindbergh, baby.
Okay, I mean, those history ones are tough.
History buff.
Bubba tried one.
Yeah, Waldo didn't work.
Yeah.
Lindbergh, that's not a big.
Really going back. Yeah.
Let's go to. That's pretty good though. Let's go to Sam and Laverne.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call, brother. Go right ahead.
I got two of them for you for Cam Newton.
All right.
Since you wanted an Apple one, I got Cam Newton conspiracies. There's an app for that. And then I've got.
That's good.
That's good.
And then I've got Cam Newton shot JR.
Okay, look,
these, getting a lot of those on email.
Those bother me a little bit.
Yeah. Now you're saying shots him.
No, but I know what you mean. Just these things. I mean, those great mysteries, pretty good, but sometimes those are hard to remember. You know. Would you agree that we're not to the level we were right out of the gate?
No, we're not.
No, we're falling a little bit.
Oh, this ought to be really.
Here
Here
comes
Adler.
Here comes Eddie
Poindexter.
Cam Newton took from me my ability to participate in and understand organized sports.
Thank you, Adler.
That may be the worst.
Just keep switching in there, Adler.
Yeah.
Switch his back hurts. Don't forget
Adler,
his back hurts.
Adler, I know this is strange, but you.
Back 9 minutes now to the top, visiting with Max Lucado. Hey, I want to remind you about Relief Factor. Got a great email from Dennis, who hears his show near Beaumont, Texas. Says, I was experiencing severe left knee pain, having a lot of trouble walking, using a 4-prong cane for stability. I can't take anti-inflammatory drugs because I've developed gastritis from many years of use for back problems. Heard about Relief Factor. on the show, decided to give it a try. After 4 days, my pain was greatly diminished. It is now almost 3 weeks, and I just reordered, and that's because 90% of the time now I have no pain at all. And all this is happening naturally now, Dennis, so you don't have to worry about those side effects from a lot of the over-the-counter. And look, in defense to those products, they serve a purpose. They're just not designed to be used on a daily basis for ongoing problems. And if it's tied to inflammation, Relief Factor may be the all-natural solution. I take it twice a day. Love the product. And if you'd like to get yours, the 3-week starter pack is back. $19.95 will get you 3 weeks. You can get that at relieffactor.com. You'll know inside 3 weeks whether it's working for you or not. Or you can call them at 1-800-4, then relief. And, of course, always rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Max Lucado's with us. So we talked about the op-ed that you wrote, Max, and I want to get into the book a little bit. What happens next? The Traveler's Guide Through the End of the Age. It came out in August of this year. But I think it's time to revisit this because I think a lot of times, we see difficulty. The Scriptures and our Lord and Savior has never been silent on difficulty. As a matter of fact, Jesus tells us in John 16:33 that in this world that we will have tribulation. We should expect it because it's fallen, but for us to never lose hope or never to lose the peace of knowing that He has overcome the world. And you can, all kinds of the difficulties of a fallen creation are seen throughout Scripture. And I think sometimes, I know I've been there. I'm not trying to speak for everybody on the show. We've all been through difficulty. But sometimes, especially if you're a person of faith and you've been redeemed, you start saying, Lord, why are you allowing this to continue on? Let's bring us home. Come back, or let's end this, and you take on this and remind people on what the Scriptures have taught us about the what now. We know what's ahead. What do we do till we get there?
I'm very excited when I think about what's about to happen. I'm about 70 years old. I've been coming on your broadcast now for about 20 or 25 years.
Yes.
And my bald spot's getting bigger. My hair's getting grayer. There's a lot more sand at the bottom of my hourglass than there is at the top. And I'm really excited. I am genuinely excited of what I'm going to see when the Lord allows me to enter into His presence. It makes my heart jump. It gives me goosebumps, and it gives me hope. And I so desire that people could set their hearts on the imminent return of Christ. They would prepare, they'd make a decision to say yes to Him, and knowing they've said yes to Him, they could live in that confidence of that He is coming for us at the right time. The reason I wrote this book is because I think as we go into greater detail about what to expect in the coming age, it animates a faith. It energizes our faith. It's a wonderful thing to say, well, the Lord is coming someday. But I think it's more helpful and instructive to say, well, what if I die before the rapture?
Right.
What is the rapture? What is meant by the rewards in heaven, to be wedded to Christ in heaven? And tell me about this tribulation, this 1,000-year reign. Are they really going to happen? Those are wonderful conversations. And the purpose of this book is to lead the reader down the timeline of heaven and to explore some answers and hopefully to create courage about the future.
Well, when we were reading about the book and whatever, I couldn't get the Apostle Paul out of my mind because I think it is the secret to life. And you touch on this. When he's writing to the Philippians and he's in jail again, he doesn't know whether he's going to get out. Would this be the time that they take his life? And he says, here's where I am. If the Lord needs me to stay on and He needs me to come and minister to you guys, He's going to let me out of here.
Yeah.
But if He doesn't and my time ends, then what you just said, Max, I'll now be in His presence. So I have just kind of learned to live as Christ, to die as gain. So no matter what happens to me,
Amen.
And that's the way. That's the secret to life, right there.
We win.
Either way. So what? So I do what He told me to do. I find joy in serving Him, what He's called me to do, even on my toughest days. I know that He's near to me, even on the days I'm brokenhearted. And one day when he determines, then my life will end or he'll return, and that'll be the ultimate victory. So I'm telling you, if more people had that, I can't tell you the number of days. That's all that carried me through, but it was enough.
Yes, sir.
Max,
he said these brief and momentary troubles are not worth comparing with the glory that outweighs them all.
Amen.
So I know he had troubles, a lot more severe than I've ever had, but he calls those brief and momentary in comparison with the glory that awaits us.
Max, I know we've had several people texting while you were on and talking about your daily devotion that you send out via email. Could you just share how people could get on that mailing list?
I would love for people to sign up. It's just a little 2 or 3 paragraph devotion. And I even read it in the mornings. But just go to maxlucado.com, maxlucado.com. Everything's right there.
Yeah, and
one stop.
Yeah, one stop. We just you see it all the time when we were just my mother-in-law just passed and my dad passed back in December, and both of them struggle with the the horrors of Alzheimer's for a decade. And I just remember both just knowing, because they both are redeemed, is when they passed from this place. And I know that there's a separation, and you go, but we just don't grieve. We talked about this on the show so many times, like the loss, because all I could think of is their struggle with Alzheimer's is over. I mean, they are glorified, and they were the ultimate healing, and now they're healthier and glorified and perfect, far beyond where we are right now. They don't even have the ailments that we're dealing with, like you said, just during the aging process or just life. And we got to remember that's not something. I think this is what you did in the book that I thought was good. That's not just something that we believe. We got to get to the point that it's something that we know and that we treat as real. We treat it as real. Yeah.
Our worldview. Our worldview.
Oh man,
yeah. Jesus said, if we confess His name on earth, He will confess our names before the Father in heaven.
Oh,
and so I'm thinking there might be someone who's listening that's never confessed the name of Christ.
Yeah.
And friend, you can do that today. You can go to your bed tonight secure, knowing that you've said yes to Christ, and when you do that, He says yes to you. So just say, Lord Jesus, I'm a sinner. I need forgiveness. I trust you for salvation. I give you my heart in Jesus' name. That's a sinner's prayer.
Amen.
And I pray it. I'm still a sinner, but I tell you, I'm saved.
Yep.
And I may live in anxiety about a few things, but nothing. I have no anxiety about my eternal life.
Amen.
And I
Max, thank you so much.
That piece is available to you out there. Max, thank you, brother.
Love you, brother.
See you, brother.
Bye-bye. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.